Welcome in, folks. This is the 470th episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody joining us on this beautiful afternoon, I hope that your Sunday's been great. And if you're not watching live, but rather watching after the fact, like a couple thousand of you guys do every single day, appreciate you for being here. Make sure to drop a comment letting me know that you're a VOD watcher and drop a like on that stream. But seriously, folks, for everybody who's tuning in, it is good to see you all. If you've never been here before, as I say every single day, you are in for a treat. We spend 4 hours a day talking to people on the right, most of all talking to Trump supporters and trying to convince them that they should stop supporting Trump. Now, okay, you'd say, well, what's the treat there? Well, it gets pretty crazy. I think that 3 days ago, while I was hitting this intro telling you guys about how crazy the streams get sometime, we had somebody piss on our live stream. So, brace for impact is all that I could tell you. We do have a bit of breaking news to go through today. The last 24 hours have certainly been eventful, to say the least. Shocking, breaking news. This just in last night. MAGA Senator Lindsey Graham died at age 71 in his home from an apparent heart attack, according to NBC News. And this is kind of crazy. Let me tell you why. There are some surprisingly bad repercussions of Mr. Graham's death on Trump and the Trump administration. So now, because of Lindsey Graham's death, and of course Mitch McConnell being, who fucking knows, I don't know where he is, maybe he's with Lindsey Graham, that's what's being speculated, the Republicans now only have a 1-vote majority in the Senate. This is huge news because the Trump administration has been trying to get their Save America Act passed through the Senate, and they've been failing, not only because they can't bypass the Democratic filibuster, but also because they just don't have enough votes. They've had, I think, 4 Republicans so far vote against different procedural votes in relation to the Save America Act, and they just don't have enough support to get that bill through. Now, with their only 1-seat majority, 1-vote majority, it's basically impossible for them to pass the Save America Act. Not only do they have to bypass the filibuster, but they also have to bypass the various Republicans who have been voting against different procedural aspects of the bill, and that's basically impossible. Not only do they need to get every single Republican to agree with every single procedural aspect, but they also need to be able to bypass the filibuster, and I just don't see that happening. So the Save America Act, because of this, is basically dead. Another really huge, monumental outcome of Lindsey Graham's passing is it's possible that Donald Trump's acting Attorney General Todd Blanche will fail to receive his official nomination to stay the Attorney General of the Department of Justice. This is really big because it is Todd Blanche who is, breaking the law and ignoring the courts as it relates to the continued cover-up of the Epstein files. And if he can't get that confirmation by the Senate, well, it's possible that the cover-up of the Epstein files will be coming to a very swift end, or at least there's going to be a rock kicked into the gears of the machine, and it's going to make the Trump administration have to step back and reevaluate their plan and path forward for continuing to prevent the release of the files. Because now the Senate committee that was going to nominate and confirm the nomination of Todd Blanche only has a 1-seat Republican majority, and who knows, maybe Tom Tillis will vote against that nomination, so that's pretty huge. We're going to go ahead and hop into those debates, everybody. Go ahead and take it away, Mr. Brody. You are the first Trump supporter of the day. Tell us how and why the hell you still support Trump as president.
All right. So, honestly, in his first term, I genuinely do think that he did, quite a bit. And I do think that he made, some questionable decisions. But at the end of the day, he was our president. And then, getting reelected, I do think that he could have done some things better. But, I know that I personally agree with a lot of the views and everything, and I do think that being patriotic is a part of it, because I've viewed a little bit of every party and everything, and I don't entirely agree with everything that the Republicans do and everything that the Democrats do.
Let's try to reduce our points down into much smaller sentences, because you are talking quite a bit, and I feel like the only thing I've heard from you so far as why you support Trump is because of patriotism. So let's just try to speak a little bit less.
So one of the things is abortion. I personally think that abortion should not be used as a birth control, per se, in my personal opinion. Because, yes, it should be the woman's choice, but I don't think that it should be just something to fall back on just in case, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that Trump kind of trying to limit what it's being used for is, in my personal opinion, a good idea because accountability is a big thing. And, I don't support Trump as a person, but I do support him as a president, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, once again, you've said a lot of words, Brody, but literally all that
Mhm.
we've heard from you is that you're a patriot and you don't think abortion should be used as birth control. Where do we get to the why you support Trump as president part?
So I was raised Republican and everything, and um, a lot of everything that Trump has done, with the immigration, and I think that he has made our country better off than it would have been with Kamala because I do think that
Kamala.
Kamala was way too
Kamala. Well, it was actually our country was better off when Kamala Harris was in the executive branch of our government. You know, like a
How
year and a
so?
half ago when she was VP, inflation was down by
Hmm.
1%. A year and a half ago when she was VP, jobs reports
Hmm.
were up by like 1,000%. GDP growth was up. Real median wage growth was up. The price of gas was lower. The price of groceries were
Hmm.
lower. The unemployment rate was lower. There were less business bankruptcies. There was more business investment quarterly. So whenever I hear anybody say, "Oh, the country would be worse off if Donald Trump lost the election," no, when Donald Trump wasn't president, we were better off. And since he's been president,
Hmm.
he's destroyed this nation's economy. He's attacked this
Okay.
nation's social and moral foundation, and everything is worse off.
And
So
can we
how
give
can you say that things would be better off if Kamala Harris was president today? Sorry, worse off if Kamala Harris was president today, when objectively things were much better off when she was vice president a year and a half ago.
but can you say that everything that was better off was due to any policies or anything that she put in place?
Yeah, the policy that she helped pass and influence to get passed with Biden. And then the reason why things are worse off today is because of the policy that Donald Trump has gotten influence to get passed, such as his
Hmm.
illegal, unconstitutional tariffs to the tune of a $92 billion unconstitutional tax on Americans, his war of choice in
Hmm.
Iran, or his big, beautiful bill, or his refusal to sign the most impactful and meaningful housing affordability policy in decades.
Can you touch more on that housing affordability
Yeah,
bill
we
or
had a
whatever?
bipartisan housing affordability bill that was passed by
Hmm.
Congress. Bipartisan. It was the biggest housing affordability bill in decades. Donald Trump refused to sign it into law. He said, "I'm not going to
Oh,
sign this
seriously?
bill. I think it's a yawn."
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't know about that. And like I said, it's hard because I do think that the people that I'm not.
So tell
I'm
me,
not going
just
to
how
say
about this?
that.
Tell me why you think things would be worse off today if Kamala Harris won the election.
Okay, so I do think that she would have been way too because with the leniency that she had on immigration and everything, and letting a lot of immigrants into our country, I do think that no matter what, there should be heavy, heavy, laws and
What about the
age.
leniency that Donald Trump has had on pedophilic child rapists? I would prefer a president who's lenient on immigrants than a president who's lenient on the pedophilic child rapists in the Epstein files.
Granted, yes, but
Who
also
would
I
you
do
rather
think
be
that
lenient towards, immigrants or pedophilic child rapists?
that is a granted, but neither of them are good.
No, seriously,
Because in
tell
my
me, who would you rather be lenient towards, immigrants or pedophilic child rapists? That wasn't a rhetorical question. That was a literal question. Please answer.
you know that is a very hard one because I wouldn't want to be lenient towards either, and I know that that's going to sound bad, but
Well, then why
I
were you so lenient towards a 34 count felon rapist that you made him president?
see. I
That's
do think that
you.
he has
That's your
said some
lenience.
questionable things. I do
Let's
think that he
let's
has
call
said
your
some questionable
lenience into
things.
question. Not said questionable things, done questionable things. Raped E. Jean Carroll, barged into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls,
Hmm.
protected and prevented the release of the Epstein files, protecting pedophilic child rapists, was named by Epstein as
Hmm.
sharing their quote unquote affiliation for young, nubile, or sexually attractive
Hmm.
girls.
Yeah,
So why
but
why so you're like calling somebody else's leniency into question. Let's start with calling your leniency into question. Why do you feel as if a felon criminal rapist, sexual exploiter of little girls, it deserves to be
mhm.
president? Why do you feel like that leniency is justified?
See, the shitty thing is that it is a very hard thing because you have to pick. You can't really no president that we're going to elect into office in the next 20 years or however is going to be, 100% a good person. And I
I'm not
do think
asking
that,
for a 100% good person. I'm asking for somebody who meets the bare minimum. And I would say that not being a violent sexual predator is the bare
Mhm.
minimum.
And granted, yeah, I do agree. He is a very terrible person, but also at the same time, I don't think that, Joe Biden was the same way, because even Joe Biden, he's made racist comments and everything, and, you know,
So the
come.
but Biden. Instead of telling us why you voted for Donald Trump, the rapist criminal, over the black woman Kamala Harris, you're just going to turn around and call another white man racist that wasn't in the race. Focus on
Mhm.
responding to what I'm saying. You're,
What
you're,
I'm
you're
saying is
really big
that
about
no
leniency.
matter
You're saying
what, no
that we
matter
need to
what,
deport all undocumented immigrants. We need to get them out of the country, including the hardworking mothers and fathers who have been here for 40 fucking 5 years, contributing to our
mhm,
nation, reducing the crime rates, increasing taxable revenue, building
mhm,
our nation to be a better place for everybody, because we can't have any leniency towards people that break the law. But then you just completely ignore Trump's felonies. You completely ignore his civil adjudications for defrauding at his own university, defrauding a bank, refusing to rent to black people in the 70s.
mhm,
You ignore his adjudication that he is an adjudicated rapist. You ignore the fact that his administration is blocking the adjudication and possible incrimination of pedophiles and rapists in the Epstein files,
mhm,
because after Congress passed a law forcing the release of the Epstein files, the Trump administration has
mhm,
said, no, I'm going to disregard that law. We are not going to release them. We want to protect the pedophiles. What
mhm.
do you have to say to that? Why do you feel as if it's a good thing to be lenient towards child rapists and rapist criminals to the point where you will make a criminal rapist president, but you don't want to be lenient at all to hardworking mothers and fathers of five that make our nation better because they're undocumented, to the extent that you won't vote for Kamala Harris to be president?
You know what? That is a very great point, and I genuinely do respect you for making that point. Um, See, I want to say that, I want to make a decent point, but I do think that your point is very valid in the fact that yes, he is a child rape, and I don't know if it's proven or if he actually did it. I know that there's been a lot of accusations, but I can't say for 100% certainty that he did it or that he didn't do it,
We're
and
talking. What we can say with certainty is that he raped an adult woman and he sexually exploited
mhm,
naked women and naked girls by barging into their dressing rooms to look at them while they were naked.
mhm. Yeah, so, and I have heard the clip on that and everything, but it's hard because I want to support him because of his policies and
Which
everything, and
policies? Name the policy.
so
Name it.
I
Name the
do
policy.
I still do agree with getting out illegal immigrants that come into this country illegally, regardless of if they've been contributing. I do think that if you want to come into this country, you should come in here legally. Now, do I think that the laws should be changed so
Mass
that
deportation. What's
if
one positive
you're
outcome of mass deportation?
one
Jaden,
positive
think of the
outcome?
galaxy. Yeah.
I do think that a lot of immigrants, even in a small town where I'm from, we get a lot of immigrants from different countries. And I actually grew up with an illegal immigrant.
Could you just
And
specify the positive outcome of mass deportation on America, please?
yeah, so I do think that it gets rid of a decent amount of crime because there was a big,
But you just got
thing
done
about.
saying that we should remove them regardless if they're criminals or not.
I don't think that we should be prejudiced in who we deport. If they come into the country illegally, I do think
Oh,
that we
okay, so then
should
the
deport
reason why
them.
you think we should deport them has nothing to do with getting rid of crime. If you believe that even undocumented immigrants who have never been guilty of any crime outside of undocumented entry should be deported. So then once again, what is the positive outcome of mass deportation?
It's proving that the country isn't going to be, pushed around, and that you should keep the laws in place.
Okay, so
Because
it
if
all
you
just
let
falls
one
down
person
to
through, you
punishing
can't.
people that break the law. It all falls down to punishing
Mhm.
people that break the law. So if you break
That
the
is what
law and
our
you're guilty
entire
of a federal
society
misdemeanor,
is built
kick
on.
them out of the country. But if you break the law and you rape a woman, make them president? Why won't you hold that
No,
same red line hard stance
if you,
against Trump? Why can't you sit here and say that we need to prove that our system is not corrupt and nobody's above the law, and that's why we need to impeach Trump tomorrow, then convict him the next day and send him to jail for rape? Why can't you say that we need to impeach Trump tomorrow and send him to jail the next day because of his cover up of the Epstein files, which broke the law, i.e., the Epstein Files Transparency Act? Why can't you say that we need to
Mhm.
impeach Trump tomorrow and then send him to jail the next day for J6 and Jack Smith's case of treason against Trump. Why can't you say that? You hold this red line approach against undocumented immigrants because they broke the law. You say, I don't care if it destroys our economy. I don't care if it increases crime rates. I don't care if it decentralizes the efficacy and productivity of the American labor force and American producers and pushes us up of the top of the king of the hill on the global stage of economics. You don't care how much it hurts the average American and their purchasing power. You don't care if it makes more people unemployed. You don't care about how it impacts our nation. You say, we got to do it to stick by the law. Why can't you say the same thing about Trump?
You know, and that is a very great point, and I do heavily agree with you in that stance. I do think that rapists and everything, they should be put in jail, but at the end of the day, there's nothing that an American citizen like us is going to be able to do to put him in jail, no matter what.
Not true.
You know,
No, not true at all. No. Not
Mm-hmm.
true. To put him in jail, you support impeachment and then you support indictment. That's what you do to put him in jail. You support those things. You vote for politicians who want to do those things. That's how you put him in jail.
Yeah. So, but that's the hard thing is, you know, nowadays, if you have enough money, you can get away with anything. And the thing is, yes, I do agree with you in the fact that you're saying that, yes, we should hold him to the same standard that we hold.
So you do agree. So you do agree that Trump should be impeached tomorrow and then convicted the next day. If we could do it, would you support it?
If you could do it and it could be 100% thing, no, I don't think that he deserves to be president. And the only reason
you would support impeaching him. You support impeaching Trump.
You know what? I'll say yeah, because
you're not a Trump
at
supporter.
the end of the day, I do support him because he is our president, but at the same time,
I'm sorry, no, that's contradictory. Usually like I put up with the BS, but like no, not today. That's contradictory. It is contradictory to say, well, on one hand, I really support Trump as president, but on the other hand, I think that he should be impeached and thrown in jail. Those two beliefs are not compatible with one another. What you're experiencing is called cognitive dissonance, where you could rationally understand how and why he should be impeached from office and then thrown in jail, but then you just emotionally reject that conclusion and stick by your tribalistic bias of sucking up to Trump no matter what, because that's likely portraying and reflective of the social and political environment that you were raised in.
Yeah, so I do agree with you, and you know, to an extent, I am a Trump supporter, and I do think
then you don't want him to impeach. If you're a Trump supporter, you don't want him to be impeached. And if you don't want him to be impeached, then you're a hypocrite.
If he is truly a rapist and everything that, you know, anybody has ever accused him of is true, because yes, back whenever he made those comments
do
about
you accept
bargaining
if
with
you're a
the
Trump
dressing rooms.
supporter, you don't want Trump to be impeached?
Well, see, I do think that if you rape somebody, you should be put in jail. That is it, as simple as that.
Okay. Do you agree that if you're a Trump supporter, you don't want Trump to be thrown in jail?
Okay, yeah, that
is it true or false that if you're a Trump supporter, you don't want Trump to be thrown in jail?
That would be true, yes, sir.
Okay, so it is true that if you're a Trump supporter, you don't think Trump should be thrown in jail, but it's also true that Trump is a rapist, and you think that all rapists, including Trump, should be thrown in jail. Therefore, it's true that you're either not a Trump supporter or you don't think Trump is a rapist. So which one of those two things is true? Are you going to affirm that you are not a Trump supporter, or are you going to affirm that you don't think Trump is a rapist?
That's a difficult one.
You have to choose.
You do. At the end of the day, you do have to choose. But, you know, it's not, I don't think that it's as black and white as that, because
You just agreed that it is as black and white as that. And I could actually demonstrate again insofar as why and how it's as black and white as that. Do you want me to give you the demonstration again insofar as why it is literally that black and white?
Yes, sir, please do.
Okay. You said if you're a Trump supporter, you do not want Trump to be thrown in jail. The necessary implication of that statement would be the inverse of that statement. If you do want Trump thrown in jail, then you are not a Trump supporter. Do you accept so far everything I've said is black and white?
Yeah.
Perfect.
See,
now let's move on to the next step. You want all rapists thrown in jail. If Donald Trump is a rapist, therefore you want Trump thrown in jail. Do you agree that that statement is black and white?
That statement is black and white, yes, sir.
Okay, so you just agreed that it is black and white to say that if you want Trump thrown in jail, you are not a Trump supporter, and if Trump is a rapist, you want Trump thrown in jail. So this means super black and white, true or false. Either you're a Trump supporter, or you think Trump is and because you don't think that Trump is a rapist, or you're not a Trump supporter because you do think Trump is a rapist. So which one is it?
You know what? Now that you're putting it into perspective, I don't think that I am as much of a Trump supporter as I'd like, as
There's no as much here.
I mean,
there's no as much. It's either you're a Trump supporter because you don't think he should be thrown in jail because you don't think he's a rapist, or you are not a Trump supporter because you do think he should be thrown in jail because he is a rapist. There's no gradient here. There's no you're realizing that you maybe don't support him as much. It's either you do support him or you don't support him at all.
I don't, because I do think that it is black and white in certain areas, but I do think that you can support some of what he does and what he stands for without supporting him as a person.
But you're just
by
walking back
chance.
everything that we just agreed to.
No,
you
'cause
already.
I agree with you that it is black and white.
Let's
He
just start
should
here.
be thrown in jail.
So Trump should be thrown in jail.
Yeah, if he
Okay,
genuinely did what
so Trump
everybody
should be
said-
thrown in jail. So earlier when you said if Trump should be thrown in jail, then I'm not a Trump supporter. Do you still agree to that?
I do agree with it. Yes,
Okay, so you're not a Trump supporter.
I do think that he should be thrown in jail and that we should have a better candidate.
So you're
But
not
I
a Trump
don't think
supporter.
at the end of the day, if the election were to come back, were to go back around, I don't know if it would still be as good of an idea to elect Kamala, whatever. I'm not.
So you'd
the
still
best
vote
at
for
pronouncing
Trump over Kamala Harris, even though you think he should be in jail for the rest of his life?
it. At the end of the day, I do think that
Answer the question. Would you
it's
still vote for Trump over Kamala Harris, even though you just made the acknowledgement that you think Trump should literally be in jail for the rest of his life?
over Kamala Harris, yes, I would. I personally, because yes, it is shitty. and
Okay.
you have
Yeah.
to
What's
commit,
what's
but-
okay? Wow. So this means that Kamala Harris was like genuinely one of the worst presidential candidates in the history of this country. If you would vote for somebody over her that you think should spend the rest of his life in jail for rape. So what is the worst policy that Kamala Harris ran on in the 2024 election season that explains why you would still take the person who you think should be imprisoned until the day they die over her? What is the worst policy she ran on?
Not necessarily policies, but the fact that she was very just
Not policies? Not the thing she was going to
backtracked
do?
on a lot,
1 second.
and-
Not the thing she was going to do as president? So the reasons why you would vote for the person who you think
And
should
I
be in
didn't
jail for the
support
rest
her
of his life for
immigration
rape
policy.
has nothing to do with what his opponent would have done as president?
I don't think that her immigration policies were the best. I don't.
What
think
was her
that-
immigration policy?
I don't think that her being so lenient and letting just anybody in. I think that it should be a very.
That wasn't her immigration
rough
policy.
process.
That's a lie.
But even hearing her talk and everything, she was, very contradictory. And
Wait,
know-
give me an example.
I'd have to
Give me an
pull up the
example
clip.
of a contradiction in the way that Kamala Harris spoke that entails you saying, I'm going to vote for the rapist who I think should be in jail for the rest of his life over her, and also entails you saying that because of this contradiction in the way that she spoke, I'm not even concerned with what she would have done as president because you don't even know the policy she ran on. You're telling me you don't care about the policy that she ran on. You don't care about what she actually would have done as president. You don't care about any of that. And you would still take the rapist who you think should be in jail for life over her because of the way that she spoke? Okay, so this means that the way that she spoke genuinely had to have been so grotesque, so disgusting, so morally abhorrent to the extent that somehow it makes you negate her policy, negate what she would have done as president, and support the rapist who should have been president for life over her. So be very specific. What is the way that she spoke that justifies such an attitude?
I think that just the way that she made politics and everything, and the way that she wasn't a very, she just seems like a very hateful person, and in the way that she was just, it's hard because
She was more hateful than the rapist?
I'd say, yeah, honestly.
How was she more
And
hateful
even-
than the rapist?
Just in the way that she would, you can see her, in a way, she was always just kind of more supporting of the riots and, and even
What
seeing, because
riots
a
did
lot
she
of her,
support?
even on her posts
1 second,
on
what
X
riots did
now,
she support?
formerly Twitter,
Also, keep in
she
mind, this has to be a riot worse than January 6th because the rapist supported J6 and then gave the 176 people that tried to kill cops full and complete presidential pardons, called them patriots, and then offered them $1.7 billion to line their pockets as payback for their political prosecution. So what riot did she support that was worse than J6? Tell me, please.
I do think that the George Floyd riots and the lootings and everything. I
Wait, where
do
did
think that
Kamala Harris support lootings of businesses at the J
if
at
you
the
look on
at the
X
at the
around
BLM
the time
riots?
that I think it was a couple months after George Floyd died and all of those riots were going on. If you look on X, she was seen there completely just supporting them, and she wasn't seeing any wrongdoing in it.
Okay,
And
okay. Oh, so she said that she didn't find anything wrong in looting public businesses, destroying public property. So, okay, prove it.
I can't necessarily prove. You'd have to
How
look
do I
on
know that you're
X,
not just
but
lying? How do I know that this isn't just all like vapid misinformation that you're just making up on the spot?
mhm.
How do
Well,
I
you
know that
don't.
you're not just saying words to say words for fun?
Yes, sir. No, I understand. I understand what you're saying, and I genuinely do. It it's hard because at the same time, you can't just immediately. But I do think that at a certain point, yes, the January 6th riots weren't the
No, 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 no,
best.
no, no, no. I'm so sorry. I'm not done. I'm not done. Where's the evidence that
No,
she supported the BLM riots?
the BL. So I remember seeing a post on X. I was looking at it probably 2 weekends ago. It was a video on how she was, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. How she was just reprimanding and saying that the January 6th riots were completely all bad and everything, and then kind of contradicting that by saying that the George Floyd riots were in a way just justified and that they were
I'll give you
fighting
$100
for
if
the
you could find
purpose.
a clip of her saying that the BLM riots were justified.
It's a post.
Well, are you willing to wager $100?
I'd wager $100.
Okay. Go find a clip of her saying that specifically the riots were justified. Go do it. Go on pause.
Mm-hmm.
Go find the resources that you need, and then come back when you find it, or when I know that you won't find it, because then you're going to owe me $100, and that will be great repayment for my mental anguish that I've expensed suffering through this conversation with you.
Alrighty,
it's a
I'll tell
win
you
for
what.
me.
I'll go on pause. I'll go and try to find it, and if I don't find it, then I will donate $100 to a charity or something of your choice. Because I can't really send it on Venmo because I don't have Venmo.
Yeah, that's also fine. We'll do $100 to Planned Parenthood.
But shit. Okay, you know what? Whatever. That touche.
Okay, go on pause. Go find it.
Yes, sir. 1 second.
All right, we won't be able to hear you when you're off at, by the way. We're going to go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. Please make sure that you're following the rules. Dude, these Trump supporters are crazy today. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, my goodness. Louisiana, do you support Trump?
We are
Isa, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you so much, Isa. Dude, they're crazy today, man. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, dude. They're just insane. They're insane, bro. Fucking insane. Drybridge, do you support Trump?
I do.
How do you?
37.
Most obvious troll ever. Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get the next guest connected. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, as well as the handles at the top of the phone screen on that TikTok stream as well. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers, but do quadruple check that spelling because there's a bunch of fake scam accounts
stop
out there.
talking now.
Brody?
No, it's me.
Oh, yeah, we debated yesterday. I absolutely fucking, gutturally slammed you.
I've never been up here ever.
Yeah, bro,
I'm
why
here
you
to give
capping?
a debate. Do you want a debate or not? I'm here to give you a debate if you want
I
one.
admit that I fucking gutturally slammed you yesterday and got you to concede to an explicit contradiction in your view, and sure, I'll debate you.
Are you going to run from it? All right, you better not run.
Well, I'm giving you a very crystal clear conditional. Admit that I
Alright, if you
fucking
kick me
slammed you
after
yesterday.
If you kick me after this, Dean Withers is running from me. Yeah, alright. I accept that I contradicted myself yesterday.
Good boy. Hey, welcome in. What's up, Henry? Do you support Trump?
Oh shoot, never mind, my bad.
That's a child. Guys, only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Everybody, please do make sure that you are following the rules of the live stream. Let's go to get the next guest, Kaitu Good for you connected. Freddie, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Hello, Freddie. It's good to see you today as always. Wadi is cute. Thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. Who says, I want to be surprised when McConnell returns to Congress looking rejuvenated after ingesting Lindsey Graham. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. Ace, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. I appreciate you. Let's get 200 Ace W's. That is very kind of you. Thank you for supporting the stream. Ace with the 20 says, Yo, Dean, I think the problem with the PayPal link is the wrong link. It had the same error message when I tried Johnny's PayPal earlier today, and his link is as long as yours. Okay. You could always just use a handle, or it's just paypal.me/ the handle. Try that out, but I do appreciate you for the $20, Ace. Over on Venmo, thank you, L, for the $10. Thank you so much, L. You actually sent a 2-part donation for the total of $30. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get 300 LWs. Thank you so much. Who says, howdy, being a trans viewer, I was curious if you think that it's better to invest in firearms now than later, since Trump has been back violent/deadly crimes against trans people hit a staggering 3x a day per GLAD, and Trump floated revoking trans people's rights to own them. Yes, as a trans person, if you wanted to buy a gun for self-defense, you should buy that gun as soon as possible, L. I completely agree with that sentiment. And then Ryan, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's a good question, Ryan. I'll have to bring that one back. Janaea, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. My God, Janaea. That is Jenaya. Let's get 500 Janaea W's. That is beyond kind of you. Thank you so much. Janaea says, if possible, keep my name anonymous if you share this. I'm so fucking sorry, Janaea. I will just have to keep your message to myself. Just know that I really appreciate you. Yeah, I'll keep that message to myself. I'm so sorry that I didn't read that first. Let's get 500 Janaea W's. Sage, thank you for the $10. Who says, keep on doing what you're doing. Well, I hope you enjoyed the stream today, Sage. Thanks for supporting what we do. And then Joseph, this came in 34 minutes ago. It was the first dono of the stream. Thank you for the $40 donation. Who says, wow, I picked a crazy 4 days to miss back-to-back-to-back bans. Glad to be here today. Best of luck. You know, Joseph, maybe you're our good luck charm. Yeah, for the 4 days that you were gone, we had terrible bans. It was nuts. Thank you so much. Let's get 400 Joseph W's. We're actually all cut up on Venmo. We still do have a couple people to thank on PayPal, but I see Brody's back, so we'll pass the mic back to him, as well as Kruz. Thank you for the nearly 700 roses, my lordy. Brody, were you able to find the clip of Kamala Harris explicitly stating that the BLM riots were justified?
Yes, sir. I was actually able to find the post. June 1st of 2020, she made a post encouraging people to donate to the Minnesota something fund so that they could bail out the protesters and rioters and looters and everything. And that was, to my knowledge, during like the George Floyd and the BLM riots and everything. Whereas she gave, Trump such a hard time for pardoning the January 6th rioters and everything, when I see that as doing the same exact thing, as long as it fits your political views and everything. If it fits your political views, you'll get, recognition for letting them out. And
all right, buddy. You gotta go send $100 to Planned Parenthood. You claimed that Kamala Harris stated that the BLM riots were justified. The bail fund project that she posted about was called the Minnesota Freedom Fund. The Minnesota Freedom Fund, at least the point of the Minnesota Freedom Fund, was to specifically bail out protesters who were not arrested of violent crimes, but rather arrested because of police brutality. We do see that happen in protests. Not to mention that protests do exist with a given level of civil disobedience. If they want to demand change from the system, then they must engage in civil disobedience. But it wasn't basic civil disobedience that led to the BLM riots. What led to the BLM riots were people who hijacked civil disobedience in the name of self-gain by then breaking into stores to loot them or even set buildings and fires ablaze, including Proud Boys. So that is not equivalent to the statement that she was arguing that the BLM riots were justified, but rather equivalent to the statement that she supported a bail fund for nonviolent protesters who were engaging in civil disobedience.
But wouldn't you also say that telling people that they should donate so that they can bail them out is in a way supporting it?
No,
Because
considering
you-
the fact
if
that
she
the
would've said
specific
the same-
intention and purpose of the fund was not to support rioters, but protesters engaging in civil disobedience. Also, not to mention that helping to support somebody's bail is not saying that their crime was justified, is it doesn't let them off the hook for the crime. It is just a legal facet of due process in our criminal justice system.
Okay, that is a great point. But at the same time, had she have done the same thing and said, donate to this fund to let out January 6 protesters that were nonviolent, I do think that there would have been a lot more pushback for that. And that, I think that it is just,
Jesse, thank you so much
in
for
a
the
way, the
galaxy.
same thing.
Okay, well, I've already explained to you how in a way it's not the same thing. But if you do think it's the same thing, then you think that Donald Trump is guilty of the same crime. Because not only did he create a $1.7 billion slush fund to line the pockets of the J6 rioters, but he gave full and complete presidential pardons, including to the ones that tried to kill cops.
But was everybody at the January 6th riot, were they protesting peacefully, or, were some of them protesting peacefully, or however?
What you mean to ask, was everybody at the J6 riot like protesting violently, trying to kill cops? Not every single person at the J6 riots was protesting violently to try to kill cops, but every single person who did protest violently to try to kill cops was called a patriot and pardoned by Trump.
Okay, yeah. So I agree with you in that sense. Okay,
so which one? So what is worse? Supporting a bail fund for nonviolent protesters in Minneapolis, or directly giving full and complete presidential pardons to people who try to violently kill cops on the steps of our Capitol in the midst of an attempted insurrection?
To my knowledge,
Dude, thank you for the
wasn't there similar aspects to the BLM and George Floyd riots where
No, can you just answer
a
my
lot of
direct
them
question?
were
I'm gonna kick
attacking
you.
police?
I'm gonna kick you if you don't answer my direct question, please. What is worse, supporting a bail fund for nonviolent protesters engaging in civil disobedience, or giving full and complete presidential pardons to violent criminals who tried to kill cops in an attempted insurrection to overturn American elections? Which one is worse?
I would agree with the latter. Yeah, I would
Trump.
probably agree
So what
with the
Trump
latter.
did was worse. Okay, so you're telling us that you support Trump over Kamala Harris because of something that Donald Trump did to a worsened degree.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question, and in a way, would you be able to tell me, because do you agree with every single thing that Kamala Harris
But I'm
ever,
going to go
you know,
in the
did?
conversation here, Brody. I just think that you're way too far brainwashed. I don't think that you're like necessarily like speaking in a vulgar tone towards me or in a demeaning or a mean way towards me. But I just simply think that the things that you're saying are like super fucking brainwashed. The fact that we got you to acknowledge that you think that Donald Trump should be in jail for the rest of his life for rape, but then you would still prefer him to be president over Kamala Harris because she supported a bail fund for nonviolent
Yes, sir.
protesters. But you also acknowledge that Donald Trump did something worse than supporting a bail fund for nonviolent protesters, which was, of course, giving full and complete pardons to violent domestic terrorists, but then you still conclude that you would support him over her for that reason. Your mental faculties are unreliable, okay? They are not sufficiently developed to engage in productive discourse, and I really hope that you leave this conversation reconsidering your beliefs, okay?
I am reconsidering. I was actually going to ask you, in your personal opinion, how would, going forward, because I am very interested in changing my beliefs and everything, I just haven't really gotten a valid argument as to why I should support, them instead of Trump. I want to know, in your personal opinion, how would I go about supporting Kamala instead of Trump, and how I would,
Right.
go about changing my beliefs.
Brady, I've given you that valid argument, and I could give you many more over the course of this live stream.
Yeah,
so I'm going to give you one last piece of. I'm going to give you.
Trump's a piece of shit.
I'm going to give you
but I
one
haven't
last
gotten
piece
the
of.
reason on-
I'm going to give you one last piece of recommendation here. I just recommend tuning into the live streams. Okay, listening to what I have to say about the Democrats in comparison to the Republicans, listening to what I have to say about the progressives, because once again, your mental faculties are just, they're not reliable to have discourse with, and I'm kind of done with that conversation now, Brody. But I do hope that you do have a good rest of your day.
Yo, what's up,
Josh,
dude?
do you support Trump?
Absolutely. He's rich as fuck, dude.
Okay, was Jeffrey Epstein rich as fuck?
I mean, yeah, but he's.
Would you support
he's not
Jeffrey
a really great
Epstein?
guy. He was rich off of certain terms, but me
Would you support
personally,
Jeffrey
like,
Epstein?
Would I support him? No. Do I support
Okay,
his
so
money-making
you want to
methods?
support
Would I support his money-making methods? Absolutely, dude.
like the
Is there a
methods of
problem with
trafficking
that?
children to rich people?
Well, no, I don't support that method.
So okay,
But
so
I
what
support all his
method
other
did you
methods.
what method did you support?
Obviously he was in banking, right? He was a known investor, obviously, right? Dean, is there a
What did
problem with that?
what did he do in banking? Could you tell me?
I believe he started a startup. I don't know if you heard about it, Dean, but obviously I don't think you would because you
Josh,
don't
how
do
old are you?
research. What do you say?
How old are
19.
you?
February
What year were you
9th, 2007.
So why do you support Trump?
Because, like I said before, he's rich as fuck and he made a bunch of money, Dean. Is there a fucking problem with that?
So you believe in oligarchy?
An oligarchy? Shit, if it makes money, it makes money. Am I right? Give me some, Dean.
So does he make you
No.
money?
Does he make me money? Listen, about the insider trading stuff, sometimes, depending on who I network with, but
Depending
no.
on who you network with. We got fucking Andrew Tate Jr. down here, but instead of a Bugatti, you
Well,
got
he
an
beats
old
women,
ass
so not
gaming
really.
chair
Well, he beats
in your
women,
mom's
Dean.
basement.
He beats women, Dean. So no.
Oh, okay. So you wouldn't want to be an Andrew Tate Jr.
I mean,
do
I
you
wouldn't want to be.
What do you want?
Be an Andrew
Oh,
Tate
oh,
Jr.,
oh,
I
okay,
wouldn't- I
but you'd
wouldn't
be
wanna
okay with
like-
supporting Trump even though he rapes women.
What'd you say that? Can you repeat
I said,
that?
oh, but you'd be okay with supporting Trump even though he rapes women.
I don't support his other sides, but I support his money-making methods, Dean. Come on,
Okay,
lock
so
the fuck in, dude.
Okay, so his money-making methods are relevant to the presidency. How? Like the whole bankrupting a bunch of casinos and getting
Listen, Dean, if
$500
he
million
makes me
from his
money,
dad.
if he
so
makes me
so
money,
he does
he's the
make you
fucking
money.
goat.
Okay,
He's the
so
fucking
how
goat
does
if
how does he
makes
make
me
you money, Josh?
Obviously, like I said before, I networked with him, my father. He's based in Nantucket, right? He has a couple businesses in government.
You've networked with Trump.
Well, not him personally, but I've networked with some people in the government, Dean. Listen, if you do your fucking
Really?
research, maybe you would know
Who,
that,
Josh?
Dean.
Who, Josh?
Dean.
Who have you networked with, Josh?
We have an issue here, Dean. We have a fucking issue here.
Did you network with Mitch McConnell?
Do you
Did
know
get
who
one
my
of those
fucking
20-minute
father is,
phone
Dean?
calls?
Do you know who my fucking father is, Dean?
Yeah, failure of a father because he raised
Oh,
you.
you just made the worst mistake of your fucking life, Dean. You know
what
that?
are you gonna do?
You know
Call your
that?
lawyer?
You're
Call your
done.
lawyer? You're gonna call your lawyer, buddy? You're gonna call your lawyer?
Listen.
Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna call your lawyer?
Listen, Dean.
He's rage baiting. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American. Excuse me. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Everybody, I really appreciate that. Thank y'all so much for following the rules of the live. Holy cow. Holy cow. Let's go to get the next guest, Rowan, connected. Rowan, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
You.
Rowan, I think we're going to need to get some more energy, buddy. How old are you?
Oh, my fault. 18.
18. I'm 18, bro. Trust.
October 2007.
I'm 18, bro. Trust. I promise I'm 18.
Yo, I hate niggers. I hate niggers. I hate
You're
niggers.
banned, bro. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everyone. Let's see here. Let's see. Renee, thank you so much for the $24 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love and support. Kick them because of the echo. Renee, thank you so much for the $24 donation. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you so much for supporting what we do. Renee, you are the GOAT. Show some love to Renee down below. Renee with the 24 says, it's my day off. I'm sunbathing in my kiddie pool in 100-degree weather listening to Dean's live stream. I've hit my peak. Thank you, Dean. Dude, that honestly sounds fun as shit. I wish I had a backyard pool. Shout out to you, Renee. That sounds fun. Show some love to Renee down below. Welcome in, Mackenzie. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Alrighty. Here, I'm going to thank a couple people. While I do that, if you could please disconnect any external microphone or Bluetooth device from your phone, we'd be able to hear you a lot clearer. But just give me one moment to thank a couple people. Jamie, thank you for the $12 on PayPal, who says, I hope this is right PayPal. It sure is. I love your videos, Dean. Moving from the UK to Cali soon, so hope Trump gets out. Hell yeah. Well, I hope that you enjoyed the move, Jamie, and I hope that you enjoyed in Cali. I'd also like to move to Cali one of these days. Jesse, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Jesse with the $20 on PayPal says, I was a Trump supporter until my 15-year-old daughter Nevaeh showed me you. Thank you for speaking the truth. Jay Birds, PMA official. Jesse, you are a fucking patriot, and your daughter is amazing. Shout out to the two of y'all. Show some massive love to Jesse and Nevaeh down below. Like, that is genuinely so awesome. And then over on PayPal, thank you so much, Lauren with the $10, who says, how do I get notified of your lives without being a TikTok user? Are they announced on Discord? Sending you and Momo much love from New Orleans. They are announced on Instagram. I have an updates channel connected to my Instagram account, and if you turn the notifications on in that updates channel, you'll know every single time we go live. One more person to thank you before we pass that mic off to McKinley. Thank you so much, Ryan, for the $100 over on Super Chat. Holy fuck, Ryan. You were in here. Was it yesterday or the day before? And you also dropped a $100 donation. You are beyond fucking kind. I don't deserve a penny of that. Genuinely from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. I will never understand what causes people to be so damn kind. That is fucking insane, Ryan. Let's get 1,000 Ryan W's down below. Thank you. One last time from the bottom of my heart. Ryan with 100 says Trump is good because he makes a lot of money from Bootlicker Ultra 2026 on the mic. Yeah, I was embarrassed. And I'm pretty sure it was a troll though, my friend. Thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Jaden, for that galaxy. McKinley, how old are you?
I am 22.
Cool, just want to make sure that you're consistent. What year were you born in?
2004.
What month?
April.
Are you lying to us?
No.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because he made the Patriot Games. He's really good president.
He's really good president. I think that you are lying to us about your age. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Do you work a job?
Yes.
How many hours a week do you work?
30.
Okay. And that's full time?
Yeah.
Okay. 30 hours a week is not full time.
Well,
Yeah. Take care. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. We got Jax loading into the stream right now. Here we go, everybody. Thank you so much, Lars, for the money gun. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much for all that love for everybody who's tuning in. I appreciate y'all for being here. If you're on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. Make sure that you hit that little share button at the bottom right-hand corner. You hit that repost button. Let's get the live bumping so we could hopefully find our next Trump supporter to debate. Lars, thank you for another money gun. If you guys can't tell, I'm feeling really energetic today. I think I got some good sleep last night and a good breakfast this morning. Jax, do you support Trump?
We are Charlie.
All right, guys, we're going to go to get the next guest up here. Only up inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Everybody, we got Stormy loading in. Here we go. Woo! Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Really? What year were you born in?
What?
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, and what time is it?
I support neo-libertarian phalangism.
Okay, and you're banned. Alrighty, let's go to get the next guest connected. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, as well as the handles at the top of the phone screen right there. It's my name, Dean Withers. Without the E and Withers, really good way to ask a question or to get a message across. Freakster, what a name. Appreciate you for that love drop. Welcome in, Blu-ray Dude. Do you support Trump?
They always said that Trump.
All right, we got Buzz a Nut loading into the stream. What a weird name. Lars, thank you for all the support with the fireworks. They're awesome. Hey, what's up, Buzz? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, man. I support Trump a lot.
Yeah, how old are you, man?
18.
All right, man. And why do you support this freak?
Okay, I just don't actually support him, but
Okay,
I agree with your
you're gonna get
politics.
banned. Fallon, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. Helen with the $5 who says the networking guy sounded a lot like Phil. Maybe. I guess I didn't pick up on that. And then Jackson, thank you for the $1. Shout out to your friend Olivia. Alrighty, folks. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Freya, thank you for the $20 on Super Chat. Freya, you are awesome. Thank you. Who says, hey, Dean, just came up to ask for a shout out for my cat Lily, who passed away recently here in Europe. Your lives are quite late in the evening, so we'd spend most of the nights watching your streams together. Best of luck. Aw, dude, rip Lily. That's so sad, man. I have a cat of my own. Our family dog passed away a little bit ago. It sucks to lose a pet. My condolences, seriously. Yo, Becca, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please, Becca.
29.
And why do you support Trump, Becca?
Can you give me 1 second? I gotta get my cat out of the room.
Yeah, that's fine. Why do you need the cat out of the room? Worthy, thank you for the galaxy. Why does she need the cat out of the room? What's the cat doing? It's just chilling.
Sorry. He's just on my chair and he's like chewing my chair.
Okay.
Sorry. Probably just some pro-life views.
Okay. Oh, pro-life views. So, support Trump because anti-abortion. First question. Are abortions wrong for rape victims, Becca?
Are abortions wrong for rape victims?
Yeah.
Oh, you're just talking about exceptions. I would say no.
Okay, so you do hold exceptions. Perfect. So what's like the argument here? You vote for Trump because he shares your pro-life views. He like overturned Roe v. Wade. So you think he's going to like reduce abortions in America and that's a good thing?
I mean, that is a good thing. I'd say I have more of a moral argument.
Okay, yeah, because he actually didn't reduce the number of abortions in America. He increased them. Before we overturned Roe v. Wade, they were going down for 30 years straight. After he turned over Roe v. Wade, they started going up for the first time in 30 years. And any moral argument that you could give me to convince me that abortion is murder will only be more convincing that therefore Trump is a bad president because he caused more baby murder.
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, this is kind of a trend usually when you like outlaw something where people are going to do it. And then also, how many years has it been? Like, you kind of have to give more time than just...
We got to give more time, like until the 2028 election when a Democrat gets elected that reinstitutes those same protections. So they're just going to go up and then going to go back down once the next Democrats recodifies it? We can't really give it time because we know that the federal codifications are coming. Like, we're on track for blowout in 2028.
I mean, I don't really know about that. That's more talking about the legal implications. Versus,
Yeah,
like,
but the legal
moral.
implications
I mean, still, if
matter
somebody,
the most.
I mean, let's just say something.
When we're talking about policy and politics, we're talking about the legal implications.
Right, but I'm talking about, I mean, you kind of went away from it. It's more my moral stance.
Yeah, but your moral stance isn't why you'd support Trump. The reason why you'd support Trump is if Donald Trump has effectuated positive change that acts in accordance with your moral stance. And he is not. He has not effectuated positive change that acts in accordance with your moral stance. If anything, he's done the opposite.
I mean, that's your opinion of my stance, but I would disagree with that. I would say that just saying, hey, this is not okay, to me, that is positive. Versus
Okay,
just
so
saying,
you just support him because he agrees with you conceptually, not because he's implementing and effectuating positive material change.
I mean,
so in other words, you support Trump because you agree with him on something, not because he's doing something that you like.
Well, I mean, giving it to the states is technically something that he's doing that I like.
Oh, yeah, even if it causes more abortions. Yeah, I hate that.
I mean, I don't think it's causing. I don't know if you could actually give an argument that it's causing more abortions. I mean, I think if we look at trends and stats, that usually does happen.
I definitely could, but I guess we'll talk about the moral aspect. I hate the fact that it's at the states. I think that it should be protected by the federal government because I think that women and girls have a fundamental right to choose, and I think that it's an infringement on their right to bodily autonomy when we make it illegal due to the fact that there's no good reason to infringe on their bodily autonomy to make it illegal. We shouldn't ban abortion. Abortion's a good thing.
And why is it a good thing?
I guess morally permissible thing. Yeah, because I failed to identify any reason why we'd consider it to be wrong to kill a fetus.
I mean, would you like to just kind of explain that?
Yeah, I can't identify any reason why it would be wrong to kill the fetus. Therefore, I hold a position of amorality in concerning the action. Why do you think it's wrong to kill a fetus?
I mean, I think it's wrong to kill a fetus the same way. I mean, would you agree? Do you think it was morally wrong that Charlie Kirk was killed? I mean, would you classify that as morally murder or not?
Well, questions for me would not be relevant to you justifying your view that it is morally wrong to kill a fetus.
Okay, well, I mean, I can answer. I would say yes. The same reason why I think that was murder is the same reason I would. I mean,
okay, sure.
To me,
what's that reason? What's the reason why it's murder?
Well, I think it comes from like a moral intuition. I think the reason why we can all ethically see murder is wrong stems from a moral intuition, and it's because that we value human beings. I mean, I think you would agree to some extent.
Okay.
You just place.
If you just justify your view using first level justification by saying it's just it's intuitive to you that it's wrong. Well, I could just say I'm pro-choice because it's intuitive to me that it's not wrong to kill a fetus. Then all of a sudden we have two arguments that are just as valid and justified as one another.
Yeah, but we haven't given our reasons for that. I mean, there's more.
Well, I mean, I asked you for your reasons, and you said your intuition. Do you have any reasons outside of your intuition?
I mean, you can test my intuition.
Well, no, I'm asking you reasons that explain and justify your intuition.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that if we hold the same intuition, would you say not all killing of humans is murder?
Yeah,
would you agree with that?
I would say that
I do too.
It's not always murder to kill humans.
Yeah, exactly. So
then what's the reason why it is murder in the circumstance of abortion?
Well, I'm going to get to it.
Okay. Please get to it now because I've been asking you this question for a while now and I feel like I haven't really gotten a response.
Why it's wrong to kill humans is that we intuitively recognize their value.
Oh, okay. So you think that the fetus has value because it's a member of our species?
I don't think it's just a member of our species.
Okay. So then what makes it of value if it's not the fact that it's a human?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's at their identity as a human. I wouldn't necessarily, I mean, you call it what you want, human nature, but I think if we just ground it
as a human. So it's just them. Yeah. So what makes them valuable is the fact that they're a human being.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not just.
So do you hold to the universal principle that it's always wrong to kill human beings?
No.
Then why is it specifically wrong to kill a human being in this scenario of abortion?
Because it's unjustified.
That's a circular argument. Wrong is a synonym for unjustified. So when you say that it's wrong to kill the fetus because it's a human being, please, one moment, allow me to finish speaking. I asked you why it's wrong to kill the fetus, and you said because it's a human being. So then I said, okay, so you think it's always wrong to kill human beings, and then you said no. So then I asked you, well, what specifically makes it wrong in this scenario? And then you said, well, what makes it wrong in this scenario is the fact that it is wrong in this scenario. Well, that's a circular reasoning. Circular reasoning doesn't get us anywhere closer to truth. So I'll ask you the question again, and this time please respond without circular reasoning. So once again, you said that it's wrong wrong to kill the fetus because it's a human being. I then asked you, okay, so it's always wrong to kill human beings? And you said no. So then I asked you what makes it wrong to kill the human being in this scenario. Please give the reasons why.
In like abortion?
Yeah. Is it, do you want me to help you out here? Like a lot of pro-lifers will say because it's an innocent human being, and then they hold to the principle that it's always wrong to kill innocent human beings. Is that your argument? Like I'm trying to help you out here so we could actually push the dialogue forward.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that elective abortions are always wrong because it violates their inherent dignity of an unborn human without any justifiable reasons. So to me, like when you brought up the rape thing, you could classify that as a justified reason. When I was talking about intuition with murder, you know, if you murder someone because you didn't like the color of their shirt, that's an unjustified reason. It's because you're violating their inherent dignity.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what I mean by
would you
inherent
say
dignity?
inherent moral deservance is a synonym for inherent moral dignity, I'd assume. So you're saying that, because there's not reason to kill it, therefore it's wrong. So does this reduce down to the fetus being innocent?
Well, when you say there's not reason, what are you trying to say by that?
I'm just reflecting your last statement that it's wrong because it's unjust, or there's not justified reason to do the action.
Yeah, the unjustified reason. I mean,
well, isn't saying that it's wrong because there's no justification to engage in the reason also a circular line of reasoning? Because saying that there's no justification to engage in the action is just saying that the action is wrong, because that's what a wrong action is. So you're just saying, once again, it's wrong because it's wrong. You're just using different words to explain the fact that it's wrong.
yeah, I kind of get your point there. I'm just trying to use that to demonstrate like the unjustification and why do we hold something wrong, you know?
But I'm just still trying to determine why you even think that it has moral deservance in the first place.
Well, I said, okay, so why ultimately that a human they have moral value, inherent dignity?
Yeah, why do they have that?
Why do they have that? I just think they have. It's not a question of who gave it, it's just the fact that it is. That's just my belief.
Okay, well, I'm asking you, how do you know that they have moral deservance? Like, what trait do they possess that grants them moral deservance?
Yeah, so I don't think it's necessarily a trait. I think it's, when I say it's intrinsic to their nature, meaning it's not like a trait they get.
Their nature is a trait. So you'd say that the trait that grants that right would be the fact that they're a human with a human nature?
When I'm saying it's a trait, I'm meaning it's part of their existence, human existence, like.
Bro, I'm sorry. I'm about to kick you because you just can't give a fucking damn reason why this shit's wrong. Like, I'm sorry. This is so fucking annoying. It has literally been 10 minutes and you've been waffling.
I just don't think you can
We're
understand.
no closer. No, I don't think that you can understand. Because on one hand,
what do I not understand?
Yeah, the fact that I've been trying to ask you for the last 10 minutes if you value the fetus because it's a human, and then you say yes but no, but yes but no, but yes but no.
No, I've been saying
yes. So is it true
but
that you value the human because that you value the fetus because it's a human?
Yes.
Okay, so why do you think that being a human is particularly the trait that would make a person valuable?
And I already explained to you.
What's the explanation?
I think we intuitively recognize it, and it just is. There's nothing that gives us value. Yeah, it just is.
Okay, that's not an argument.
I mean,
could just say, listen, check this out. I could just say that some other trait, like the capacity to intellectualize or the prevalence of the mind that occurs at like 20 through 24 weeks, just is the trait that makes us valuable.
Yeah.
And then all this, so therefore being a human just isn't the trait that makes us valuable. So now we just seem to have the same amount of reason for our views.
Okay, so you're saying your reason is also just circular.
It just is. It just is. Yeah. The reason why I don't value the fetus is because it just isn't
valuable. I mean, that basically
can
is
you,
your argument.
Can you refute my reason?
Argument.
Can you refute my argument here? The reason why we should advocate for abortion to be legal is because the fetus isn't valuable for the reason it just isn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's what yours boils down to, let's be honest. I've heard your sentience argument. It really just boils down to, I just don't think it is.
Okay, well, that's not true. But go ahead and respond to my view, please. Would you say that would you say the argument, it's okay to kill fetuses because they just aren't valuable, is a valid argument?
The way that you explain it, yeah.
Okay, thanks for conceding to the pro-choice view.
That's not conceding, but
yeah, you just said that. You just said that I had a proper argument. Is it a true argument? Is it a valid argument? Is it a sound argument?
I really think it's not a sound argument.
Okay, and let me guess. The reason why you don't think it's a sound argument is because the argument is saying it just is okay to kill the fetus, and then your response to that argument is to say it just isn't okay to kill the fetus, right?
No, I just think that.
Oh, okay. So you have a better reason than it just is wrong to kill the fetus to refute the view I just gave. So then refute the view I just gave with better reason than just saying it just is wrong to kill the fetus.
I mean, do you want me to just lay out my argument to avoid confusion.
You already have laid out your argument. It reduces down to you saying it just is valuable. Here,
No,
listen,
but,
we're
like,
going to
I
take a
actually-
different route because I just don't think that you could keep up on abortion ethics. Would you ultimately say the reason
Oh
why
my
you are
gosh, dude,
concerned
come
with
on.
banning abortion is because you want to save as much innocent human life as
No,
possible?
I don't prescribe to just a utilitarian ethics. No, and I could use the
So
same
that's
kind of
not the
analogy
reason why you're
for you.
concerned with
Yeah.
a position?
No.
Okay, so then what is the reason why you're concerned with a position?
What do you mean? The reason I'm concerned? Can you dumb that down for me?
Why do you care about the pro-life view? Why is it of meaning to you
Because
to
I
ban
find
abortion?
all humans valuable, and I feel like arguments like yours dehumanize, devalue people just because they're in the womb. Because
No, actually, the reason why I don't give the fetus value is not because they're in the womb. It's just because I don't give fetuses value. That's my argument. They're not of value because they're not of value. There's my position, bro. And seemingly this position is irrefutable by yourself because that is your position, but opposite.
What I'm saying is they just have
What I'm
value.
saying is I'm going to move on to the next guest because you legitimately have a peanut brain. Like, Jesus Christ. Guys, just for everybody in the future, keep in mind that this is a debate live stream. If you are going to join this live stream to debate something, your argument has to be more complex than I believe it because I just do. like if your argument is you're wrong, Dean, because I just think that you're wrong, Dean, well, then there's no there's no allowance for progression in discourse or conversation surrounding like why you believe in what you do. Like, there's just no room for conversation at all. So I don't even know like why she would think that would be a good argument to make, Dean. I just believe it because I do. Okay, Dean, give a counter argument against my position that it's true fetuses matter because it is true that fetuses matter. Okay, let's use your brains here. Maya, do you support Trump? Scarlett, thank you so much for the greeting card. I really appreciate you for that love. Please do show some love to Scarlett down below in that comment section. Thank you. Over on Venmo.
Fucking jackass.
One moment. Sit down. Isabella, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, hey, Dean, me and my boyfriend love watching you. Thank you for everything that you do to help educate people. Well, thank you, Isabella, for the $10. I'm very, very grateful for you. Hey, little bro.
Yeah, fuck you, Dean. You're a fucking jackass, bro.
Thanks, man. What do you think, Isabella, for the $10 donation that she sent to me? How I'm like getting richer while you're like fuming? Isn't that cute? I like it a lot.
Nah, fuck you, bro. You're a fucking
Allison,
jackass.
thank you so much for another $20 donation on Venmo. Let's get 200 Allison W's down below. Allison with the $20 says, hey, Dean, another reason why abortion rates are likely increasing is due to the financial instability and lack of resources that so many Americans are facing today, so disincentivizing and having and raising kids. Well, Allison, I would say that that's true, but we happen to see a decline. Well, we continue to see a decline in the number of abortions, even during the Great Recession in the late 2000s. But we see an increase today, even though I'd say that the economy was destabilized to a higher extent then than now. So I think that could be an explaining reason, but I don't think it is the ultimate explaining reason. Thank you for the $20, Allison. Same thing to Danae. Thank you for the $10. Who says, keep on keeping on, MAGA Slayer. I appreciate you, Danae. And then Fallon with the $2. I appreciate you. Welcome in, Godly Men. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you, dude?
I'm 23.
Okay, and you're a godly man. Are you a Christian?
No, not at all. It's ironic name. Very not Christian.
Okay, a couple more people to thank on PayPal, then the mic of the floor will be yours. Huge shout out to Michael for the $5. Thank you so much, Michael. Blue Waterman, thank you for the $30 donation. Holy crap, thank you. Let's get 300 Blue Waterman W's, who says, watching from Europe and reminding myself why I don't live in the USA anymore. You're doing great, Dean. Keep it up. Well, thank you so much, and shout out to you, and I hope that you're doing okay with that, with the insane temperatures over there, Waterman. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Laura. Thank you for the $50 donation. Laura didn't even attach a message to her dono here. Just sent that love right on through. Laura, that is so much money. Thank you so much for supporting what we do. Show so much love to Laura down below. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to you, Laura. Then Pilar, thank you for the $7. She says, good to see that you're doing all right today. Hell yeah, Pilar. Thank you. And then Sarah, thank you for the $5. And Naomi, thank you for the $5. And over in Super Chat, Jay Loves with the $5 as well. Appreciate y'all. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support the worst president of your life, little bro. Godly Men.
Yeah.
It's time for you to shine. Why are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, just mainly gun rights.
Okay, so you don't like guns?
No, I like guns.
Oh, then you
Tell
want to
me why
support
you think Trump doesn't.
mainly because
what?
of gun rights.
Sorry?
Then you wouldn't support him mainly because of gun rights. In his first term, he passed an unconstitutional piece of legislation concerning gun bans, as well as what else did he do? Oh, yeah, he said that we should take away people's guns first and then give them due process second. And now in his second administration, he's justified executing citizens merely because they're in a possession of a firearm, which infringes on their Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, and 14th Amendment rights, as well as he gave a directive to the DOJ to try to find any and all ways to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens. That was such a large threat to the Second Amendment that even the NRA called it out and said that it was bullshit.
I actually didn't know any of this. I actually hate Trump, and I hate blacks. I hate Jews. I hate blacks.
All right, we're going to go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everyone. I would appreciate it so much if you would follow the rules of the live stream. Also, to everybody hanging out with us on TikTok, make sure that you are double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get those likes up to 4 million, folks. We are 400,000 away. Hit that little share button at the bottom right-hand corner of your phone screen and hit that repost button. That also really, really, really helps us out. Hell yeah. And yeah, let's go to get the next guest connected. Jordan, thank you for the Galaxy. And huge shout out to Rita and Madison for the $5 donos over on Venmo. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you. Alrighty here. We got Big Ron loading in. River, thank you for the $30 donation on PayPal, who says, been watching the lives for a while now. I like to listen while getting ready for work or getting ready to go out. I love what you do. So glad to see that you're doing good. Well, thank you, River. I hope that you enjoyed today's live stream. Hopefully we're able to get another debate going here for you, my friend. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, River. Show some love to the GOAT River down below. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Miss Margaret, this literally just came in. Thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. Margaret says, thank you from Margaret. Margaret, I got a special place in my heart for you. You've been sending that same donation every couple days for like the last year. Just know that I appreciate you. Know that I appreciate you. Genuinely, Margaret. You are awesome. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Here we go, folks. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? I'm just going to call you Cat. I don't know. Cat person? Okay, I'll take that as a no. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Echo loading up inside of the box. Ellie, thank you for the motorcycle. You're the goats. You're the goat. You're the goat. You're the goats. Hey, do you support Trump? You look a little bit freaky, bro. I'm going to kick you. You're freaking me out, bro. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Madison with $5 says, please shout out my cat, Mr. Boots. Shout out to Mr. Boots. What a cute name. I love that. Snooper, do you support Trump? Child, banned. Looking for adults, guys. Looking for adults that support Trump as president. That's who we're looking for. Quite frankly, that's who we're looking for. So true, so true, so true. This person's name is Bella K. They're probably a troll, but I mean, I guess we're going to see anyways. Same thing with Candace. Also probably a troll, but we're going to see anyways. All right, let's go to get the next guest. Alex connected. We got Candace and Alex loading into the live stream here, folks. Alex, do you support Trump?
Yes, I've been trying to get on your live for 5 fucking months.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 19. I was born in 2006, September 11th.
And you said that you've been trying to get on my live stream for 5 months?
But my old account got banned.
So now you're on this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Jeez. All right. Why do you support the worst president of your life, little bro?
Okay, I support him because of his immigration policy and because of what he's doing with Iran.
5 months of preparation, by the way. We should, dude, honestly, this should be like the most solid argument ever. Also,
okay,
did you, what year did you say that you were born in?
2006, but I was born in September, so I'm turning 20.
And you said that you're how old?
19.
You did say that you were 19.
Yeah, I'm turning 20 in September.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And what are your pronouns?
She, her.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think people in the chat were confused. They thought that you were a little boy. I believe you. Alrighty. So you said that you agree with his immigration reform? Yikes.
Yeah, his immigration and his policy with Iran.
Oh,
not his policy, sorry, with the war.
You agree with the war in Iran?
Yeah.
Why? We lost the war. We're now paying them $325 billion just to get us back to the same position that we were in before the war.
I agree with it because, I don't like Muslim people. I don't think Iran should exist, and I don't think like other Arab countries should have.
Are you a Christian?
No, I'm against religion.
Okay, so you just support like genociding Muslims because they're Muslims?
Yeah.
All right, bro. I guess 5-month wait for nothing. Let's go to get the next guest connected. I'll only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. We got Elena loading up inside of the queue. Thank you for the $10. A fiction avocado, who says, "Did you get more news about the guy from yesterday? Not that you owe us an answer. I just like hearing about predators getting arrested." I haven't touched back with TikTok on that. I'll do that either today during the stream or after the stream. As well as S. Thank you for the 50 Canadian dollars on Super Chat. Thank you so much, S. S with the 50 Canadian says, "Hey, Dean, I'm Catholic, and yes, I don't believe in abortion, but if the mother can't afford to support the kid, then I feel that either abortion or giving the kid to a family that can support them." I would argue that you do support abortion, and that's okay. You can be Catholic and legally be in support of abortion. I appreciate you for the 50 Canadian dollars. What's up, Elena? Do you support Trump? Elena.
To an extent.
To an extent. How old are you?
Oh no, it's glitching.
Oh, so sad.
I'm 19. I was born March 27th, 2007.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. No, that was my bad. I guess you are kind of glitching because you heard that like 30 seconds
Sorry.
after I said it. So you said that you still kind of do support him. You could stop apologizing. It's all good. It's all good. We're all good.
To an extent.
All right. Okay. All right. So if the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, would you vote for Trump?
I probably wouldn't vote for either of them. I
Okay,
feel like,
what-
okay, don't kick me off. I think it would do the exact same thing even if we voted for Kamala. I think they would do the same thing. I feel like they're
Oh.
not actually running the country. I think it's someone else.
Okay. Who's actually running the
Yeah.
country?
I think it's a shadow government. I think it's billionaires like Epstein.
Or like Trump?
I don't think he's doing anything. I think he's a puppet.
But you just said that billionaires are secretly running
for
the
real.
country. Trump is a billionaire.
I don't think he's one of them running the country.
Okay,
I
so
think
how do
he's
you
a puppet.
determine what billionaires are running the country and which billionaires are not running the country?
You know the 13 families, like the Rothschilds?
So
Like
saying
them.
the word Rothschilds is not an answer to the question.
No, I think it's really rich families like them because you know they own every bank. You know, there's only 7 countries that don't have banks run by the Rothschilds, and Iran is one of them.
So the Rothschilds, they're secretly controlling the country.
No, it's 13 families. I just gave you one of them.
Who are the other 12? And how do you know that these 13 families are running our country?
Nervous. I was just on the top of my head. I did research.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Yo, bro, low-key, I think that's some CIA propaganda, and let me tell you all why. It deflects accountability away from our government when our government does bad things by then blaming it on a shadow group of people who are not directly in the government. And it ultimately just makes it easier for our government to do bad things because then you don't blame our government and vote for better representatives who say they won't do those bad things. You just end up blaming some like shadow organization who like we can't control, who we can't know, who is inside of this shadow organization, who we can't interact with, that we can't vote for or vote against. I think it's like legit CIA propaganda. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream only. Hop inside of the queue if you are MAGA Terry. We got you loading up here. At least that's my view. CIA propaganda. Here we go. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Please and thank you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Lena, thank you for the $10 who says, Pastor Dean preaching to the MAGA dweebs again. Here's my
Hello,
weekly
my name is
tithe.
Dean Withers. And are you a MAGA supporter?
Killer job, my guy. Oh, I appreciate you for the $10, Lena. And I will tell you, Lena, I do love my job. I do love it. Indeed, I do love it. Amelia, thank you for the $10. Who says, I hate when people call Trump by his last name but won't give Harris the same respect simply because she's a woman. Well, she did brand herself as Kamala. That was her official campaign slogan. It was on the bus. It was on the plane. It was on all the merch. It was the name of the campaign. So I understand where you're coming from, but because she did decide to brand herself as Kamala Harris, or more specifically as Kamala for the election, I actually don't think that people are to blame for calling her Kamala. Jonathan, do you support Trump?
saying that a baby is a human is like saying that a caterpillar is a butterfly.
Do you mean a fetus?
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Oh my goodness. Miss.
I love you!
Have a good day, Dean.
Dude. Guys, come on now. Come on. It's a fucking... You're jump scaring me. Dude, don't jump scare me. It's fucked up, man. I got these in-ear monitors piping your voice straight into my fucking eardrums. Dude! Straight into the fucking eardrums, bro. Come on, man.
What's up, Big D?
Unknown CEO, do you support Trump?
Well, yes, I do, yes.
What time is it?
5:50 p.m. right now in Boston, Massachusetts. I swear I'm American. I swear on my cats, I'm American.
You swear on your cats,
American.
bro?
I love Coca-Cola. I love hamburgers. I love guns. And I love Israel.
Get out of here.
Very American.
Funny Russian man. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Everybody, we got 303 loaded up inside of that queue. Anissa! That is ANISSA. Thank you so much for the $45 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much,
after
Anissa.
that last debate with Brody, you don't know how bad I want to run my fingers through that sexy little wolf cut.
Love to Anissa in the comment section. Anissa, thank you for the $45. No, I mean that genuinely. I mean, Anissa, I do mean that genuinely. Anissa, listen, I just got cut off. I got interrupted. A little birdie was tweeting in my ear, one could say, while I was trying to thank you for the $45. Do show some love to Anissa in that comment section. I appreciate you. That is ANISSA. Anissa with the $45 says, thank you for everything that you do. I've been going through a rough time and your streams make my day so much better. Much love. Much love to you, Anissa. I'm so happy that the streams make your day better. In fact, sometimes they make my day better. But honestly, right now, they're kind of making my day a little bit worse. I don't know. Brayden, do you support Trump?
Hi. This is me on my boyfriend's account. My account wasn't working to join your life, but I do support Trump.
Okay, and how old are you?
19.
All right, he sounds good. What year are you born in?
2007.
Okay, cool. I believe you. Your boyfriend's most recent post is graduation. Alrighty, give me one moment here to thank a couple people, and then I'll pass the mic of the floor to you. Thank you, another Alyssa for the $15, who says thank you for educating people on the many reasons why Trump shouldn't be our president. Well, thanks for being here. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Alyssa. And Carrie Ann, thank you for the $5. Huge shout out to you, Carrie Ann. As well as, well, there goes the anxiety pin. D1, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, my name's Clayton too. Also, I'm hoping for that conversation you had with Chloe with all those allegations against the Big T to be made into a video. Ooh, I need to tell my editor to do that. I forgot about that. Then Denise, that is DENNISE. Thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Holy crap, Denise. Thank you so much. Denise with the 50 just says brilliance. Well, Denise, thank you. I appreciate you. That is very kind. All the love in the world to you. Show some love to Denise down below. Same thing to you, Michael. Thank you for the $5. Justin, thank you for the $5. Elle, thank you for the $10. Shout out to you. And then Maverick and Suvana, thank you guys for the $5. Listen, the floor is yours. Take it away. Tell us why you support this idiot.
Okay, I don't I'm starting to I'm sorry if you hear that screaming in the back. That's my brother. But I'm starting to less and less support him, but the main reason why I support him is on his immigration policies.
Okay, deporting all the immigrants and whatnot?
Yes, but
yeah.
I do not think he should be, the way he's doing it is not right.
And why should we deport all the immigrants and whatnot?
I think because, you know how if you were to go to...
Are you on Dean Withers Live? Dean, I love you! Ignore my liberal sister, I love you!
Keely, is this real?
Yeah.
Keely?
I'm shaking. Dean, I love you!
Hi.
I love your debates. I love you.
That is very kind of you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the kindness.
Okay, I'll let you guys debate. I love you.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, they're just they're excited. Okay, alrighty. Shout out to them. Whoa, that kind of threw me off though. Okay, alrighty. Okay, you got some cool family members. All right. Where do we leave off?
I was talking about the immigration.
Okay.
You know how like if you were to go to another country and try to live there, you have to get a visa and go through all the legal processes and whatnot.
Yeah. And that's because there should be legal processes to immigrate to a country, because we need to ensure that the people who are immigrating into a country aren't bad people. But guess what? Our legal processes are really bad. They cost $20,000 and take 10 to 20 years to become a citizen of this country. Because of that, a lot of people have come into the country with the use of undocumented means. So now we have a dilemma on our hand. Bad means of legal immigration that incentivize illegal immigration, and a bunch, 14 million undocumented immigrants in the country. I say the solution is only to deport the undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their record, and for everybody else, let them stay here. Just make them go through a vetting process to become legal immigrants while staying in the country, as well as we turn around and we expedite the legal means of entry. Why should we do this? It's better in respect to human rights. We're not going to be killing citizens and illegally deporting people to be tortured overseas. It's better in respect to the economy. We're not going to be losing $1.1 through $1.7 trillion worth of GDP growth per year. And we're not going to be losing over $100 billion worth of taxable revenue per year. And we're actually going to be gaining 1 to 2% an increase in wages for low-skilled labor groups on average per year, according to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. And it's better in respect to the social and moral fabric of this nation, because I think that it has caused a lot of people to be incentivized to turn around and lie to their constituents about the nature of undocumented immigrants, painting them as these violent, criminal, heinous beings, to then justify their exploitation and forceful removal from this country, when in all reality, they're less likely to commit crimes on American soil. And she's gone. Bruh, how long was she gone for? How long was I yapping for? How long was I yapping for, bro? I don't even know. Ugh. What's up, Maddie? Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean.
That's a child. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be here for debate, please, and thank you.
Oh my God, Dean! Oh my God! No way!
Don't leave me hanging like that, man. Especially when I'm talking about something that requires a lot of explanation. Admittedly, going into the nuances of like why I disagree with mass deportation, it does require some nuance. It does require some time being spent on talking about it. So don't leave me hanging like that, man. That's fucked up, dude. Trey, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Child, get the fuck out of here. Small little child. Small little baby. Small little baby. Abigail, thank you for the $15, and Venmo says, thank you for getting me through another crappy hospital stay in our crappy healthcare system. Oh, I hope the hospital stay went all right, Abby. Thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate you. Same thing to you, Madison with the $10 who says, Dean, do you think that Mitch McConnell's alive? I love you and I love your streams. Yeah, I think he probably is alive, but it's funny to like act as if he's dead. There's been some pretty funny memes born out of that for sure. As well as Callan and Norma. I appreciate y'all for the $5. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Oh my God, I kicked that guy because I thought that it was a troll, but I actually think that was just an old man. Feel free to hop back inside of the queue. I actually want to talk to you, old man. I do. I want to talk to you. I've just been so scorned and turned into a hater of accounts with profile pictures of like old guys, because 99 out of 100 times they're trolls, and I guess that was the 1 out of 100 times where it wasn't a troll. Mr. Old Man, please hop back inside of the queue. Trey Barry, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
The profile picture, is that Happy Gilmore?
Yeah, you know, like in the end of the movie where like
when they're like
wave.
waving to the sky.
Yeah, I was in the background. I thought it kind of looked cool, so I put it on. Do you like it?
I do. I actually do like it, Trey. Why do you support the worst president of your life?
I'm gonna say 2 words. All right. Donald Trump, JD Vance, must see in DC.
Okay, that's more than 2 words.
Okay, fine. Trump and Vance.
Do you know the question that I asked you? I mean, like,
you asked why I support Trump. Yeah, my fault. Let's go with. There's so many.
Like, not only was that more than 2 words, but it also wasn't a response to my question.
Yeah, I didn't think that one through, big dog. I'll say let's do abortion.
Okay, so you're pro-abortion?
Well, yes and no.
Okay, well, I'd assume that you'd be pro-abortion if you support Trump on abortion, because there's actually been more women
like
that have gotten
there's
abortions
like
because he overturned Roe v.
circumstances. Wait, did you ask me a question? Sorry, I was talking. But
oh, so you're like against you're against like abortions and elective circumstances, and that's why you support Trump, because he's also against those.
Yeah. Bingo.
Okay. Well, he's caused more of them.
He has.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. After turning over Roe v. Wade, abortion numbers in America went up for the first time in 30 years.
But I think that what I was gonna say is I think that his policy, like, I don't think you should be able to abort a baby, like, if it's not rape.
Okay. Well, more people are getting abortions because of him. Not to mention, more innocent human lives are dying because of him. Upwards of 3 million per year, according to the Lancet study on Trump's cuts to USAID expenditure. So not only are more women getting more abortions because of Trump, but there's also a significantly higher amount of innocent people dying because of Trump.
Well, that doesn't mean it's not wrong.
Yeah, thank you for the soundboard, Trey. But it does mean that it's not a good reason to support Trump.
You know, but I need to see a fact check on that. I don't believe you.
Fact check Guttmacher Institute for abortion numbers. Fact check the Lancet for the USAID figures. I got my sources on standby, little bro.
Can we see that, big man?
Whoa, what are you trying to see, Trey?
Yeah, that was weird. No, you made that weird.
Just you made that weird. The way that you said it, I don't know, Trey.
You made that weird. You made that
mean
weird.
Like the abortion numbers?
Oh, that was clever. I'll give you that one. 1 point, Dean.
Is that what you're referring to? Like the number of abortions? Yeah, sure, bro. You could see that. All right, this is the Guttmacher Institute. According to the Guttmacher Institute, the number of clinical abortions in America has been going down since the 90s. As soon as the Roe v. Wade being overturned was coming, because Trump made his nominees and announced that they were going to overturn Roe v. Wade. And then when they actually did pass the Dobbs decision, officially overturning Roe v. Wade, the numbers of abortion in America went up a lot.
Yo, what happened in the 90s?
Roe v. Wade happened. Well, I guess in the 70s, but the abortion numbers went up for a little bit, but then they started going back down because people had confident access.
Sorry.
Was that an accident, Trent?
Okay. Yeah, that one was genuinely an accident. But I have a question.
Confident access in their access to abortion.
Yeah. If he has these policies, then why is abortion going up? That makes no sense.
Yeah, sure, because women have less confidence and security in their pregnancies, because some women live in red states where they are not banning abortion from the moment of conception, but rather banning it at like 8 to 10 weeks. Trey, I'm going to go ahead and kick you, okay?
Okay, have a good one.
Yeah, you too, Trey. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Wesley loading up inside of the queue. Only hop inside of the box if you do happen to be MAGA and you are here for a debate. Here we go.
Hey,
do you support Trump, Wesley?
Dean. Yes, I do. Okay, Shush! Sorry, not you. I'm talking to my sisters. My sisters.
Okay. Be nice. Be nice to your sisters, bro. They're all you got.
All right. So, yeah, I do support Trump. I'm 18, March 25th, 08.
Okay, and you support this idiot. Why?
Just cause.
Just cause. Oh, fucking great, dude. Fucking fantastic. Just cause. You support the rapist just cause. Yeah. Good.
He's not a rapist, though. I mean,
that's what a court said.
What proves he's a rapist?
Oh, you know what? Another fantastic question / statement from Wesley. So the proof is the ruling of a court. This is the jury verdict form from a unanimous jury of 9 that upheld Donald Trump sexually abused or raped E. Jean Carroll by forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers. And then this ruling was corroborated by the 6-3 conservative-leaning Supreme Court last week.
Oh. Hello?
Yeah, hi. I'm waiting for a response, Wesley.
I have no response to that.
Okay. Good. I'm going to kick you just because of the babies in the background, plus apparently you're underage according to the chat. But hopefully that'll help you reconsider your support for Trump. Hey, if you're watching the live stream and you want to get a message across, ask me a question, or just generally support what we do because you're a fan of it, you could find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. The @'s also at the top of the phone screen of TikTok right there. Just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in the last name Withers. Do double check that spelling just because there's a bunch of fake scamming accounts out there. And it's also in the pin message over on the YouTube stream as well. Welcome in, Justin. Do you support Trump?
Yo, Nikki or Bear, which one?
We're talking about Trump, not horror movies. Let's go to get the next guest, Jordan, connected. Thank you, David, for the $10, who says, don't be sad for Lindsey Graham. She's looking up at us right now where he wants to be, where it's hot, sweaty, and full of men. Jeez. Yeah, listen, Lindsey Graham was a despicable piece of shit. I saw a clip of him on A Plastic Plant's Instagram saying that we should just nuke the Palestinians. Jordan, do you support Trump? Also, huge shout out to Serena for the $5, who says, have you seen the update on Mitch McConnell? AP released a photo of him. I've not seen the update. I'll have to take a look at that. Same thing to Norma. Thank you so much for the $15. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Norma. And then Melissa, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much for the $1 as well as for the Galaxy on TikTok. Haley, you're awesome. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please?
18.
Okay. What year were you born in, please?
2008.
Okay. What month, please?
January.
Okay. I'm going to thank a couple more people, and then Mike, the floor is yours. Thank you, Sally, for the $12, who says, Dean, I've been watching the lives for a few months now, and you've really encouraged me to get into politics and debating at school, especially abortion. Thank you for all that you do. Well, I'm so happy that we've encouraged you to get involved, Sally. That is what we want to do. That is, quite frankly, fantastic. Same thing to you, SJ. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Much love to you today, SJ, as per usual. Show some massive love to SJ down below. And Miss Veronica, thank you for the $30 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you. Listen, Veronica, I'm going to keep your message to myself. I bet you could assume why. We're just trying to ignore that if you're picking up what I'm putting down. But just know that I really appreciate you. Let's get 300. Veronica W, show some love to SJ. Show some love to Sally. Show some love to all the donors. I appreciate y'all. Go to take it away, Miss Hadley. How could you still support this terrible president after he's truly just destroyed our economy?
Well, I think, like, because of the fentanyl trafficking, like, all the stuff that he's cut.
Holy fucking shit, they caught a stray. For future reference, for everybody hanging out with us on TikTok, you actually can't say the name of any drug, such as she just did. It's a really weird TikTok rule. TikTok just, they don't allow you to talk about any drugs in any context because they think that you're always just promoting the use of them, so then they take you down. It's really fucked up. So that's why if you do want to mention a drug, you just have to like censor your language. Like specifically for the one that she said, you'd say F drug as an example of the way that you'd censor language. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Welcome in, D Sport Trump. All right, we got the next guest loading up right now. Everybody, we got JR tuning into the live stream. We got JR tuning in, quite frankly. Here we go. Anissa, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Says, doing great, Diva. Appreciate you, Anissa. Then same thing to Alicia, who says, I listen daily and I've learned a ton from you. Keep on fighting the good fight, man. Thank you for all that you do with the $20 as well. Well, thank you so much, Anisha and Alicia. I just, dude, I fucking love you guys so much. Like, how many of the people watching? No, let me ask an even better question. Y'all should estimate.
Computer oil this man up top.
Get out of here. Y'all should estimate in the chat how many streams y'all think that you've tuned into. Like, if this is like your first stream, for instance, put a 1. But if it's not, just give me like a good estimate. I actually kind of want to see the spread. Like, how many people is this like your first time seeing the stream? How many people have been watching for a while? That's actually a really good question that I'd love to ask you guys. Just to see what the general spread looks like. You know what I mean? What does that spread look like? While we're looking for the next Trump supporter, of course. I see a lot of 2s. I see a lot of 3s. A lot of like 10, 25, 50. Wow.
Hi, Dean.
Hey, do you support Trump, Faye?
No, and I am a minor, but...
Breaking all of our rules. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be back. And we got Dom Desart. Okay, so it looks like the general spread is that the people who are watching on YouTube have tuned into more streams than the people watching on average on TikTok, which is interesting.
Hello, dude.
Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump, Dom?
I'm scared. I didn't mean to hit the button, dude.
No worries, Dom. Medicare, I appreciate you so much for all those cool little gifts. Thank you. Let's get to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the box if you're here for debate. Come on, bro. Come on, guys. Golly God. Just looking for some debates. You support Trump, golly God?
I don't, but my dad is very MAGA, and he would really like to talk to you.
Yeah, throw him on. By the way, in the future...
Yes.
By the way, in the future, this goes for more so everybody else watching. When I hear you say I don't support Trump, I just automatically gonna kick you. And
I know.
I was like 3 picoseconds away from kicking you. So if you guys are with family members that would like to debate me, start off by like lying to me. Say that you do support Trump and then explain that you're up here to have me debate a family member. But I'm happy that I didn't kick you. Feel free to put him on.
I absolutely should have. I just wanted to say really quick, I love what you do. I watch you like every day. Okay, well, here he is.
Hello.
What up, man? So you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, yikes. He sucks, dude. Like, he's seriously the worst president of your life. I can't believe that you support him, but I'm willing to hear you out. Why do you still support Trump as president?
Well, not because he's the worst president of my life. He's the best president of my life.
Yeah, I'm laughing at you if you can't tell. Why is that?
Well, as president, look at the things he's done. He's supported America. He's improved our life. He fights for America. He supports free speech. He supports our Second Amendment rights. He's pro-life. Maybe not as pro-life as I would like him to be, but he fights for babies.
He fights for what?
Babies. Children in the womb.
Uh-huh.
Yes, he does. Do you know what the Trump accounts are?
Yeah.
You do? What are they?
$1,000 to every child born under the Trump administration, as long as you claim them. That goes in an investment account.
Right. And who gets to control that money?
I don't know. The parents or the child when they turn 18? One of the two?
Exactly. The parents and the family. It never goes under government rule. He is helping young Americans invest in them. Ouch. My Pat just jumped on me. Helping children become owners in America's most profitable businesses. Right? And by the time they're 18, there's a lot of benefits to the Trump account where they're going to help young Americans. And not just babies. Children under a certain age can get up to $250, and anybody as a child can open a Trump account. Parents, businesses, like your business will donate to your 401k, they can also donate to your child's Trump account. Up to $5,000 a year with compound interest. So that by the time a child is 18, they can have thousands of dollars that they can use for anything. They can purchase a house, start a business, pay for college. If they choose to continue investing throughout their life, one of the problems right now is I'm 60 years old, and I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to retire. There may not be any Social Security there for me when I do.
I know.
Why? Because the government took my money my entire life, and then they stole it, and they spent it on shit that doesn't help me. So that when it's my time to get mine, there won't be any there, or there may not be. But if I had access to a Trump account for my kids, I could have put up to $5,000 away for them. And if they continue investing their entire life, they might end up having hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time they're ready to retire. They wouldn't even need Social Security. It's a way that the government can't touch that money, right? Because it's not able to, unlike our Social Security.
So can I respond now?
Huh?
Can I respond now? Okay, your first point is that Donald Trump has supported America. That's not true. Every macroeconomic indicator is worse off today than it was a year and a half ago. America is suffering, and it's because of Trump. Your second claim was that he's improved our lives. Also not true. Kind of wraps back into the same reason that I just gave you. The average American is worse off today than they were a year and a half ago. Unemployment rate is higher, more layoffs, more bankruptcies, lower real median wage growth, higher prices, higher gas prices. Your third point was that he fights for America. I mean, that just kind of wraps back into the first response that I gave to the first 2 points. Your fourth point was that he supports free speech and supports the Second Amendment. He definitely doesn't support free speech. He literally said that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. He got Jimmy Kimmel canceled. He got Stephen Colbert canceled. He says that he wants to get The View canceled. He had the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, say that he was going to terminate the media licenses of media companies that don't report favorably over his war in Iran. And he got journalists at the Pentagon to agree to what has now been ruled an unconstitutional agreement to give the government oversight over what they report before they report it, which was literally state-run media. So definitely not pro free speech. Your second point about 2A, also wrong. In his first term, A, he passed unconstitutional gun reform. B, he said we should take people's guns first and then give them due process second. C, in his second term, he said that we should try to find any and all ways to take guns away from law-abiding trans-American citizens. So anti-2A that even the NRA called it bullshit. And D, he also said that Alex Preddy's execution was justified merely because Alex Preddy was in possession of a firearm, which is also in violation of not just your second, but also your 4th and 14th Amendment rights. So that whole claim is false.
Well, first of all,
see, you're going like whoa, 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 while I'm refuting every point that you gave, but I didn't go whoa, 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 whoa when you were making the points in the first place. Should I get through the rest of them?
Well, but you're like saying a lot of half-truths right now.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to just get into Alex Preddy, do you own a gun?
Yeah.
Do you actively seek to assault or interfere with police officers in the commission of their job while you're armed?
I don't do it when I'm not armed.
Would any normal law-abiding citizen who has an ounce of common sense, if they're armed and they see an altercation like this on the street, what is the first thing you should do? You should remove yourself from the situation. Alex Preddy isn't the first time when he engaged with those police officers when he ended up getting killed. It wasn't the first time he had interfered with police officers doing their job.
I actually don't condemn Alex Preddy for what he did by quote-unquote interfering with the cops because he was protecting and defending a woman. Okay? Right? Second of all, it doesn't matter that he was in possession of a firearm. Merely being in possession of a gun doesn't authorize an LEO to literally shoot and kill you. That's been adjudicated very clearly in Tennessee v. Gardner, as well as Connor v. Johnson. Maybe I think I messed that one up.
But the thing is, you don't go interfering with law enforcement officers.
You could call his action dumb, but you can't call it warranting of the death penalty per current U.S. law. Meaning you have to call his executioners murderers.
You also understand that when police are engaged in what is potentially life-threatening situations, cops' jobs just are inherently
Courts have ruled that a person merely being in possession of a firearm is not a life-endangering altercation.
That's true. And many people who are in possession of firearms are arrested without losing their life.
Yeah. Do you know what the legal standard is that justifies and authorizes an LEO to shoot and kill somebody? Do you know what it is?
I mean,
no. I could just tell you. The legal standard is that they have to be an imminent threat to severe bodily harm or death of somebody within their immediate vicinity. So what was the imminent threat?
Well, you know what? I didn't watch everything there was about Alex Preddy or Renee Good. I mean, I hear a lot of things. I didn't see every little thing. And then we're going back a while. I don't remember it all.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you can't articulate the imminent threat, then you can't justify the shooting. Would you like to move on to your next point, which was pro-life? I'd like to talk to you about that.
Well, hang on a sec. But the imminent threat is you have a man who doesn't belong interfering with police officers who was asked to leave and didn't. He did not follow lawful commands. He was armed, and didn't he get into a physical altercation with them?
No, they threw him on the ground.
When the gun came into play, was it like kicked along the ground and then a cop just pulled out a gun and shot him because the gun was on the ground?
No, actually, a cop went up to his waistband, took his gun from him, walked away, and then another cop pulled out his gun and shot him in the back 12 times when he was unarmed.
12 times? I got to look that one up. I didn't hear that.
Yeah?
No. Yeah, you don't get... Well, if that's the case, then yeah, the cops had definitely killed a man when they shouldn't have.
Yeah, I will say, the Trump administration turned around and said that it was justified.
Well, I don't know what the Trump administration said on that, but I haven't seen the whole case. Are they litigating it?
Nope, because the Trump administration is preventing litigation. They won't even allow local prosecutors access to the evidence, and they're telling the federal DOJ to not investigate it. That actually caused 4 civil rights lawyers that worked for the DOJ to quit working for the DOJ because they were blocking investigation on the federal and the state level.
Yeah, they shouldn't block investigations. Any killing like that should be investigated. I'm for that.
Right. That's a huge critique of the Trump administration.
Like I said, I don't know all the details. I know we got into a fight with the cops. The gun was found. You know what? But I'm a truck driver. I listen to podcasts and stuff while I'm driving. I don't always get time to watch videos or see everything. Plus, I have to pay.
That's why I run those live streams, my friend. I want to move on to the next point. You said pro-life, and then you said that you're very pro-life. Do you think that abortion should be banned for rape victims?
Actually, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I want to talk to you about that.
All right.
If you needed my kidney to live, do you think that the government should be able to force me to give you my kidney against my will?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So the government shouldn't be able to force me to provide another person my bodily resources against my will. So then why should they be able to force rape victims to provide their bodily resources to fetuses against their will?
Well, let's put it this way. You could... Well, first of all, a kidney is different than a human life.
That's not what's being compared. The kidney's not being compared to the fetus. You're being compared to the fetus. The kidney's being compared to the bodily resources that the mother gives the fetus to keep it alive.
Right. What is the very beginning stages of human life?
Are you asking me for like the technical, like scientific?
Well, when do you believe life begins?
What a blastocyst is? What a zygote is? It begins at the moment of conception.
Right. The moment of conception is what I believe is when life begins. Right.
Yeah, true that.
Now that little baby life in that woman's womb, right?
Yeah.
And our Declaration of Independence says every man is entitled to the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
I mean, technical correction because it says a person. Typically, people are born.
Life just because she was raped.
What I'm trying to tell you is that the rape victim should not have an obligation to provide her bodily resources against her will to the fetus to keep it alive. She should be well within her right to revoke access to the progesterone being supplied through the umbilical cord and the domicile in the uterus, the same way that you said I should be well within my right to deny you access to my kidney, even if you needed my kidney to live. Let me slow it down and let me break down the hypothetical.
First of all, I'll never need a kidney to live. That's one of the things we have dialysis for.
But second of all, it's a hypothetical that if you needed a kidney to live, and not just any kidney, but my kidney to live, I still shouldn't be forced to give it to you, even though you need those resources to sustain your own life. But then you argue because the fetus needs the resources from the pregnant woman that was raped to sustain the fetus's life, that all of a sudden that rape victim has an obligation to provide those resources to the fetus. Let me make it more clear this way. If you needed a rape victim's bodily resources to live, should the rape victim be forced to give them to you?
No.
So they shouldn't be forced to give them to you, but they should be forced to give them to the fetus. Why? What's the difference between you and the fetus that in one scenario says they should be forced to give them to the fetus, but they should not be forced to give them to you?
I already have my own body, my own life. That fetus hasn't even had a chance at life yet. The beginning of life is an egg is fertilized by sperm. That baby whose life will be lost, right, by taking its life. You can kill that baby. That's murder.
You're just not understanding the nature of the argument I'm making. Like, can you repeat? How about this? Can you please repeat the argument that I made to you back to me? Can you repeat the argument I made to you back to me, just so I could like ensure that like we're on the same page?
You're trying to tell me that because one person needs the resources of another person's body, they shouldn't be forced to give it up. That person shouldn't be forced against their will to give up that resource of their body to somebody else.
Yeah, and then you agreed that logic is sound if the person who needed the resources was you, but that logic is not sound if the thing that needed the resources was a fetus. So what's the difference, bro?
Well, the difference is that that baby is hers. It's her baby. I can't imagine.
She was raped and impregnated. She didn't consent to sex. What do you mean, her baby?
So you don't consent. It's in her body. It doesn't matter whether she was
in her body.
The child develops in a woman's body.
Okay, so you're saying that because the fetus is in her body, then she has to keep it alive. But because you're not in her body, she doesn't have to keep it alive. So basically what you're telling us here is that the location matters.
No.
Well, we could use this same logic to actually justify abortion.
I'm not saying
the way that
matters.
You just said that the location was the relevant difference insofar as why she has to give her bodily resources to sustain the other life. You said the reason why she shouldn't be forced to keep you alive, but she should be forced to keep the fetus alive is because the fetus is in her body and you're not in her body. That's saying that location matters.
How do humans reproduce? Right?
How does reproduction occur?
Right, right. The way human reproduce is a man and women have sex. It doesn't matter if it's consensual or not.
I think it kind of does matter if it's consensual.
No, it kind of doesn't. Whether the woman agrees to it or not, if sex occurs and you don't have to have sex to get pregnant, correct? We know what artificial insemination is.
Yeah, we should be able to agree that it does matter if it's consensual. We should be able to agree there.
Right, right. Well, I'm not saying that rape is good. Obviously not. I think rape is horrible. You should never physically assault another person, let alone take sexual advantage of a woman. Right? And it's not the case. I'm just saying, regardless of the act, the way it happens is when sperm and an egg come together, they get fertilized, and a baby is born. It's human reproduction.
Okay, so what about the process of human reproduction explains why you think rape victims have to give their bodily resources to the fetus to keep them alive?
Well, let's put it this way. Until Margaret Sanger invented abortion, there was nothing a woman could do to prevent it.
That's not true.
So Genghis Khan roamed through Asia and Europe and impregnating. He raped
the claim that you just made was false.
200 people still have his DNA today, right? Not one of those women tried to terminate their children. They carried them to fruition, and they had babies and went on to live and be happy human beings. I know 2 people who are the product of rape. And you know what they both said? Man, am I glad my mom never had an abortion. Why should those people have been aborted just because they were raped? Their mothers were raped. When I asked both of them, I said, well, why didn't your mom have an abortion? She said, well, I took the opportunity to have something so bad give me something so good. They both saw those children as blessings and an opportunity to make the most horrible thing that happened to them in their life turn to something positive and good.
Yeah, I don't think that pregnancy and childbirth would ever be a positive, good thing to a raped 9-year-old. Just saying.
See, I'm just saying that too many people today don't care about life. It's too easy to terminate. It's too easy to not think of that baby in your womb as a human living being. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to be pregnant, so I'll just have an abortion. There are many women, and this is my biggest problem with abortion. First of all, rape. And if you want to have the discussion about rape victims, I'm okay with having a conversation and saying that maybe there's a certain amount of time when a woman could have an abortion up to a certain point if she was raped. And after a certain point, you can't. But let's face it, the vast majority of abortions are birth control. They're not because of rape or medical necessity.
Yeah.
All right. I'm in favor of saving a woman's life. If she feels that she needs to terminate and her doctor says it's dangerous for her to have the pregnancy, she can't carry it to term. Yes, you terminate that pregnancy, because if the mom dies, the baby's not going to live anyway. You know, so that's a whole different discussion.
Yeah. Can I speak now? You've been speaking for a while.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Everything that you just said was either a straw man of my position or just fucking gross and wrong. Like the first thing that you said was, well, in history, this guy raped a bunch of women and none of them got abortions. So maybe this tells us that it's wrong when you're raped as a woman and you do get an abortion. Okay. Well, all throughout history, a lot of guys raped a bunch of children and married them, and those kids never tried to divorce them. Oh, so then maybe it's wrong if a child were to attempt to escape child marriage with a rapist adult. I don't think that appealing to history, or at least what you think you know about history, will ever justify what you think is right or wrong. Now, the second thing, one moment, the second thing that I'll say here is then you went on to appeal to people that you know. And you said, well, these people that you know were raped or impregnated, kept the pregnancy, and then you know the product of that rape today. And you said, Dean, are you telling me that they shouldn't be here today because they're really happy to live? You know, if I chose to donate one of my organs to somebody that needs it to live, that person would then go on to live a very happy, very flourished life. Maybe after I gave them one of my organs to save their life, they got a wife, they had kids, they started working as a pastor at a local church, and they saved a bunch of lives by donating money to, build a food bank for the homeless and needy. And they'd reflect on the last 10 years of their life since I donated them a kidney, and they'd say, thank you for donating me that kidney. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have my family, I wouldn't have my job, and I wouldn't be fulfilled in helping the needy and the poor. Does this mean that I would have been doing something bad if I never chose to donate them that kidney in the first place? Yes or no?
No, you wouldn't have done something bad.
Even though they went on to live a super happy life and were so grateful that I chose to donate them the kidney.
Right.
My point. So when you point towards children, children that grew up and they were produced by rape, and you say, well, look at them, they're happy that they deserve to die. I'm saying that their mother should have had a choice to terminate their life when they were a fetus, the same way I should have a choice to not donate you my kidney today. And then the last thing that you said that I have to respond to is that, well, I think that people really devalue human life. We don't acknowledge it as human life. That is a straw man of my argument. When I say that rape victims should be able to access abortion, it is no more or less than the very simple fact that they do not have an obligation to keep that fetus alive. They do not have an obligation to provide their bodily resources to that fetus to keep it alive.
So they do
and
have
in
a
fact,
right to kill it.
I want you to tell me the difference between these two scenarios. Do you know who Max Irby is?
Do I know who is?
Max Irby.
Don't think I've ever heard of him.
He's a 14-year-old that needs a stem cell transplant, and he needs it badly. But a stem cell type is very rare. His dad set up a fundraiser where they're collecting DNA samples from random people to try to find him a match for a donation. They've collected 40 million DNA samples. They've not found a single match. Meaning that if there's a match for Max Irby alive to save his life, there's probably only one. Here's the hypothetical. The government finds out that you are the only match for Max Irby's stem cell type, and they kidnap you in the middle of the night, and you wake up connected to Max Irby by this IV cord that is slowly and gradually giving him some of your stem cells. And if you stay connected to him for 9 months against your will, he will come out of the other end of that process very alive and very happy that he is alive. The question is, in this hypothetical, would you be doing anything wrong if you were to protest your own kidnapping, stand up, disconnect that IV cord from Max, causing him to die, and going back to your day-to-day life? Yes or no, would you be doing anything wrong?
Well, I'd like to wonder if, would I need to be kidnapped? Why wouldn't I have at least been given a choice? See,
for the same reason that rape victims weren't given a choice. Because the analogy and comparison is to rape victims. I want you to directly answer my question. If you were kidnapped, if you were connected to Max Irby, they tell you that for 9 months you have to stay connected or he's going to die, and you protest that kidnapping. You say, you can't tell me what to do. I stand up, disconnect that cord from myself. It kills Max Irby, and I leave that room. Did I do anything wrong? My intuitions tell me that I didn't.
Well, no, I see, if it's already too late, if I'm hooked up to the machine and I have to help him and that would help him stay alive, I'm not the type of person, even if I were kidnapped and I was already in process, I probably wouldn't stop the process.
Well, the question is,
I may not enjoy the way it came about.
Should you be legally required to stay? Do you think that you should maintain the legal right to leave?
Well, let's put it this way. How would I be able to leave if I were kidnapped and held against my will? I'd be strapped to a table. There's no way I could stand up.
Oh, no. When you wake up, you're just sitting in a chair and you already have the IV cord connected to you. You could disconnect that IV cord and leave, but it just kills Max. Should you maintain the legal right to leave?
So you're telling me they're going to go through the trouble of kidnapping me and hooking me up to the illegal procedure, but then they won't restrain me so that I could just disconnect it and walk away?
Yep. Do you think that you should maintain the legal right to disconnect and walk away? Do you think that you should maintain the legal right to get up and walk away?
I would have the legal right to get up and walk away, but
do you think that
you should do it? No.
Do you think that you should have the legal right to walk away? That you should have that legal right, even if you wouldn't personally do it?
I had the legal right not to be abducted in the begin with.
Okay, the same way women have the legal right not to be raped to begin with. So in this hypothetical, you should have the legal right to disconnect from Max and walk away, right?
What we do and the way we respond when these
could you just answer the question? Should you maintain the legal right to disconnect from Max and walk away, even if it kills Max?
I do maintain the legal right to disconnect and walk away.
But I'm not asking you if you do maintain the right. I'm asking if you should maintain the right.
It's apples and oranges. It doesn't make sense. If I'm telling you that I do maintain it, then I obviously should.
Oh, okay, perfect. As long as you think that we should maintain the legal right. Now here's the final argument. There's no difference between that and a rape victim accessing abortion. In the same way that in the analogy, you were hypothetically kidnapped and connected to Max Irby against his will. Rape victims are raped and then connected to the fetus against their will. In the same way that you have to stay connected to Max against your will to save his life, rape victims have to, quote unquote, stay connected to the fetus grin in their uterus to save the life of the fetus. In the same way that you technically have the ability to disconnect from Max and leave that room even if he dies, rape victims have the ability to disconnect from the fetus that kills the fetus by taking the abortion pill. In the same way that you think that they should maintain that legal right to disconnect from Max even if it kills Max, do you in the real world think that rape victims should maintain the legal right to, quote unquote, disconnect from the fetus and walk away even if it kills the fetus? Yes or no?
No.
What's the difference?
You can't just disconnect a tube from a fetus. Max is a living, breathing individual who's already had a life.
That's basically what it does with the abortion
bill. The fetus is in the very beginning stages of its life.
Okay, so if Max was a newborn,
it has no choice to be there.
Okay, Max didn't have a choice to be there either. The government kidnapped him too.
Wow, this government's doing an awful lot. But my point
is what's the difference between these two scenarios? Because you said that you can't just, quote unquote, disconnect from a fetus. That's what the abortion pill does. It stops the supply of progesterone through... No, listen to me, old man. It stops the supply of progesterone through the umbilical cord to the fetus, then causing the fetus to die from starvation because it lacks the resources that it needs to stay alive.
Right.
So what is the relevant difference between the rape victim?
Not murder? If I stop
for the same
you
reason,
from having the resources to stay alive, are you not just getting murdered?
For the same reason, you said that you should.
How does the murder
I will
of an
happily
innocent
explain
baby,
this to you.
how
It's
does
not
the
murder for the
hang
same
on.
reason why it's not murder to disconnect from Max Irby in the hypothetical, and for the same reason why you think if you were put into that position in the first place, you should be able to stand up and walk away, killing Max Irby. It's the same thing. You said, oh, how is it not murder to deny the fetus the things it needs to live? Oh, how is it not murder to deny Max the things that Max needs to live? Because you think that you should maintain the legal right to stand up and walk away. What's the difference?
A problem after he was born. He has a medical condition, right? If Max was a live, healthy human being, he would never need those stem cells. If I was a live, healthy being who needed a kidney to live and you only had it, right? If I never developed that problem, this would never be an issue. However,
the first point that I'll make here is this is completely irrelevant. And B, we could account for this by just saying, what if Max was born with this stem cell problem?
Maybe he was. I don't know. But here's my point.
If he was born with a stem cell problem, do you still think that you should maintain the legal right to stand up and walk away?
Was he?
I'm saying if he was.
I didn't even know about Max until you told me.
I'm saying if he was born with a stem cell problem, do you think that you should be able to stand up and walk away?
Let me ask you this. Yeah, I know you don't like it when I change the point. I've answered the question already. I told you I don't think you should walk. I wouldn't walk away. But yes, I believe you have the right to walk away from something you're being forced
So this is like saying that if you were raped and impregnated, you personally want to get an abortion, but you do think that rape victims should maintain the legal right to get an abortion.
I'm saying that I'm willing to have the conversation where rape is involved, but there should be a limit.
So you do think that rape victims should maintain the legal right to access abortion, right?
I'm willing to take. I don't want to see any child aborted. Any viable living.
I just want a yes or no. Should they maintain the legal right to access abortion the same way in the hypothetical you should maintain the legal right to disconnect from Max Irby?
You know what? I'm not certain. I don't believe that the murder of an innocent child in a mother's womb can ever negate the rape, which is in
the hypothetical. Are you murdering Max Irby by disconnecting to him?
I don't know Max Irby. I'm not talking about a man who needs
in the hypothetical, are you murdering Max Irby by disconnecting to him? Just answer the question. In the hypothetical, are you murdering Max Irby by disconnecting from him?
If I were illegally connected to him and I had the right to leave, but if I were informed that by my doing so it would end his life, I would not do it.
That's not what I asked you. If you did do it, would it be murder?
Everything I could personally to save
the question
his
is,
life.
if you did do it, would it be murder?
You know what? I would feel like I murdered him.
Okay, I didn't ask you if you feel like you murdered him. I asked you if you did do it, would it actually be murder?
I don't know. I would be. at that point, I would be the cause of his death, wouldn't I?
Okay. So check this out. How do you not know if it's murder when it's Max Irby, even though you are denying Max Irby the things he needs to stay alive, causing his death? But you do know when it's a fetus because you're denying the fetus are things that he needs to sustain its life.
I think I would be murdering him.
So you think that murder should be legal? Because you said that you should legally be able to do that.
I should legally be able. I should legally.
So you think that murder should be legal
to begin with?
The same way legally women should never be raped in the first place to begin with. But that's not the question. Now,
why
is it?
Why don't you work on never having another woman ever raped again?
How about we do both at the same time?
I would love that no woman ever.
So just to clarify, because in the hypothetical, you think it'd be murder if you disconnected from Max Irby, and you think you should be legally able to disconnect from Max Irby. You think sometimes murder should be legal?
No.
And it's either true that you don't think it's murder to disconnect from Max, or it's true that you should not be able to maintain the legal right to disconnect from Max. Which one is it?
I would feel like I would be murdering him at that point, because if I were to disconnect, even if I were hooked up to Max illegally. Oh my God, I know.
You're just not answering the question. The question is, because you said that it would be murder to disconnect from Max Irby, and then you said murder should always be illegal.
You're trying to pin me down
Does this mean that you think it should be illegal and you should not maintain the legal right to disconnect from Max Irby?
I told you I feel like I would be killing him, which would be murder if I were to.
Sorry, man. You're just not answering the questions. When you tell me that you support Trump as it relates to abortion, like I just don't think that like we could have that conversation about abortion because you just are refusing to answer the questions. It's like fucking ridiculous. I wish that people could be smarter. I genuinely wish that you could be smart enough to engage in an intellectual conversation about your beliefs so they could possibly change.
Well, first of
ultimately,
all,
when you tell me that you support Trump because he's pro-life,
of...
are you saying that you ultimately just think that Donald Trump is going to save as much innocent human life as possible?
Answer one question for me here.
Yeah.
Is the murder of an innocent baby in its mother's womb in any way help to right the wrong of a woman who was raped?
I reject the pre-assumption that abortion is murder.
I know, and I reject the pre-assumption that I would be murdering Max Zuby by disconnecting or even maintaining the right to disconnect.
Perfect. So would it be murder by disconnecting from Max, but it is murder by disconnecting from the fetus? Well, why? What's the difference?
The fetus has no say. It never had a life. It's the
Max
beginning
didn't have a say either.
Max has a life. Max has lived a life. How old is Max?
Let's assume that he's a newborn.
Well, why are we assuming?
Because it seems like you're telling me that the age of the fetus matters when I'd say otherwise.
Why do throughout the human race reproduces?
Yeah, dude, just not smart enough. I'll let you make one last point on this, and I have a question for you. It's still about abortion, but I'm just like, I'm going to get us out of the weeds because this is insufferable for me.
I know, I'm starting to frustrate you.
So ultimately, the reason why you support Trump in consideration of the fact that he's pro-life is because you think he's going to save the most innocent human life possible, right?
I support Trump for many more reasons other than...
But as it relates to the reason about him being pro-life, you are saying that you support him on the issue of being pro-life because he's saving the most innocent human life possible, correct?
He is attempting to. He's the most pro-life president we've had in decades.
Yeah, so hypothetically, if Kamala Harris would have saved more innocent human life than... Hypothetically, if Kamala Harris would have saved more innocent human life than Trump, would you argue in retrospect that you should have voted for her?
If what would?
If Kamala Harris would have saved dramatically more innocent human life than Trump.
I'm not trying to piss you off. I'm not easy to hear. I have trouble hearing. If what?
If it was true that Harris would have saved more innocent human life than Trump, like dramatically more innocent human life than Trump, would you say that you should have voted for her?
Well, what pro-life policies did Kamala Harris profess?
Well, I'm just saying hypothetically. If she would have saved more innocent human life, even in consideration of fetuses. Just please answer the question, dude. Please answer the question, man. If hypothetically, she would have...
Then the answer is no. I would not have voted for her simply, not just... I'm not a one-issue person.
Okay.
The mere fact that she would have saved more women from having abortions for babies that manner, just even if it was significantly more than Trump, that would not have been enough for me to vote for Kamala Harris.
Why?
Why? Because I don't... Well, first of all, she didn't really put forth any kind of a political plan. I mean,
that's not true. She had healthcare policy. Trump didn't. She had economic policy. Trump's economic policy was up in the air. Not to mention that Trump is a pretty bad guy. Sexual predators probably shouldn't be president, right, friend?
Well, I would say maybe not. But what about Bill Clinton? Did he ever?
Fucking no scope, 360 no scope. Got to make it easy, because I don't think that they could keep up on the more complicated subjects. You just said that sexual predators shouldn't be president. Do you accept that if Donald Trump was a sexual predator, that you would not support him as president? What's that?
Well, if I find out that he actually did some of the things he was accused of, yeah, probably. I've heard some bad things about him.
To do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So you just said if you found out that Donald Trump actually did some of the things that he's been accused of, aka if Trump was a sexual predator, you would not support him as president. So I just played you an audio clip of Trump admitting to being a sexual predator because he admitted to barging into the dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants, while on screen I'm showing you the jury verdict form from a unanimous jury of 9 that proved Donald Trump had raped a woman. And you asked me where he admitted to that. He admitted to that on the Howard Stern show.
Why did George Stephanopoulos end up getting sued for accusing him of rape?
George Stephanopoulos was not found guilty of defamation. In fact, George Stephanopoulos settled outside of court because George Stephanopoulos is a spineless, cowardice clown that didn't want to go to discovery. Other courts have upheld that Donald Trump cannot sue people for calling him a rapist, like the countersuit against E. Jean Carroll after E. Jean Carroll called him a rapist on live TV.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, the audio clip you played was from the Howard Stern show. A shock jock who gets people to say outrageous things.
Yeah, just like Chris Hansen, right? Chris Hansen also gets people to say outrageous things. He gets them to admit to being pedophiles. But when somebody does admit to being a pedophile to Chris Hansen, I believe him.
Okay. Yeah,
so why should we not believe Trump, especially considering the fact that we've had multiple victims corroborate what he said?
And he did shit. Everybody does. Is he the same person today he was back then?
Wait, everybody sexually exploits naked little girls?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, you just said, he did shit that everyone does. Well, he was sexually exploiting naked little girls.
Many people have had beauty pageants, and he should. I don't think, and you're not the first person to bring this up to me, and I said it to my friends who have mentioned it, and you. I don't think he should have been going back into the beauty pageant where the women or girls were changing. If he had to go back there, he should have sent a woman back there to make sure everybody was decent. I wasn't there. I don't know what he did. I didn't see it.
But Trump was there. Trump knows what he did, and Trump told us what he would do. He said he'd abuse the fact that he was the owner of the pageant, and he'd get away with barging into the dressing rooms to look at all of the people in those dressing rooms that had no clothes on.
Yeah, he went in there and he's seen people who were naked. Yes.
Can we agree that that is sexual violence?
No, he didn't touch them.
You don't think that you need to touch somebody to engage in sexual violence, because the definition of sexual violence is any sexual action that is unconsensual. Sexual actions can include touch. Sexual actions can exclude touch. What makes something violent is the fact that it's...
So then when you go to a doctor and a doctor sees you naked, he is sexually violating you.
No, because I consent to that.
Okay, but the point is you can see naked people and not get sexually aroused by it.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in a locker room and you're getting changed and you see naked people, are you sexually violating?
No, because everybody inside of that locker room is implicitly consenting to being viewed naked by the other people who are supposed to be in that locker room.
Going in the locker room, you have transgender women.
Oh, this is where we bring up trans people to avoid the argument.
I have 2 trans kids. My kid just shouted at me. No, believe me, I understand about trans.
You have trans kids?
Yes, 2 of them. Believe it or not. Holy crap. Why is this hard to believe?
So we're having a conversation about how Donald Trump is a sexual predator, and then you attempt to pivot away from that conversation by demonizing trans people. Meanwhile, you're the father of 2 trans kids.
People. Whoa. When did I demonize a trans person?
By randomly mentioning trans people sexually exploiting others per your perspective, when we're supposed to be in the middle of a conversation about how Donald Trump engaged in sexual violence when he barged into the woman's dressing room,
You were trying to tell me that everybody in a locker room kind of consents to being able to see each other naked, and it's not.
You asked me a general question about people in a locker room, which would pre-assume that the people in there. Okay.
When you have a transgender woman,
exactly, you're trying to deflect to trans people. I'll happily have a conversation. Listen, I will happily have a conversation with you about trans people in locker rooms, in dressing rooms, in bathrooms, as soon as we could finish conversation about Trump. These two things are different subjects. The claim that trans people are sexually exploiting others while walking into locker rooms or bathrooms is separate from the claim, is Donald Trump a sexual predator for barging into the woman's dressing room?
Women in there do not necessarily want biological men.
I will have a debate with you about that as soon as we're done talking about Trump. How hard is it for your pea brain to understand that these are two different topics that you are attempting to weave together to deflect away from the original claim that Donald Trump is a sexual predator? Let me repeat this one last time. I would love to have a conversation with you about trans women in the women's in the women's bathroom as soon as we're done having the conversation. Is Donald Trump a violent sexual predator for barging into a woman's dressing room?
Violent predator? No.
The reason why it's violent is because it was an unconsensual sexual action, and all unconsensual sexual actions are violent.
How do you agree that action? What proof is there that it was a sexual action?
Yeah, A, the fact that it's a man who's lauding out the naked bodies of women and girls to say they look great, and B, the fact that the reason Donald Trump shared this story was in response to Howard Stern asking him about the sexual things he'd do with the beauty pageant contestants. That's a pretty compelling case, can't you agree?
Yes, it's definitely not a good look. I've said that many times. I wish he would have never done it.
So perfect. Do you agree that all unconsensual sexual actions are violent?
I think violence is violence when you put hands on people. I mean,
there's different response to the question. Can I get a response to the question, please? Are all unconsensual sexual actions violent?
Is a peeping Tom looking through a window at a woman getting changed, is that violence against the woman?
Yes.
It'd be unconsensual.
Yes.
How did he hurt her? Especially if she never knew he did it.
Because he engaged in unconsensual sexual actions directed towards her. Listen,
she was even unaware.
Yeah, you're saying that because she was unaware, it didn't hurt her. So if a woman drinks, passes out, and then is raped by a man with a small penis, so she doesn't feel it or know anything about it in the morning when she wakes up, would you argue that that wasn't sexually violent because she didn't know?
You're having a pea brain and deflecting, and I asked about a man looking through a window who never touches, or is physically even in the same space as the woman, and then leaves without the woman even knowing, and right away we're drugging women and having sex with them after they pass out.
Because that's an example of sexual violence occurring without the woman knowing. The woman doesn't need to know in order for an action to be violent.
She didn't need to know, but he physically touched her, so that's disingenuous. It's different than what I said.
No, what makes it violent? What makes it violent is that woman having her rights abridged. Okay?
No, the point I'm saying is the peeping Tom never touched the woman. All he did was look from outside the house. That's far different cry from drugging and having sex with a woman. Those are not the same.
But the one commonality that I pointed out was in both scenarios, the victim doesn't quote unquote know. The reason why I made the comparison was because in both scenarios the victim didn't quote unquote know, and because the victim didn't quote unquote know, that therefore it was permissible.
But it's not really a fair comparison, is it? Because in one circumstance, the woman was never touched, and the person was not even close to her.
Let's test that to see if touch is relevant. Okay? Could I ask you a question to see if physical touch is relevant towards determining what is and what is not sexual violence, please? Could I ask you a question?
How do you violently sexually assault somebody without touching them?
That's not sexual assault. It's sexual violence. Sexual assault implies physical touch. It's sexual exploitation, sexual violence, voyeurism.
Violence also implies touch.
Okay, can I test that by asking you a question?
Not touch somebody.
Can I test that claim by asking you a question, please?
Sure.
Okay, first, just an explanation. The reason why something can be violent without touch is because violence is just harm, and you could harm somebody without touching them. Now, here's the question for you. If there is a 4th grade teacher of an all-girls elementary school, and this 4th grade teacher is a man, and he's also a pedophile, he has one of the 4th grade girls stay after class, and he tells this 4th grade girl that he's going to fail her, and she's never going to go to high school or college unless she takes her clothes off right now and lets him look at her, but he never touches her. Can we agree that this action was sexually violent even though he never touched her?
He didn't touch her, but he did coerce her. He was physically in the room, and he was interacting with her. But Peeping Tom, standing outside, never physically interacted with the woman, did he? All he did was look through a window at a woman who already was getting naked. See,
That's
another
That's the thing. That's the thing. You said the trait that exists that makes it violent was coercing her. Actually, when we're talking about Donald Trump barging into those dressing rooms, he did coerce them, and he did force them into a position where they were being exploited.
What did he say to them?
The reason why I say that is he didn't even need to have to say anything. I'll tell you the reason why he coerced and forced them into that position. Because there was a false representation that inside of the woman's dressing room, they would have a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men. That gave them the false notion that they could take their clothes off and put themselves in a vulnerable position of nudity while in the process of changing outfits without a man looking at them. By Donald Trump barging into that space without their consent, he is thereby forcing them into a position of vulnerability in the nude where they have a man unconsensually looking at them. That is an actuator of force. That is a variant of coercion.
Well, I don't know if it's coercion, but I do agree with you that it was not right.
Why? Okay, what's coercion? Define coercion. Getting somebody to do something they don't want to do, right? So if you give this false expectation of privacy away from men, so then they get nude, and then you get them to do something they don't want to do, which is to be nude in front of a man that then barges into that space, it is by that definition coercive.
What happens when somebody walks in? Say it was just I understand Trump did it intentionally, but what if he had accidentally walked in? Would he still be, if he didn't do it intentionally, if he just accidentally wandered in, didn't realize there was any naked girls in there, would that still hold the same force and coercion and all the bad things?
Yeah,
My point is, if you're a woman and you're in a space and a guy barges in or he's in there unexpectedly, what's the first thing any modest person will do?
I could explain this to you. I could explain this to you. First, this doesn't matter because he did it intentionally, as he admitted to it. Secondly, in the hypothetical scenario where he did do it unintentionally, it would still be coercive, it'd still be forceful, and they would still be victims, okay? But we just wouldn't blame him because he did it unintentionally, outside of neglect.
Right. So one thing is forgivable, the other isn't, is what you're saying. And the only difference is his intentions.
The only yes, absolutely. The intention, okay, matters. Absolutely. I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example here. Like say that I'm a man at Walmart. Let me describe this to you. I'm trying to give you an explanation. So I'm a man at Walmart and I need to use the bathroom. But right before I went to use the bathroom, some 12-year-old YouTube prankster switched the signs on the bathrooms. So now the sign on the man bathroom said woman and the sign on the woman bathroom said man. But there's already a bunch of women inside of the women's bathroom, but I don't know that. So I'm going into that space intending to take a piss. I'm not going into that space intending to exploit women. And on top of that, I'm not engaging in foreseeable negligence. Okay. I'm not drugged up and I don't intend to exploit them because I don't have any intentions at all. I'm just crazy. Okay. And I walk into the quote unquote man's bathroom that is in all reality the woman's bathroom with women inside. Yeah. So they were exploited 110% because it's okay for them to feel as if something wrong was done to them. But ultimately, the blame for that exploitation would not fall on me due to the lack of my intent and the lack of my neglect, but it would rather fall on the person that swapped the bathroom signs. And if there wasn't an agent that swapped bathroom signs, but rather, I just unintentionally did it without neglect, which I kind of see hard to curb because we make the signs on the bathrooms pretty clear. But in an unforeseeable circumstance of that occurring, right, once again, the blame also wouldn't fall on me because of the lack of the intention to do so. But as it relates to Trump, the reason why we would blame him for this and the reason why we would say he's responsible for doing so is because he did so intentionally and he did so in neglect of the consent of the women inside of that space.
Right. And I said that it was wrong. He should have never done that.
So you do accept that it was an unconsensual sexual action, right?
I don't say that it was a sexual action, but yes, it was unconsensual.
He said it was a sexual action, you freak. Dude, Howard Stern was asking him if he'd have sex with any of the beauty pageant contestants. Then they had a 40-second conversation about how it would maybe be a violation of, rules or whatever. But then Howard Stern was like, okay, so seriously, Trump, do you have a story for us about the sexual things you've done with the pageant contestants? And then he was like, oh, I'll tell you what I do. I go in there to look at their naked bodies and they look incredible and I get away with it. That is absolutely a sexual action. It is 110% a sexual action. Not only did he say it was a sexual action, but it also is a sexual action for a man to intentionally lot out the naked bodies of women to then look at them in the nude and talk about how incredible they look. So do you accept that it was an unconsensual sexual action?
Yes, fine. If that's the case, if that's the definition we're going to go with, yes, it was definitely unconsensual. The women did not consent to that.
Okay, and after the analogy that I gave you to show that any and all unconsensual sexual actions are violent, even if there's no physical touch, do you also accept that it is violent?
No, I don't agree that just because he didn't touch them, it was violent. Did they actually suffer any harm? Are they in decades of therapy? Did they stop not having kids? Did they never go to another beauty pageant ever again? I mean, if a woman walked in and seen you naked when you didn't expect it, would you really be harmed by that?
Holy fucking shit.
I'm asking. I've been seen naked by people who didn't.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
No harm.
It is a harmful thing to sexually exploit people. I would say that all unconsensual sexual actions are harmful. By saying that this was not harmful after moments ago accepting it was an unconsensual sexual action is to say that not all unconsensual sexual actions are harmful. The only people who say that not all unconsensual sexual actions are harmful are fucking freaky fucking predator, either freaky predators or freaky supporters of predators. It's insane. It's insanity to say that there are some unconsensual sexual actions that are not harmful. That's like one of the most insane things that anybody could ever say, could ever suggest, could ever argue. So just make the record clear. Are you arguing that some, not all, but some unconsensual sexual actions are not harmful?
When you state it that way, you're implying touch. Again, I guess it comes down to the way you view sexual violence.
Some freak just sent 8 galaxies to this guy, but I'm so happy that he's on his based-ass daughter's account who disagrees with everything that he says. So the freak that sent this guy 8 galaxies, you just gave money to a super cool daughter. And by the way, if you've commented any hate comments under her posts, if she has any, please go delete them. This is his daughter's account, and she's really cool. I need to put a message up on screen. I totally forgot about that. But so I just asked you the question, do you think that all do you think that some unconsensual sexual actions are not harmful? And then you said that implies physical touch. No, it just implies what we've already agreed to. You have already agreed to. What level of harm
are we talking about?
You've already agreed to the fact that it was an unconsensual sexual action.
Yeah, I understand that. I don't agree that anybody should undergo unwanted sexual attention. But there's always levels of everything, right?
I would say that any level of harm generated by unconsensual sexual actions is a sufficient level of harm to deem that individual as a bad, violent predator. Oh, I think that maybe River meant to send the galaxies to me. I appreciate you for the love, River.
Like I said, I do not agree with sexually hurting people.
Mary, yeah. Hey, listen, man. I have something else I'd like to...
Personally, maybe I'm just too old to understand it, but
I have something else I'd like to run by you here, but I do have a couple people to thank for the donations real quick. Are you okay with that?
Go ahead.
Mary, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, hey, Dean, the money's for Momo's furniture fund. I probably do need to get her a new cat tree. That's very kind of you, Mary. Show some love to Mary down below. Jared, thank you for the $25. Who says, I know that things are horribly crazy right now, but I never thought in 1,000 years that political debates would come down to arguing whether or not it's okay to violate other people. That is genuinely, actually what we're arguing right now, Jared. It's fucking ridiculous.
Said it's not okay to violate other people.
But then when you go on to ask if it's harmful or not, the implications there are immense. Exactly. It's harmful.
How? In what way? God. Well, I'm asking an honest question. You tell me how it's harmful if somebody looks at you.
Sure. The reason why it's harmful for somebody to force you into a position that you do not want to be in, where they are looking at your naked body against their will, is the fact that you are infringing upon both their dignity and their autonomy. And infringing on people's dignity and autonomy frustrates the individual's interests. And frustrating the individual's interests generates a grave level of harm. Thank you so much, River, for all the galaxies. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, River. I mean, listen, I'll prove to you that it's...
Hey, what do the galaxies mean? I see them flying on the bottom.
I'll prove to you that it's harmful, okay?
Donations. Oh, okay.
Oh, also, golly God, I do apologize for misgendering you. My chat's letting me know about that. So I do apologize. It's okay. I do apologize. So dude, seriously, guys, if you've left any hate comments on Ollie's shit, please go fucking delete them right now. Anyways.
Yeah, I'm Ollie's dad. Sorry, guys.
So, anyways, back to what I was saying, River. I do appreciate you for the galaxies. So, as I said, okay, once again, I just can't believe this conversation. As I said, once again, the reason why it is harmful is because you are frustrating the interests of a dignified person by infringing on their dignity and their autonomy.
Okay.
It's as simple as that. That's why it's harmful.
So their feelings got hurt.
Yep. As well as the second reason why it's harmful is because of the negative psychological mental states that are being highlighted that drive the intention to want to engage in that action in the first place. So the person doing the sexual exploitation is highlighting negative psychological mental states of wanting to infringe on the consent of other people. And then the second reason why it is wrong is you are infringing upon the dignity and the autonomy of the dignified person in which you have coerced and forced into a position where you are looking at their body without their consent. I'm just so fucking surprised that I have to spell it out to you, a 48-year-old man, like a
60, dude.
Child. If a 7-year-old was asking me this question, let me just clarify. If a 70-year-old, thank you so much for all the love, Rivered, was asking me this question, I would still kind of be like, you should know this, but this is a good educational moment. We'll tell you why it's harmful, but this is definitely is there something wrong going on at home? If a 7-year-old would be asking me the same question, it would still be what's going on at home that has led this 7-year-old to not understand why this action is wrong. But you, a 60-year-old? I'm 21.
21, okay.
But you, a 60-year-old, needing this explanation? I got to thank a couple more people. I need to calm down and we'll be back to the debate. Okay? I wasn't done thanking people because, I was reading off Jared's message and then you kind of hopped in there. Miss Liz, I appreciate you for the $30 donation on Venmo. And by the way, I will give you a chance to talk for as long as you want after I thank these donors. I've been speaking a lot. I will give you that chance to speak. Liz, thank you so much for the $30 donation on Venmo. Let's get 300 Liz W's in that chat. Thank you so much for that love. Thank you so much. I do really appreciate you. I'll go ahead and fix that message too. There we go. Thank you guys for calling that out in the chat. Liz with the $30 says, hey, Dean, love watching your lives. I love that you spend 4 hours a day to try to change the mind of MAGAs and to educate people. It's definitely a great service. Donating again because I can. Well, I really appreciate you so much, Liz. Thank you so much. Let's get 300 Liz W's in that chat. As well as Maria, thank you for the $10 who says, I just want to say thank you for arguing with these idiots because I work with people like this and it's so frustrating. So thank you for what you do. Well, thank you, Maria, for the $10. Victoria, thank you for the $25 who says, these guys universally ignore the lifelong agony of trauma of rape and childbearing, such a lack of empathy. So fucking true. And we've seen that continued lack of empathy into this new conversation, Victoria. Thank you for the $25. And River, thank you so much for the Interstellar. Oh my goodness. You're being so kind to me. Thank you so much, River. Same thing to Cara. Thank you for the $10. Jared, thank you for the $25, just like you. I do also miss the Outdoor Boys. Thank you for the $25, Jared. Amy, thank you so much for the $20 who says, love what you're doing. Hello from a red state that is burning in hell right now. 112 degrees in Montana. Stay safe. Seriously, Amy. That is scary as hell. Thank you for the $20. And then Jonathan, thank you for the $5. Dakota, thank you for the $2. Megan, thank you for the $3. Reagan, thank you for the $5. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $15. I'm so happy that we could help you get through January. Thank you so much for tuning in. Shout out to Elizabeth. And then Kaden, thank you for the $20 who says, Dean, I watch your streams because I want to get better at debating myself yourself and you help me live in a house full of Trump supporters. I'm so happy that I can help you live in that house. Feel free to get them on the live stream to debate me anytime, by the way. I did see that last part of your donation message. And with all that being said, we're caught up on Venmo for now. To quickly catch up on Super Chat, thank you for the 10 New Zealand dollars. Panda, who says, a lot of your guests seem unable to make the connection that just because it wasn't physical means that it wasn't violent. I know, but it absolutely was violent. It caused harm. That's what violent things do. They cause harm. Mr. Flinch, I appreciate you so much for the $5. Katie with the 5. Flinch with another 5. Mary with the $10. I appreciate you so much, Mary. And then the Full Band with the $20. He said he's too stupid to track. Yikes, man. I appreciate you for the $20 Full Band. And then Naomi with the $20 as well, who says, I'll never forget a few streams back how that one girl wished a rape and death on the live chat while claiming to be pro-life. Oh my goodness, Naomi. I totally forgot about that. Genuinely. Yeah, that did happen. And then T with the $20 says, caller cannot engage in deep enough thought to compare hypotheticals. Let him focus on when his term is coming up or the rest stop is at his trucking routes. I appreciate you for the $20. And as well as Jose, I appreciate you so much for the $50 donation on Super Chat. I want to see 500 Jose W's as well as a bunch of continued love for River. Thank you so much for the love, Jose. Jose with the $50. This came in a while ago when we were talking about abortion still, but I'll still read it. For Dean, if the caller was drugged by a female and then had him impregnate her while he was drugged, would he be required to pay child support? Yeah, hopefully he'd say no there, which shows a lack of an obligation to provide that care, right? Full Band, thank you for the $20 who says this man is either dishonest or too stupid to track. That was also sent 30 minutes ago. I think we've determined which one of those two answers is the right answer. Flinch and Delilah, I appreciate you guys for the $10 as well as Ryan. Thank you for the $50 as well. Holy crap. Thank you so much. Let's get 500 Ryan W's and another 200 TWs for the $10. Once again, both Ryan and T just railing on this guess, as well as FD. Thank you for the $10 who says, I work at a recycling plant crushing empty cola cans. It's so depressing. That's funny. And then Lord T, thank you for the $10 as well, sharing the breaking news about Mitch McConnell. And with all that being said, we're caught up on the Super Chat and on Venmo. We're going to quickly catch up on PayPal. Then the mic in the floor will be for this guest for as long as they want it because I've been talking a lot. Crystal, thank you for the $15 who says, ask him about taking photos of them. That's not touching them. Yeah, is like the creation of CSAM, child pornography, violent if you're just taking a photo of the child without touching the child? Obviously, the answer is yes, which is a really good counterexample against what this guest is saying. Good job, Crystal. Natalie, thank you for the $10 who says the same thing as Crystal. Somebody videotaped me during intimacy. I'm so sorry to hear that, Natalie. Without my knowledge or permission, then posted it on porn sites, including my face, also without my knowledge or permission. I'm permanently messed up after this. No different than a peeping Tom. This guy you're talking to is so sick. First point, Natalie, I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. And second point, you are right, because that is what this guest's logic leads to. Same thing to Anthony and Daniel. I appreciate you guys for the $5. Jonas, thank you so much for the $15 and shout out to your friend, as well as Josh, Jush. Thank you for the $33 who says, been watching for so long now. I'm excited to see what you're able to accomplish in the future. I love you. Well, thank you. I love you too, Josh. And I appreciate you for your kind words as well as the donation. Thank you so very much. And then we have two more. Then we'll finally pass the mic back to the guest. Thank you. No Bass for the $21 who says, Dean, I'm in the Netherlands and I hate to see Trump screwing up this world. I hope that the nightmare is over soon so we don't have to see this dumb orange being corrupt and delusional anymore. Yeah, we really need to get people like Trump out of politics so then men like this aren't led so astray. As well as Kathy with the $10 says, did you see the proof of life picture of Mitch that has been released? I've still not seen that. I'll actually probably look it up while this guest is talking. I will say, if you are watching the stream and you do want to support me, everybody, you could find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on the YouTube stream, as well as the handles at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers, but do quadruple check that spelling because it is really specific and there are a bunch of fake scamming accounts out there. As well as huge shout out to River. River, you've been so fucking kind to me. I really appreciate you. You are the absolute uncontested GOAT. While we're hopping in back into the debate, show some love to all the donors and especially River. I'm very grateful for you. I've been talking for a while, Mr. Guy. The last thing that I said, just to catch you up, was that the reason why it's violent is because it frustrates the interests of the person who you're infringing on with dignity and autonomy, as well as it highlights negative psychological states, on top of the fact that there are many other sexual actions that don't include physical touch that we could point towards that are clearly violence, such as the coerce and force and the hypothetical that I gave earlier, or as some of the donors pointed out, taking pictures of people in the nude, then posting them on the internet, of course, does not necessitate physical touch, but it is still definitely sexually violent, including the anecdote shared by, let's see here, Natalie about somebody recording their intimacy then posting it online and the fact that they have taken trauma away from that. Go ahead and respond. I won't interrupt you. The mic and the floor are yours for as long as you want.
Well, just so we're clear, I am against all violence against women. I don't want to see anybody sexually assaulted in any way, shape, or form. The peeping Tom analogy that I was given, while it definitely violates her privacy, there's no physical violence involved. That's all the point I was trying to make there. Doesn't make it right, doesn't mean that it should be acceptable at any level or that it isn't illegal. It's just that I disagree that there's any form of actual violence occurring in that moment, even though you're violating their privacy and their expectation of privacy. As far as photographs and stuff going, yes, it's wrong and illegal to take photos of people and post them without their knowledge on the internet. And if you want to get in, I know somebody made something about child pornography. Oh, taking pictures of naked kids is pornography. Yet, if you go back to the 70s, there was a lot of naturalist magazines and books where people who were just nudists take photos, and they were books published with families, little children. They were not in sexual positions. They were just naked people living everyday lives, and these were published and sold to people just like any other book, but it wasn't considered pornography. Now, it also, I doubt, would be you can look it up. You will find it. I'm not making this up. But yeah, there were many naturalist stuff that people just live in naked lifestyles, and that was their style. And photos and books were published in magazines. So, I mean, I disagree that those publications were violence against the women or children that the photos were taken, because it wasn't against their consent. This is the way the families lived. Oh, I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But people had a different viewpoint. So I'm not saying I'm going out looking at it. I'm just saying it's there and it exists and it happened. Right? Today, they don't sell those same books that were sold in the 70s because they're looked at as pornography now. But at the time, they weren't. And it wasn't violence against people. It was just kids and out playing volleyball and badminton. And they happened to have no clothes on. And there was nothing sexual about it. Right? Do you understand what naturalists are? That's a question. Have you ever heard, I know you're letting me talk, but I'm asking you a question. Have you ever heard of a nudist colony or naturalists? You seem shocked.
Yeah. Yeah, I am shocked. Let's go through this. There are magazines from the 70s that you could buy with pictures of naked kids inside. Brooke Shields was 15 when she did an ad for Calvin Klein without a top on.
Yeah.
That's true. And that was the sexual exploitation of children. That was sexual exploitation of children that was socially accepted and predominant in society as a whole. Just like 100 years before, the 1970s, the 1870s, sexual exploitation of children that was completely socially permissible, accepted, and adopted would be for 40-year-old men to marry and rape 13-year-old girls. Just because something is socially accepted does not mean that it is therefore not wrong or not sexual violence. There's no difference in a child's ability to actuate consent today to be photographed in the nude than it was 30 years ago, 50 years ago, 80 years ago, 100 years ago, or 200 years ago.
You did not answer my question.
It does not matter. It does not matter what the intention of the photographer is when they're taking naked pictures of children. It is
They weren't just
wrong
taking naked pictures
in
of children.
all
They're taking naked
scenario.
pictures. You're ignoring the fact that it was an entire family. I asked you, do you know what a naturalist is?
Yeah, it's even almost worse to take naked pictures of children with naked adults standing right next to them. Yeah, that definitely doesn't make anything better. That 100, that definitely does not make anything better.
A family that chooses to be a nudist, right? To live nude. You know what a nudist is? A naturalist.
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to do that with
without
kids.
clothes. When they go out into public, they put clothes on, but when they're in their private spaces, they walk around naked.
Yeah, in a larger collective or a colony of nudists, the children should not be allowed to be nude. And I even think that there's some implications there that I don't like about the children who aren't nude just seeing other adults who are nude, as well as what that could lead to with the outcomes of sexual violence that exists in those communities that nobody doesn't talk about, which is maybe a reason why we should just get rid of nudist communities that include minors at all.
So we should outlaw their ability to do that.
Yes.
Make that illegal.
Yes. But that we're not even talking about, should we make, I think we should make it illegal for random adults that are naked to see random kids that are naked. Yes. Okay. But regardless of my thoughts on that, which are clear, It should be illegal for random adults to be around random naked children. Yes, that is true. 110% true. It becomes something different when it's then turned into media, such as photographs that are shared, disseminated, and published on the internet without the consent of the child. Listen, it is never okay for a naked photo of anybody to be published online without consent.
Legally allowed to give consent.
Legally,
you cannot get legal
socially,
consent from a child.
Morally, yes, you cannot get a consent from a child, which is why you cannot take a naked photo of a child.
Well, they did.
And that was wrong. It was sexually exploitive.
But if you're going to say that, but then there's also
Do you accept that was wrong for them to unconsensually take photos of naked children?
No. They were part. It was part of.
You're saying that it's not always wrong to take unconsensual naked photos of kids, dude?
The families agreed to it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't.
Because you don't agree with their lifestyle. I'm not.
It doesn't matter what the parents said. Parents have the right, the control, and the say-so over what their child does in the realm of decisions that they could make that are instrumentally rational for the better outcomes of the life of that child. And the reason why I mention this is because it explains why a parent can tell a child to get off the Xbox and the kid has to listen or the kid gets punished, and we have no issue with that, to do their homework, but a parent can't sell their child on the black market because that does not fall within the category of things that is good for the outcomes of that child. Same thing would apply to taking naked photos of that child. That's why I think parents who will take naked photos of their children and then sell them on the internet to predators should go to jail alongside the predators that buy it. And I think that that is an uncontroversial claim that everybody should be able to agree with. And I think it is so disgraceful and so disgusting that you would sit here and tell us that it's not always wrong to take naked photos of children.
I'm not saying that it's not wrong to take these photos. What I'm saying is these are people who think differently back in the 70s and the 60s.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the way that people think. All that matters is what actually is, and what actually is true is that child couldn't consent to that.
Well, I get that. But what about like when National Geographic's, right? National Geographic's, Nature magazine, when they sent photo journalists down to like tribes in the Amazon, and you got entire villages, men, women, children are all running around naked, guys hanging around, old guys, young guys with their dinguses out, they tie them up with little strings, young kids butt naked running around. It's just day-to-day life.
Yeah, and National Geographic should not have included any pictures of naked children in their publication, and if they did, that was really fucked up of them.
There was older publications of National Geographic where, yeah, you absolutely did. You've seen naked photos. There's been jokes for years, decades, where kids.
I don't think that this is a joking matter. I will never endorse a CP collection. What's going on?
But what I'm saying
CSAM is not a joking matter.
In Africa, in South America, these people live and they don't always wear the same clothes we do. Some of the women are are open. Some kids are running around naked. Yeah. National Geographic's photographed these people. They were published in the magazines from other countries. It's just a way of life. It's not sexual in nature. All they were doing is taking honest photographs of the day-to-day life of these people. It was the same thing with the nudists in this country from the 60s and 70s. It wasn't sexual in nature. They weren't preying on anybody. They were just photographing these people at resorts.
This is just what predators say. Also, like you're talking about like these tribes in Africa where they don't wear many clothes.
Definitely sexual in nature.
And then you're arguing that it was okay for National Geographic to take photos of them because it wasn't sexual in nature. I don't care if a photo of a child is or is not sexual in nature. If the child didn't consent to it because they can't consent, so therefore it's wrong in all scenarios, then it's wrong to do.
That are naked? Have you ever seen naked baby photos? At the cutest.
Yeah, like a good example of this is the Nirvana photo. Is the Nirvana cover of their album?
Album cover, right?
Yeah, that's fucked up. I fully side with that baby who's now an adult saying, "Hey, this is fucked up. Get my baby penis off of this album cover." Yeah, that's fucked.
Who is he? What's his name?
I don't know. I just saw a news report about him a couple years ago.
Nobody knows his name but him.
I don't need to know his name in order to agree with him. That's fucked up.
Right, but it was innocent, right?
Yeah, and then also keep in mind, this whole conversation has to do with Donald Trump barging into the dressing rooms of naked little girls to look at them and call them incredible.
That's another thing. That's what I was going to talk to you about that too, because
this
you
is,
said I get to talk a little bit.
Do you just have a collection of quote unquote legal CSAM?
Do I have a collection of what?
Do you own these books where you have a bunch of pictures of naked children?
No.
But would you condemn people that do own these books? Would you condemn people that do own? Would you condemn people that do own these books that have pictures of naked children in them?
Not naked families, no. If it's child pornography, yes, I will condemn that 100%. If you're posing children in sexually provocative poses just to turn people on.
So as long as the child is naked but not posed in a way in which you think is sexually provocative, then it's okay.
What I'm saying is
this is fucking insanity. I've never talked to somebody as insane as you.
I'm not insane. As a matter of fact, I'm a little more open-minded than you are.
Oh, I think you're a little bit too open-minded, buddy.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You're fucking too open-minded. It's okay to have naked pictures of children on my phone. A little bit too open-minded.
Do you think that just because a person's going to see a photograph of a naked child that they're going to be sexually aroused?
The fact is that pedophiles exist. And because it is the fact that pedophiles exist, and people are sexually aroused by naked children of, if you're not a pedophile, then I don't think you'd want to see if you're not a pedophile, then I don't think that you would want to see a naked photo of a child.
Right, and that's why I don't go searching them out.
Oh, okay, so if you agree the only people that would want to see a naked photo of a child are pedophiles, then obviously National Geographic shouldn't have included photos of naked children in their publications, because the only people that appeals to are pedophiles.
Well, that's wrong.
So you're saying that you could want to see... Are you arguing that you could want to see a naked photo of a child without being a pedophile?
What I'm arguing
yes or no? Yes or no? Can you want to see a naked photo of a child without being a pedophile?
What I'm saying is you can see a naked photo of a child. Like,
I want you to answer my question. Can you want to see a naked photo of a child without being a pedophile? Yes or no?
Can you want to? You probably are a pedophile if you're going to search out naked photos of children.
So do you agree in order to want to see a photo of a naked child, you have to be a pedophile?
To what? Yeah, pretty much. But
okay, so then the only people that would want to see that would be pedophiles, and that's why it's wrong for National Geographic to publish naked photos of children, or to have Brooke Shields pose without a top on when she's 15.
Stop. My turn to talk. Stop.
Well, you don't care about the consent of kids. Why should I care about your consent and ability to speak?
Well, yeah, I know, because you want to just bowl over my point. You don't even want me to get my point of view out, because I might make a little bit of sense.
Okay, and maybe those children didn't want their naked body to get out. Okay, but yeah, what can we do, right? It's totally fine.
You're only 21. You don't know much about the world yet. You haven't.
Oh yeah, and they're only like fucking 3 years old. They don't know anything about the world, and you're okay with naked photos of them being public.
You understand that there are other cultures in this world that think and do things differently than you do.
Oh, now, yeah, like the MAGA culture of arguing that it's maybe okay to sexually exploit kids. Your culture, your MAGA culture, that little culture right there, the culture that you're promoting right now on the stream, that it doesn't harm people to look at them naked, and it's actually okay to have naked photos of children on your phone?
I am not promoting the sexual exploitation of children, and I'm trying to give you a fucking explanation if you would shut up for one moment. You did say I get to talk, right?
Oh, you know what?
Thank you.
You know
now,
what?
listen, I know you can just cut me off at any time.
Brianna, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Jared, thank you for the $25 who says maybe this is why this guy supports Trump. Dean, it's okay.
Support some people and donate some of this money
he
to
was
a worthy
doing
charity.
He was doing that shit with kids. It's his culture. Right, Jared. That's exactly what I just said. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Let's show some love to Jared down below. As well as Josie, thank you so much for the galaxy as well.
Like Africa and stuff. You get to see natives. And they put on dances, they get dressed up. And yes, sometimes there are young girls that are naked and they're doing tribal dances and stuff. And National Geographic sends reporters there, and they do a whole piece on this culture, these people, this village, this whole type of people, and they show the people how they are. The fact that they live in like a tropic zone where they don't need a lot of clothing.
River, thank you so much for the galaxies and the interstellar. I really appreciate you, River. Thank you so much.
Isn't a big deal. And the fact that these kids are running around every day, day in and day out, nobody thinks twice about it. It's not sexual in nature. Yeah. Just because they were photographed and portrayed exactly as they are every day in the magazine does not make that picture of a naked child pornography. There's nothing sexual about it. All right. Just because I, as an adult, would be reading the magazine and I'd read about this culture and I see the naked kids doesn't mean I'm getting sexually aroused by those photos. I didn't pick up the book for that, but it happened to be in there. So yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with those photos or the stories. Why shy away from a part of human nature and a certain culture just because there happens to be naked people in it? The human body is not something to be shunned or vilified. It's perfect the way God made it in all of its stages. There's nothing wrong with naked children. There's nothing wrong with naked teens. There's nothing wrong with naked young people in their 20s, 30s, even old people like me. There's nothing wrong with naked bodies. All right? It's what you perceive it to be and what you think it means. I think you have a problem if the only thing you can ever think of is sex if you see a naked body. All right? But, so yeah, I don't have a problem with naked photos of naked people, even if they happen to be kids. But I do not support or like the child.
I just kicked him. This is MAGA. Carolina Bros, I really appreciate you for that really awesome TikTok gif. I'm very grateful for you. Please do show some love to Carolina Bros down below in that comment section. I'm just a little bit mentally disturbed right now. So I do apologize if I'm not showing enough love. I'm very grateful for you, Carolina Bros. But this is a bit difficult to continue. First thing I'm going to do, I think I have an obligation to explain why that guy was wrong. Okay? Why do I have an obligation to describe why that guy is wrong? Because if I'm going to platform his thoughts, statements, his justification, I have an obligation to prove that it is incorrect. First and foremost, he said, that's the way God designed the bodies of people to be. It's okay to see the naked bodies of anybody because it's what God designed. So then why did God in Genesis 1 and 2, after the introduction of original sin, okay, endorse and support Adam and Eve covering their bodies? It's because there is no such thing as purity and unconsensual nudity. And we know this because that's the way society has operated for so long. There is no such thing as this idealistic world where kids are naked and kids are not exploited. That world only exists in the minds of predators that want to convince you that they are not. When kids are naked, kids are exploited. And he rests a lot of his argument on this claim about how it's not sexual in nature. Okay? I just had somebody on Super Chat tell me that I'm being thoughtless on this. Jesus fucking Christ. Regardless if an action is or is not sexual by nature, this does not change the fact that a child cannot actuate consent to being viewed while naked. And even if it is not sexual by nature, it is turned into something that is sexual, and my evidence would be the existence of CSAM. My evidence would be the multi-billion-dollar industry that is ran under the noses of you, me, and every other person watching this live of the transmission and exchange of the naked photos of children, either originating from parents, originating from abusers, or originating from National Geographic. I feel really bad for that man's child. They had to sit through that conversation and listen to everything that their dad said. Everything that their dad said. That is dead ass one of the most disgusting things I think I've ever heard on live. Bro. Like, as soon as you start saying, oh, there's nothing wrong with naked toddlers, nothing wrong with naked preteens, nothing wrong with naked teens. Like as soon as you start saying that, I'm just quoting word for word what he said before I kicked him. Like, you're wrong, all right? Just like keep that in mind. Like, you are wrong. Jason, do you support Trump?
Yeah, computer's gonna take this night off. I
understand, computer. I understand.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, damn, bro. That guy was so fucked up that he even demoralized the trolls. That guy was so fucked up he even demoralized the trolls. He demoralized computer. Ryan, do you support Trump?
We are Dean Withers. We can.
That right there is another reason why it's wrong to share naked children or to take naked photos of children, because children don't understand anything. They can't consent to the action of having a photo being taken of them while they're naked because they're kids. They don't understand shit. And the reason why I say that is because that was a kid that didn't understand the gravity of the last conversation and thought it was an acceptable time to sing We Are Dean Withers, which just points further towards my conclusion that it's wrong to view or to take a photo of a child while they are naked because they are children that don't understand shit. They can't consent to that action. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. I would appreciate that. Also, guys, let's stop spamming. I saw this in the chat. When he was up here, y'all are saying this man thinks naked pics of kids are okay. Let's stop spamming that now. It's just me. I'm the only man on the stream. Let's stop spamming that message now. Let's stop spamming that message now. Like, on God, let's stop spamming that message now. On God, let's stop spamming that message now. Dude, let's think it through. Let's think it through, chat. Let's think it through. Let's stop spamming that message. Saw that, freaked me out a little bit. We could stop spamming that message now. For everybody new tuning in, that's not about me. That's about our last guest. Just me, Ped. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, my bad. I did not mean to actually accept this.
Oh, no worries. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. We got Jason loading in. Honestly, guys, I've heard some really crazy shit. I've heard some really fucking crazy shit on these live streams in the years that I have been doing it. Okay? Some really crazy shit. And that's why I'm so desensitized to so many of the things that guys say. But, that was a new fucking level. Oh, man, I'm gonna be hung up on that for a while. Jason, do you support Trump?
For the most part.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2002.
Okay, I have a couple of people to thank. Are you all right if I take a moment to do that before you hop into things?
Go for it.
Homero, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, when I was 30, my grandpa tried setting me up with a 14-year-old girl. I'm like, Grandma, she's 14. She goes to say, yes, perfect, right? Older people are something else. Jesus, fuck, dude. Dean, thanks for trying to educate people like this. I appreciate it. Well, Homero, what I think it represents and embodies is just the fact that, society is genuinely not safe for everyone. And I think that we treat society as if it is generally good because we like to live comfortable lives. But looking even back like 30, 40 years, people were just totally okay with pedophilia in so many senses. Austin, I appreciate you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Let's get 200 Austin W's down below in that chat. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Who says, can you explain how that last topic came up, talking about Donald Trump barging into the dressing rooms of naked little girls? He was arguing that it wasn't harmful. Lewis, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Lori, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much. The fact that he did not recognize that what he was saying was wrong and that he's going to have consequences is what is scary. I know what else I've been thinking about that really scared me about that last conversation is seemingly how much time he's invested into thinking through the subject as if it's something that he's thought about before. Catherine, thank you for the $10, who says, the guest oodling nudist colonies to prove his point is despicable. Sincerely, a daughter that was raised by convicted PDF that used nudist colonies photos as CSAM. He's serving 70 years. Keep up the good fight, Dean. Thank you so much for the $10, Catherine. Jesus fucking Christ. Angelina, I appreciate you for the $1 as well. Louisa, thank you so much for the $20, who says, OMG, sending another $20. Sick of the boomers. I'm literally 42 and the 60 plus losers. Disgusting. He was so fucking disgusting, Louisa. Thank you for the $20. Same thing to Alicia. Thank you so much for the $20, who says you can't dictate what someone else determines to be sexual. It makes those kids unsafe. Yes. Thank you for the $20, Alicia. Tiffany, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Jonathan, thank you for the $5. Jenna, thank you for the $20, who says, I'm 56 years old and this man is insane. Doctors also used to tell pregnant women to smoke so that they didn't gain too much weight back in the day, but that doesn't make it right. Absolutely, Jenna. And then Megan, thank you for the $30, who says, thank you for having hard conversations and making positive progress in our country. I can't imagine how draining this must be. Take care of yourself and treat yourself. Wishing you well. Thank you so much, Megan. I appreciate you for the $30. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. As well as Jared with the $25 says, okay, maybe this is why the guy supports Trump. Quote unquote, Dean. It's okay. He was doing all the bad stuff with kids. Yeah. Bonnie, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you. Ashley, thank you for the $20. You shout out to you. Esme, that is ESME. Thank you for the $20 as well. He says, thank you for all that you debate about. It's nice to see you educate so many people. I appreciate you, Esme. Kelly, thank you for the $5. Olivia, thank you for the $5. Bethany, thank you for the $10. And Richard with the $20, who says 2 trans kids and he still doesn't get it. Yeah, I feel so fucking bad for them. Samaran with the $20 says, when I was 11 and I started my period, my stepdad told me old enough to breed. This disturbed me terribly. He didn't lay a hand on me. He still did enormous harm to my life and my future relationships. This was sexual violence. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm so fucking sorry, Samaran. That is terrible. I appreciate you for the $20. It's just, Jesus Christ. Amara, I appreciate you for the $15 as well. That is so fucking bad. Thank you so much, Amara, for the $15. I appreciate you. Amber, thank you so much for the $5. And Samira, thank you for the $1. We are all caught up on Venmo to get caught up on Super Chat. Thank you, Mackenzie, for the 50 Canadian dollars, who says there are no words for that last call. Genuinely no fucking words, Mackenzie. That was so disgusting. Same thing to you, Sandra. Thank you for the $50, who says this caller is exposing a sick, perverted mind. I couldn't agree more. And then T with the $50 says, I'm done with this caller and I'm hopeful that this mindset is dying out. Brooke Shields has an entire documentary about the trauma she suffered throughout her own life because of CSAM, her own mother signed her up for. Yeah, I think that last man probably needs to go watch her documentary on it. On PayPal, thank you, Abby, for the $5, who says that last guest was a disgusting perv. True. Robin, thank you for the $1. Nikki, thank you for the $6. Shivani, thank you for the $10. Juliana, thank you for the $10. Miss Cole, thank you for the $12. I appreciate you. Who says this has been so interesting. I usually tune into your streams as you give me motivation to complete art, but I've actually ended up learning a lot about politics. So thank you very much. Well, I'm happy that you've been able to learn. And then River, thank you for the $20, who says, as a victim of rape, hearing somebody say these things, so-called men, are absolutely terrifying. And then they wonder why we don't feel safe around them. Yeah, that last man was a very, very unsafe man. Holy shit. Very unsafe man. Then, of course, you as well. Soleil, thank you for the $16, who says, love you, Dean. Love you, too. Ruby, thank you for the $5. And Natalie, thank you for the 10. With all that being said, we're caught up. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support Trump. I appreciate you for your patience.
You're welcome. I specifically support Trump for his anti-abortion policies. I believe very strongly that we should not be able to kill the unborn.
Okay, I think that we definitely should.
Okay, that's crazy.
I think that actually we should give tax breaks to women that get more abortions. I just think that there should be a federal minimum requirement that women get at least 24 bi-monthly. If they can't quite hit that quota, maybe we give them a fine. But if they go over that quota, then we give them 2 to 3% back on their taxes at the end of the year.
Wait. So I'm sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Are you suggesting that women should be obligated to get an abortion?
Oh, it's not a suggestion. I think it's like a social imperative. Like it just needs to happen.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
No, yeah, I'm totally trolling you. Sorry for throwing you off. Go ahead.
Okay. I guess I'm not really sure where to start.
Do you think that rape victims should be able to access abortion?
No. No, there should be no exceptions.
What about the life of the mother?
So there's not really going to be any specific need. When you say life of the mother, are you specifically referring to ectopic pregnancies or any pregnancies that you feel could harm the life of the mother?
Ectopic pregnancies are a good example. I have a sister who works in medicine. They perform life-saving abortions all of the time for women with ectopic pregnancies where they need the abortion or they die.
Right. So an ectopic pregnancy, I do feel is a bit different than a pregnancy that is going to be viable or already is viable. Because obviously in an ectopic pregnancy, if you were to let it continue, then both mother and child would perish in the end.
Okay. Do you agree that there's examples of viable pregnancies that have killed women?
Yeah, of course. Of course, women can die in labor, of course.
Do you think that those women should have been able to access abortion if they knew that they would die otherwise?
No.
What is going on? Is there like a full moon outside? Oh, it's fucking daylight. It's 6 p.m. My friend. Why?
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Okay, so you're saying if the pregnant mom had some type of crystal ball that could tell the future.
She knew that she was going to die, or she was just diagnosed with severe preeclampsia, eclampsia, HELLP syndrome, embolisms with the amniotic fluid, any of these things. It's a viable pregnancy, but it's going to kill her if she doesn't get an emergency abortion. You said that she shouldn't be able to get one. Why?
No. Okay. I can explain. So the way that we perform abortions today, it has nothing to do with removing the child and has everything to do with murdering the child prior to removing
sometimes you have to kill it for safer removal.
No.
Yes.
You can remove the child for safer removal. That's the key word there. So
because otherwise you have to induce labor or do a C-section. But when somebody's struggling with severe preeclampsia, that itself could kill them.
Yes, of course. Of course, pregnancy and labor and delivery runs the risk.
No, but it was specific underlying conditions that only occur in less than 1% of pregnancies. It's not just an underlying risk of 1 to 3%. It's an overwhelming risk of, what some doctors will say in particular scenarios based on the diagnosis of 70 to 90%.
Okay. I'd like to cite that source. I'd be interested to see that. I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying I'd be
in a scenario. How about we make it simple? Sophia, think of the galaxy. Okay. In a scenario where the woman's going to die if we don't kill the fetus, should we be able to kill the fetus? Yes or no?
No. The goal of healthcare should always be to strive to save both lives.
But I'm saying that we know that we can't because it's pre-assumed and baked into the hypothetical that if we don't kill the fetus, the woman will die, and if we do kill the fetus, the woman will live.
You can't know that for 100%.
I'm just asking you about your moral principles, about where you rest. If we do know that to a particularly trustworthy degree of certainty, should that woman be able to kill the fetus? Yes or no?
That's a really tough one, to be honest. It's a really tough one.
Tough at all. Columbus cells are
but it is because they're both humans. Okay, they're both humans, and you're asking me to place more value on one versus the other.
I am.
Right. But that's not
you could
morally correct.
You could totally do that.
Speaking,
you could totally do that. You could totally be pro-life and do that. You could be pro-life and think that the fetus has the right to life,
Yes,
but they're
of
still
course they
less
do.
valuable than you and me
Why? Because of their size?
because of their lack of an ability to intellectualize, experience first-person subjective
So does a newborn.
experiences.
So does a newborn. So should a mother be able to kill her 4-month-old newborn?
Well, that claim is false. First-person subjective experiences emerge at 20 through 24 weeks in womb. I thought that you knew the science since you're so pro-life and whatnot. I thought that you know these intricacies. Clearly, you haven't done a day of research.
That's funny.
Oh, it's sad.
Okay. No, not really. It's sad that you advocate on a platform for the mass murder of the unborn. I mean, they're innocent. They
Yeah, what's
didn't
the argument
ask.
that it's murder?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
What's the argument that abortion is murder?
The intentional ending of a life. Of a
Okay.
human life. The
Okay, that's a-
intentional ending of a human life.
Yeah. So you think it's always wrong to intentionally end human life?
Unless somebody's trying to kill you and you have to kill them to
Like
save
a fetus
yourself.
in the uterus that you said you would still argue they shouldn't
No, but
be able to abort?
okay, but in that scenario where a woman is pregnant, you don't have to so barbarically
I literally asked you if the
murder
only way to
somebody.
save the life of the pregnant woman is to kill the fetus. You said, no, you shouldn't be able to kill the fetus. But then you go on to say it's actually okay to kill human life if the other human life is trying to kill you. Okay, well, it is. Yeah, the fetus is going
the
to kill
baby
you.
in the womb is not intentionally trying
Does
to
intention
kill the
matter?
mother.
Dude,
Yes,
yes,
intention
let me,
matters.
Okay, all right, I'm going to give you the best reductio to that claim ever. Are you ready to get absolutely fucking owned?
Go for it.
Okay, we got some absolutely drugged up, insane 6'4" man that is so drugged up, he has no fucking clue what's going on. He doesn't intend to do a goddamn thing. But because of how drugged up he is, he sees you and he just starts trying to rip you to shreds. Not intentionally because of the drugs, but he is still yet trying to rip you to shreds. You're carrying a concealed 9mm pistol. Are you justified in pulling that out of your waistband and shooting him dead because he's attempting to kill you, even though he's not intending to kill you?
Dude, what? It's crazy that you have to take these scenarios and like come up with 1 in a million freaking like, dude.
Dude, answer the question, bro.
No.
Get
Oh my
owned. Get owned. Get absolutely owned. You just got owned.
You literally said that he would be trying to kill me. So what
But
is
not
your
intending to
definition
kill
of
you.
trying if intention isn't included?
Yeah, seeking a goal. Yeah, things can seek goals without intending to seek a goal. A really good example of this would be unicellular organisms' response to external stimuli.
Okay.
Just
Dude,
goal
if
seeking.
somebody okay.
Owned.
If somebody okay, cool. You win that one, Dean.
Owned.
Okay. If you want to win that one,
That's
you,
right.
you won that one. Yes.
Owned.
Okay. Yeah. If there was a deranged man on drugs trying without the intention to kill me, then yeah, I would be forced to defend myself.
Okay,
if
so
I had
pregnant
the
women that
ability
have
to do
pregnancies that are
so.
going to kill them are forced to defend themselves by killing the fetus.
No.
Just concede, bro. Oh,
No.
you're crazy. You're crazy.
No,
So do you
because
think the fact that the fetus is a member of the human species is a thing that makes it morally valuable?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so why do you think our species gives us value? Okay.
What?
Owned. Why is our species the thing that gives us value?
Because the law and God defines it as such?
Okay, the law. Okay, we don't care about the law because the law didn't define black
Clearly
people as
not.
people 250 years ago. That didn't make it okay to kill them. So the law doesn't matter. Now, your second claim was God?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are you a Christian?
Yes.
Would God ever be okay with abortion?
No.
Numbers 5:31 through 35. Owned. He specifically endorses abortion for pregnant women who are impregnated by cheating on their husbands. He tells them to go to the local priest and they'll give that woman bitter waters. And if she cheated on her husband, it will force a miscarriage and kill the unborn.
Okay. Are you aware of the vast differences from the Old Testament to the New Testament, you do realize that Numbers, the book of Numbers, is found in the Old Testament, not the New Testament.
Yeah.
And
is
we
it still
know-
God? Is it still God in the Old Testament? Is it still your God in the Old Testament? And the question was, would God ever be okay with abortion? Even if like this whole fuck the Old Testament, we only look at the Old New Testament thing is true, and God just suddenly changed his mind in 32
Well,
AD.
because if you're Christian, then yes,
AD. Like that's
then
fine,
yes, you
but
believe
that's
that
still
Jesus
a point
came
where
to fulfill
God was
the Old
okay
Testament.
with abortion, right?
He was also okay with other crazy shit in the Old Testament too. Like you couldn't dig a hole 10 cubits from a freaking donkey.
Wait. A perfect, maximally great, and all-knowing God was okay with some crazy shit? That's heresy. You can't say God's crazy. You can't say he was okay with everything that's crazy, or else you're denying one of his divine attributes of being all good, all-knowing, all-powerful, and perfect.
Okay.
Owned.
So, okay, Dean. Like, okay. I mean, you're not gonna sway my faith in God if that's what you're attempting to do, or trying to weaponize
I'm just trying to get you to not be a heretic.
Beliefs.
Oh, I'm weaponizing the Bible because I use it to prove you wrong? Okay, yeah, when the Bible doesn't agree with you, it's a weapon.
You're cherry picking.
When the Bible does
really
agree with you, it's not a weapon.
Go ahead. If we're really going to talk about what the Bible states, it also talks about how he knitted you in the womb. He knew John the Baptist before he was even born. He said, I knew you before you were in the womb.
Oh, wait, before you were in the womb? So before conception? Because that statement, before you were in the womb, is not implying that he knew you in the womb, which of course he did because he's all-knowing, but specifically before you were in the womb, such as like this predestined sense of ensoulment.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. I mean,
Yeah,
I can look it up.
Right, but it also
word
says,
by word for
but it
you
also
if you
says in the
want.
Old Testament that the punishment for killing another person is death, eye for an eye. But the punishment for killing a fetus, aka forcing a miscarriage, is just a fine, which seems to distinguish between the level of personhood we'd grant to a fetus and that to have born people like you and I, which happens to align perfectly with God first creating the body of Adam in Genesis 1 and 2, but then Adam's life starting with first breath.
Yes, but Adam was also created. No. Adam was also created. No, not quite with the Adam and
It's a
Eve,
mic
because
drop.
Adam. Are you gonna let me?
Yeah.
Do I get to go now?
Yeah, you could go.
You all done?
Yeah.
Okay. Adam was created as a grown man. Adam was not created in the womb. He was
So we're
created
only
from
valuable when we're
dust.
created in the room? We're not
What?
valuable when we're created by dust in the image of God?
No, I'm not saying that. You're trying to use the argument that life begins at first breath by quoting the book of Adam. You're trying to quote the story of Adam and Eve and say that life begins at first breath, just as it did with Adam, when that doesn't quite apply, because Adam was not created in the womb. He was created from dust, and he was created as an already adult grown man. He
That's why
never
I gave
lived
you the
life
other-
as a baby.
That's why I gave you reference to other Mosaic law that instantiates that fetuses have a lower level of value or personhood than individuals like you and me because of the differentiating punishments in killing a person like you or I compared to killing a fetus. Can I own you on this one other thing? Do you think that all sins are identical in the eyes of God?
Do I think that all sins are identical in the eyes of God?
Outside of blasphemy, because that's a one unforgivable sin, yeah.
That's a tough one, because he does say that if you are aware that what you're committing is a sin, then that's obviously worse.
That's what the Catholics believe.
Correct.
The question is, are you a Catholic?
I attend Catholic church.
Okay, so that you definitely do hear that at Catholic Church, because that's their whole venial/mortal sin distinction. Has to do with full knowledge and intention.
Correct.
So do you believe that sins done without full knowledge and intention are just as wrong as one another?
Are you asking if I feel that sins that are committed
Like
without knowledge and intention of it being a sin is... equally as bad as one that's committed with intention and knowledge of it being sin? No.
Like the category of sins, or I guess the category of examples of individuals engaging in a sin where they don't have full knowledge and intention to sin, is that category, like when people do that, is it just as wrong as one another?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
you should fit that under the same blanket, yeah.
Okay. Should it be illegal to tell your children that Santa Claus exists?
No, it shouldn't be illegal.
Okay. Then why should it be illegal to get an abortion, considering the fact that these two sins would be just as wrong as one another if the person engaging in these two sins didn't know that they were sins? Owned.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Owned again.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'll give that one to you. That's a good one.
Seriously, though, how do you wiggle out of that one?
I mean, if the person who's getting the abortion isn't aware that murder is wrong, which I don't really know how they couldn't be aware of that. I mean, maybe they're like mentally impaired or something.
Am I mentally impaired because I don't think that abortion is wrong?
No, I just think you're severely misled, and I feel bad for you.
Okay, so when a man thinks that abortion is not wrong, they're just misled. But when a woman thinks that abortion is not wrong, they're quote-unquote mentally impaired? Because you just said women who get abortions that don't think they're a sin, aka don't think they're wrong, are mentally impaired. But then when I ask you the same thing about me, because I don't think it's wrong, I'm just misled. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit misogynistic, right?
I
mean, internally misogynistic of you to hold like a different standard where if a man and a woman believe in the same thing, the man is just misled, but the woman is mentally impaired.
So I feel that it's vastly different for a woman who's pregnant, because there are psychological and physical changes that are done to the brain when a woman is experiencing pregnancy.
Okay, whatever. Okay, you think that they're mentally impaired. Okay, but still yet this doesn't explain why that sin is worse than the sin of lying. Because I could tell you that women who get abortions generally don't think that abortions are wrong. I mean, if you've had conversations with many people about the pro-choice worldview, I bet you've even heard from a lot of people that they don't even think that the fetus is alive. Okay, so clearly they don't think that they're doing anything wrong. Clearly they don't think that they're murdering. They don't even think it's alive in many scenarios.
Some of
them
do.
It's like you can't say that they're doing that with like full knowledge and intention to murder. Because if they don't think it's alive, it's kind of a non sequitur. Of course they don't think that they're murdering because they don't even think they're killing. Okay?
Sure.
But in like the scenarios where people do think it's alive, just don't think it's wrong to kill it because of lack of consciousness, subjective awareness, sentience, and all these other attributes. Okay, well, although they know it's alive, they don't think it's murder because they don't think it's wrong due to the fact that they don't value the life of the unborn. So in those scenarios, you wouldn't be able to say that that sin is any worse than the sin of lying. So you have two options here. Either you hop on board with literally criminalizing every single little sin, or you have no justification from the Christian worldview insofar as why the sin of abortion should be illegal. The issue I'm providing you is very clear. Christianity does not provide a coherent social construct to use as the foundation for law, because in law, we make very critical, hyper-aware distinctions in the wrongness of an action that a person engages in. There's some wrong actions that we say should be legal. There's other wrong actions that we say should be illegal. And then even within that subcategory of the wrong actions that we think should be illegal, there's varying punishments for speeding to serial killing. And you just can't account for that nuance, that degree of severity from the Christian worldview. So the Christian worldview cannot be a foundational account for the criminal justice system, unless you think we should make it just as black and white as the Bible states it is. All sins are illegal and bear the same punishment, maybe with small discrepancies for intention and full knowledge, as we've already went over. Or we completely ditch the Christian worldview as a foundation for the criminal justice system and otherwise operate off of some secular means, meaning that you completely ditch your foundation for the argument, not that abortion is wrong, but rather that abortion should be illegal.
I think when we got off on the Christian worldview, I think we're there are other reasons why I think that abortion is wrong, just that are apart from just me being a Christian.
Yeah. That's what I just said. I just went over how you got to completely ditch the Christian worldview is a foundation for law, and you rather have to give secular
And
support for the claim.
I would agree with that for the most part. But I do believe that we get our idea of what is right and what is wrong is from God.
So ultimately, you're saying you can't be a Christian and ditch the Christian worldview as a foundation for law. So you're either an anarchist that doesn't think law should exist, you are kind of insane and you think that all sins should bear the same legal punishment, or you have to reject Christianity from your position. Now, I don't really want to put you into this corner because the point isn't to convince you that either you should be an anarchist or an atheist, but I'd rather absolutely stick on abortion. But there is some implication there, and it's very difficult for theists to decipher. And I would love to have conversation about that with Christians, not to deny their religion, but literally just to try to discover truth and to see how could we really apply Christianity and the moral foundations you get from your religion to the criminal justice system. Whole other conversation as a whole. Let me give you my position on abortion. I don't value the fetus until 20 through 24 weeks because it lacks the capacity to intellectualize, and that's a point in which I believe the mind emerges. And I think that this position really does explain a lot of our other intuitions, like, for example, brain-dead patients who are biologically alive. We don't argue it's murder to pull the plug on them. We don't really argue that's much of an issue, even though they're a member of the human species. I would say what explains that intuition would be the fact that the brain-dead patient lacks the mind, very similar to the fetus before 20 through 24 weeks. The same thing could also be said for why we don't intuitively value unicellular human zygotes that are indefinitely frozen and will never be a person like you or I. They're definitely a member of the human species and definitely alive, but I'm not going to observe that zygote and argue that it'd be just as wrong to throw it away, causing its death, as it would be for me to point a gun at you and pull the trigger. And that's why I believe my pro-choice view is the most successful in describing how we really feel about the world we live in, compared to your pro-life view that is convenient for arguing abortion is wrong, but then as soon as we want to apply your moral foundations and your standards to anything else, like brain-dead patients or like zygotes, like birth control, it just kind of falls apart.
I would like to touch on the comparison of brain-dead patients.
Yeah.
There's a key difference between a brain-dead patient and a child in the womb.
Mm-hmm.
A person is deemed legally brain dead because they no longer have cellular unity. But a child in the womb does have cellular unity as long as they are still alive in the womb.
By cellular unity, what you mean to say is biological unity. And you argue that they don't have biological unity because they no longer have cognitive function. You're right. And what exists to support the lack of biological unity to keep it alive would, of course, be the artificial means of life support. So even though it lacks biological unity, it is still yet alive because of the life support.
But legally speaking, they can be deemed brain dead because of that lack of
No, they're
cellular
brain dead
unity.
because they have the permanent and irreversible cessation of all cognitive function. Do you mean to say, legally speaking, they're deemed as dead? Which is true because there's no moral relevant distinction between a brain dead patient and a dead body. This does not mean that they aren't biologically alive, and they are biologically alive. And remember, the limited scope of your argument for why you think the life of the fetus matters has nothing to do with biological unity, has nothing to do with the future, has nothing to do with legally being alive or dead, and has all to do with the fact that it is a biological life that's a member of our species. Those same two attributes are true of a brain dead patient.
Okay. So you see that there's no difference between a grown adult or a 4-year-old child that is brain dead and being kept on life support from a child in the womb.
So yeah, I would say that there's no relevant difference as it would relate to your argument insofar as why abortion is wrong. Keyword relevant. There's no relevant difference.
Okay. I'm curious to why you feel that, what was it, 22 weeks, 23 weeks is the magic number.
Well, it's not a magic number, it's science. We could get into that in a bit. What is the relevant difference, though, between the brain dead patient and the fetus as it relates to your argument that it's wrong to kill the fetus because it's a member of the human species? Like, I'll just ask you this question. Is the brain dead patient a member of the human species?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so then you don't think it's always wrong to kill members of the human species. So then you wouldn't be able to explain why it's wrong in the case of the fetus. Or you'd just be contradicting your moral principle that it is always wrong to kill members of the human species. One of the two.
I still wouldn't find it morally correct to pull the plug on somebody that is
You think that would be
brain
murder?
dead.
Is that murder?
Legally speaking, no.
Not
Morally
legally
speaking,
speaking.
morally speaking, yes.
Even Christians disagree with you. Trent Horn disagrees
That's fine.
with you.
That's fine.
Aquinas disagreed with you. Why would it be murder to kill a brain dead patient? They have no cognitive function.
Is the intentional ending of a human life.
So, do you just think that we should keep them on life support indefinitely?
That's tough. I think, okay, here's a great example. I've had this conversation before with my husband.
Oh.
And I've asked him, if you were to ever be vegetable or deemed brain dead.
Vegetative state.
Yes, what would you want me to do? And he told me that he would not want to live like that. He would not want to be kept on life support indefinitely. Because I have gotten that answer from him, that's really the only scenario where I think it would be somewhat acceptable. It would still be obviously very difficult to do that. Yeah, I mean, it's my husband. But because those are his wishes that he has been able to express to me, because he's not brain dead right now, then I would want to respect his wishes, as difficult as it would be. And
Okay,
I would still...
not all people that are brain dead have
Correct.
previously declared wills. of what
Correct.
they would
Yes,
have
they
to
have
do
not
if
had
they
the
are brain dead.
opportunity to do that. Yes, most people don't have that conversation, of course. So then, yes, morally speaking, I still think I would still view that as murder. Legally speaking, no.
Yeah,
But
dude. Okay.
morally speaking, yes.
Okay, that's just crazy. There's something else I wanted to talk to you about that actually doesn't concern me. Denying your position on why the life of the fetus is valuable would be scenarios of abortion for rape victims. If you needed my bodily resources to live, should I be forced to give them to you to keep you alive?
No.
Okay, so then why should a rape victim be forced to do the same for a fetus?
Okay. I have a couple of different reasons. One, being pregnant is a very temporary state of being. Giving up your organ would be permanent for you unless you yourself were to also receive a transplant.
Mm-hmm.
So you would be permanently losing that organ.
Yeah.
Where a woman who's pregnant it's 9 months of her life. It is a very temporary state of being. Sometimes it's less, obviously, if the child's born prematurely. So that's one point I have for that.
Can I respond to that?
Go for it, please.
There's two ways of attacking this. The first thing is that we could just re-envision the hypothetical where it's no longer me giving you an organ, but me giving some of my stem cells to Max Irby that would naturally replenish on their own after 9 months. I would still argue that I'd be justified in standing up and disconnecting from Max Irby if I was otherwise going to be forced to sit there for 9 months to keep him alive, even though what I would lose would be something that could be replenished. The second counter argument would be, well, let's just imagine that uteruses for women kind of like worked like bee stingers for bees. You only get to use it once. With one pregnancy comes the loss of your uterus. It doesn't kill you. It just kind of comes out with a baby. Well, would we say in that scenario, because the pregnant woman is permanently losing something, that then abortion is justified?
Wait, in that hypothetical made up scenario where the uterus is like a bee stinger, so the woman can only get pregnant one time, and that's it.
Yeah, and so thereby, with giving birth to the child, she's permanently losing something, losing an organ.
Mhm.
Uterus is an organ. Would she be justified in accessing abortion? Because that was your first argument, insofar as why I wouldn't be able why I would be able to deny access to my resources to yourself, but a rape victim wouldn't, just because I'm permanently losing something and they're not. So if they did permanently lose something, would the abortion be justified?
No, because they're going to lose it regardless. They're going to lose it regardless.
If they get the abortion, they don't lose it. If they get the abortion, they don't lose it.
What? Whether you get an abortion or not, you still have to deliver the child. The child still has to come out of
crazy
you.
hypothetical, if they get the abortion, they don't lose it. Would the abortion be justified? But the reason why I'm asking you this question is expecting you to say no, just to be able to reasonably conclude that therefore that's not a relevant difference between the hypothetical I gave you and the circumstance of a rape victim accessing abortion. Like, I would assume even in the scenario that they didn't lose the uterus if they got the abortion, that therefore you would still say the abortion is wrong because it's killing an innocent human life. But then you just,
yes.
yeah, exactly. So, but now your counter argument against my analogy has failed.
In your made up alien world where uteruses are like bee stingers, yes. But
Okay,
in the world that we live in,
yeah,
no.
perfect. Okay, so then the fact that I'm losing something by being forced to give you a kidney does not explain why you think I shouldn't be forced to give you a kidney.
We only stopped on one point.
Yeah, what's the next point, please?
When it comes to the organ.
Sure, yeah, what's the next point?
The next point is a person who needs an organ transplant, if you are somebody who's a perfect match, you're the only person in the world who can provide said organ to somebody who is terminally ill and dying. You are given 3 options with that person. You can either give them the organ that they need to be able to survive this terminal illness, or you can leave them in the state that they are, which is obviously dying, or the third option, which is you can murder them. When a woman is pregnant, she's given only 2 options, not 3. Her options are either leave the child in the state that they are in the womb until obviously delivery, or she can murder them.
Yeah, so it's active versus passive. You're actively changing the state of affairs to deny the fetus access to your bodily resources, leading to their death, compared to passively leaving the state of affairs as they are by denying somebody else your kidney. We could account for that too in the hypothetical. Do you know who Max Irby is?
No.
He is a 14-year-old that needs a stem cell transplant really badly, but his stem cell type is very rare. His father set up a drive to get DNA donations to him to find a match. So far, they've collected 40 million DNA samples and they haven't found one. This means if there is a DNA match alive, there's probably only one. Let's assume that the government found out I'm the only match tomorrow, and they kidnap me and Max Irby to try to save Max Irby's life, and then I wake up connected to him via an IV cord, and they tell me, Dean, for the next 9 months, you're going to be very slowly and gradually giving Max some of your stem cells. If you disconnect and leave, he dies, but you are free to disconnect and leave and go back to the life that we stole you away from. Should I maintain the legal right to stand up, disconnect from Max, refuse to be kidnapped, and go back to my life?
Legally speaking, yes. You
Perfect.
should be able to do that.
Even though you're actively changing the state of affairs and engaging in a direct action that leads to Max Irby's death, just like raped women when they take an abortion pill to deny the fetus access to their bodily resources. What's the difference?
The difference is you're not, okay, it would be the same thing with Max. I don't want to mispronounce his last name, so I'll just call him Max. There's a key difference with the situation of Max. The only way that it would be the same is if you were to then take a pillow over his face and smother him.
Nope.
Or oh my gosh, abortion is so barbaric. I don't even want to get into
We're talking
the graphic
specifically about the
detail of it.
abortion pill that just denies the fetus the progesterone through the umbilical cord from the placenta. And then it just dies.
Correct.
And then it dies.
It doesn't, okay. Yes, it eventually does die, yes.
Yeah, from starvation. Exactly. The same way that Max
Yes,
would die
correct.
because I'm denied of my stem cells. What's the difference?
I guess in that scenario where you are kidnapped by the government and forced to stay connected to him for 9 months.
There is no difference. So therefore, you think in the real world, rape victims should be able to access abortion?
No.
Okay, that means that there is a difference. What is the difference?
I'd have to think about that one.
Okay, Bink. Why do you think I'm going to thank a couple donors? Thank you, Ben, for the $25 donation on Venmo. Let's get 250 Ben W's down below in that comment section, who says, an interesting ethical standard. If suffering has an end date, it apparently requires no further moral consideration. Yeah, I appreciate you for the $25, Ben. Ryan with the $10 says, former Catholic, your mortal sin is not just defined by knowledge and intention, but it also has to be a grave matter. Yeah, I'm familiar with that, Ryan. I had a conversation with a couple Catholics about that, and I asked them what a grave matter is, and they told me that it's ultimately elusive and is anything that's morally wrong. Maybe there's some more exhaustive definition of what a grave matter is found in the canon, and I'll check out your citation in the Catechism. Thank you so much, Kate, as well. Oh, sorry, Rowan. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. And I'm so sorry, Rowan. I'm not going to read that out loud just because I don't want this guest to use that against you. Just know that you did nothing wrong. Thank you for the $10, Rowan. Tori, thank you so much for the $10 as well, who says, someone can definitely try to kill you without intending if they're not sound of mind. I'm a psych nurse and it happens to me every week. Yeah, stay safe. Stay safe. You probably have a great relationship with the security. I know my sister does because she works in a very similar field. Katie, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you. Parker, thank you for the $5. Madeline, thank you for the $2. Olivia, thank you for the $10. She says, people like that last guest are the reason why society's messed up as a whole. I absolutely agree. Dylan, thank you for the $20. She says, Dean, I will say I'm only MAGA due to the household, and I don't really know they left the news until I watched your lives. I would like to personally thank you for everything that you do on live, and if possible, I'll absolutely do it real. Well, hey, Dylan, thank you for the $20. Yeah, I'd love to have a conversation with you, so hopefully we could change your mind. Let's get 200 Dylan W's in that comment section. Thank you so much. That cast left. L, bro, L. I don't know how many people have been in here for that last abortion discussion that we just went through, as well as the abortion discussion with a shitty predator man prior to her. But I ran the same exact argument on both of those two people. And the reason why it was more hard hitting on her than him is because she was a bit smarter than him. And it's like, when you're able to, like, conceptually think even just a little bit, it makes it a lot harder to be to like evade arguments. Like, it's like hard to debate somebody that's smart, but it's impossible to debate somebody that's dumb, you know? Welcome in, unknown. Do you support Trump?
Where's the vape?
Child. Janaea, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Janaea. Let's get 500 Janaea W's, who says, the last guy, referring to the guy before her, was clinically insane. Thank you for everything that you're doing, Dean. Dude, he was nuts, man. That was a scary-ass conversation. I didn't like that at all. I'm still kind of struggling with that. Megan, thank you for the $10, and happy birthday, Gabby. I hope that you've had a great day today, Gabby. Shout out to you. Shout out to Megan's daughter, Gabby. And then Asia, thank you for the $10 as well. And then Mary, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Cassie?
Hi, I just want to say that I love you so much, and I love your views, and
Thank you so much. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. You're simply too cool to keep on the live stream. You're simply too cool. Too cool. Way too cool to keep on the live stream. Way too cool. Over on PayPal, thank you, Ava. Sorry, not Ava. Jade, thank you for the $14. Who says, I'm a young teacher who works at a Christian school, and that could have not been more disgusting, especially using religion to try to back him. Sorry you had to deal with people who lack common sense. Much love. Much love to you as well. I appreciate you for the $15. I know that you're referring to the man. He was so gross, as well as Elita. Thank you so much for the $50, who says, I would have died from an ectopic pregnancy if they hadn't removed it from my fallopian tube. Sending support from the UK as ever from Tia Sophia. Tia Sophia, it's good to see you again. I know that you've been watching for a while and you've always been so supportive of what we do. Just know that I really appreciate you. Same thing to you, Marianne and Valerie. I appreciate you guys for the $10. Valerie says the guest and I have been insane. So fucking true. They've been nuts. And then SJ, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for speaking out / protecting children. I was a CSA victim, and it took me years and a team of people to go against TikTok to remove the CP from the app. We eventually had to do it illegally, but we got it down. Thank you for all that you do. I'm so sorry to hear that, SJ. Especially on TikTok. TikTok sucks, man. They're such a terrible platform. I really appreciate you. Shout out to you, SJ, as always, and I'm sorry to hear that happened to you, genuinely. Star for Life, do you support Trump?
No, but I love you, Dean. I love you, Dean.
Please follow our rules, but I hope that you have a good rest of your day, Star for Life. Once again, way too cool to keep on the live. Let's go to get the next guest up here. If you are watching on TikTok, make sure that you're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out that live with a couple of friends. We're nearing the end of our 4-hour stream. I'm actually going to shoot a text to Paka, see if we could get him up here for the last 15 minutes or so. Oh! Wait, he is in the live. He shot me a text. Is he still watching? He is still watching. Parker, bro, I'm telling you, you need to call me. You need to call me when you went up.
What's up?
Dude, I was just literally going to text you to see if you wanted to join.
Yeah, I know. I saw. Yeah, I know. Sometimes you don't get the messages, but I know at some point you'll see it, so it's not a big deal.
Dude, Parker, the guests today have been insane. Insane, Parker.
Really? What was the craziest person?
Let me just try to find. Let me find a clip of what he was saying real quick. I should be able to find it relatively easily because I want you to hear what he was saying. Okay. Insane.
Dude, I feel bad for you, bro.
Yeah, this was crazy. Let me find this real quick. This was a discussion.
Yeah,
True,
I literally.
Here,
I'll let you think about. Oh, I'll hear it.
Hopefully, it will only take me a moment. If TikTok will have that didn't understand the all they're naked or to take. There we go. We should be close. We should be really close. I think I'm right in the territory. Everything, man. Should be almost there. If I can't find it in like less than 30 seconds, we are just gonna go ahead and that is ran under the noses of you, me, and every other person watching this live. Matter what the intention of the photographer is, to catch you up, was that for the $10. But it would rather fall on the
This just comes down to the way you
River thing. Once again, the reason why it is harmful is such a lack of empathy. Answer is yeah. See here.
Looked at as pornography now. But at the time, they weren't. And it wasn't violence against people. It was just kids and out playing volleyball and badminton. And they happened to have no clothes on. And there was nothing sexual about it. Right? You understand what naturalists are? That's a question.
That's not even the worst part of it. He went on to say at the end, when it would honestly take me a while to actually find it, so I'll just tell you what he said. He went on to say at the end, like he gave like a whole and complete monologue about how there was just nothing wrong with naked bodies at all. Of like kids, of anyone.
Bro, that's crazy. That's a crazy defense for wanting to see kids unclothed. That's nuts.
Yeah. It's by far like one of the craziest people I've ever spoken to. And even that little clip doesn't really do it justice of what he was saying. I'm sure the people that watched it live know that. Like at the end, right before we kicked him. You can dude,
it's like, what the hell? I was like, dude, I'm sorry you had dealt with such a crazy day. I'm like, I literally spent the day at the beach with my family. I had a really good day.
Oh my god. So you're telling me while I was on here talking to assholes, you're at the beach. Fuck
yeah,
you,
I was at the beach having a great time.
No, that sounds fun. That sounds a lot of fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'd like to go to the beach. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Oh, actually, I'll have to text you about this later this year. I'll be out there for a couple days.
Yes, it'll be fun to see it. We'll have to go. We should go to the beach together. You know what?
Oh hell yeah!
I feel like it's been so long since I've gone to the beach consistently. Sorry.
I'll have to tell you about it in private, but it'll be fun. You also like where I'm staying. I think that you'd enjoy coming down there for a little bit. Probably don't get down there too often. Candy, thank you for the galaxy. Jonathan, do you support Trump?
Charlie wants a puff of your vape, Dean.
Jesus Christ. Don't take the name of CK in vain like that. Rest in peace. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for debate. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everyone. We got No Way Nancy loading up inside of the box. Only do hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everyone. Oh, yeah. Did you see the proof of life photos of Mitch McConnell?
Oh, yeah. What are your thoughts on them?
He's dead. He's dead. He has like tape with string on his like mouth to make him smile, and like the same thing with like the eyelids. And then they just kind of like positioned his hand. I'm just kidding. He's probably alive.
Yeah, no, I was honestly like, I don't know before the picture was posted. I was like, I don't know if I genuinely don't know. Cause like there was not really good evidence that he was.
Yeah. So. I don't know. He's alive. No Way Nancy, do you support Trump?
Do you know if there's 100 continents? Or is there 7?
There's hundreds, actually.
There's hundreds. Dude, that was so crazy, man.
They're just past the ice wall, Dean. They're past the ice wall.
So true. All the other continents are past the ice wall. It's so crazy that people actually believe that, Parker.
It is nuts, isn't it? I've had people argue to me on live many times. Like, I've done a prove to me the Earth is flat live before, And that was unhinged. That was really unhinged.
Dude, I miss those lives, man. Those were fun. DJ, do you support Trump? And there like always be like different people who like legitimately specialized on the topics. Like there'd be like a couple like known flat earthers that would join the stream. We'll have to run that back one of these days.
Yeah, that would be fun. And there's a big community of like people who really like owning flat earthers.
Oh yeah.
So like there's always like those people who are like know all the arguments and whatnot. It's really funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Charlie, do you support Trump? We had the farter, the screamer, and the musician. What's up next, Charlie? What do you have for us?
Lagging. That's what they're doing.
Dude, my guest request is so fucking weird, man.
It is fucked, Dean.
That's my no.
It's just strange, man. It's weird as hell, man. Oh, let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you do happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Only happen, dude. A lot of kids, man. I honestly, sometimes I kind of hate the fact that I know that there's just like 12-year-olds watching. Like, I don't know. It's like, I'm just like concerned that this maybe is not a political medium designed for minors. You know?
Well, I definitely think it's not. But I mean, there's really nothing you can do about it. And I mean, comparative to plenty of other types of content, it's definitely preferable for sure.
Yeah, I just I don't know. It's not that I hate it.
It's hard to think about that.
I want to take it back. It's just like these conversations bear a lot of weight. You know what I mean? They bear a lot of weight for me. And I just couldn't imagine putting that weight on a young kid.
Dean, please debate my dad. He's right here. He's right here.
Put him on.
All right. Here you go, Dad. Hello? Hello?
You ain't fooling shit, little bro.
Hello?
That was a really embarrassing attempt. I'm not gonna lie. Like that wasn't even close to believable. Like some people, they'll make it believable, and it's like, wow. I'm actually surprised, but that was bad.
Dude, yeah, that one was bad. I wonder why they do that. I wonder why they do that. Yo, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Who says, yo, Dean, I'm curious to see what you think about that senator from Montana that broke that protester's arm a while ago. Ugh, disgusting. I appreciate you for the $20. Can't wait for midterms. Nick, thank you for the $20 as well. He says, good day, Dean. Use this to grab a new vomit bucket after that horde debate. Love your workmate. Oh, Nick, I do need a new vomit bucket. Freddie, thank you for the $10 and being weird as always. Dude, Mama with the $10 says you handled that guy better than I could if he was disgusting. I would also love to help mod for you. It's been getting bad some of the days in here. You know what, Dude Mama? You're always watching. You're always watching, Dude Mama. Do you want to drop a chat? I'll mod you. You're always watching. Just for modding, you know, only ban people that are like spamming or slurring, and that's really it. As long as they're not like spamming or slurring, I don't really care. Like it's okay if like they're disrespecting me or talking shit.
Hello, bro. Hey, fuck you, bro.
All right.
Puss.
Oh, okay. Calm
Fucking
down, Kyler.
jackass.
You're not the original, buddy.
Nah, you're a fucking jackass. And you too, Parker.
Do you need mommy to change your diaper? Is it dirty?
No, bro.
Do you want a sticker?
You can eat this dick, bro. Fuck you,
Whoa!
jackass.
Do you need a sticker, sir?
Hey, bro. I'm not playing around right now.
I'm gonna ask you a question. How many continents are there?
There's like multiple, like 20, I think.
Third grade education. Third grade education would be a good thing for you, seriously.
Bro.
Third grade education, please.
What?
We are trying.
Third grade education, for the love of God. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA. Please and thank you. Ah, fuck, man, I'm tired. Anastasia, thank you for the $5. London. London with a $10 says, love you too. Alyssa with a $15 says, any chance you do a live battle with you and Parker soon? We don't do those too often, but I guess it's been a while. Maybe we'll do that soon. That'd probably be pretty fun. We do that every so often. Honestly, I feel like I've done progressively less of those, like the more followers I've gotten, because I want to look more professional.
Yeah, they definitely make you look very unprofessional. We're pretty unhinged in the battles. What can I say?
Yeah, for sure. As well as Jamie and Maria. Thank you guys for the $10 as well. Maria, thank you for the kind words. And Jamie, thank you for the W argument. Mirema, I'm probably butchering the fuck out of your name. So I'm going to call you Mira.
It's all right.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yes. I am a MAGA person. And
How
I
old are
have
you?
to say, I've been watching for like 5 hours, and you've been doing a great job. I'm kind of embarrassed by some of the arguments that have been made that are pro-MAGA, because I feel like it's like just too focused on abortion, when I don't really think that that's what the country is primarily dealing with. That's like, abortion is important and it affects a lot of people, but it's not something that's like consequential for the whole world, for the whole country.
Consequential for the right is what I would say. I don't think that banning women's access to abortion is too consequential for the right, because it doesn't really impact you, and that's what you hear a lot of pro-choicers saying. I also kind of agree with you in the sense that there's many other things that are much more consequential for the right, like the economy, foreign affairs, nature and the state of our government. And you're right, a lot of Trump supporters don't talk about those things at all, because Donald Trump has been failing on all of those bases.
Right. So let's talk about that, because I think it's a little bit unfair for you to say, oh, look, the economy is doing bad right now, and that's because of Trump.
Why?
Yeah, why so?
Because the economy really started to do bad in 2022 when rents went up like 25% and gas went up, I think, like 30%. I mean, basically everyone's cost of living went up 30% in a couple of year period. And there were a lot of debates about why that happened. People were saying it was Ukraine. People were saying it was China. But at the end of the day, Ukraine and China don't affect people's rent. And if you look at the major economists, from Milton Friedman to Kevin Warsh, everyone pretty much agrees it was because we had to print a lot of money.
Milton Friedman isn't alive. What do you mean he agreed? How could he agree that the cause of inflation in 2022 was due to that when he's not alive to even say that?
No, right. That's not what I meant. I meant that he gave a speech where he said, like verbatim, that everyone tries to blame inflation on different things, oil sheiks, producers, companies. But as an economist, what he was there to say, and he won a Nobel Prize, was that at the end of the day, it's Washington printing money and government debt. And there's a fair argument to say, if you look at how much money we printed in 2021 and 2022 to keep our country locked down, there's a clear link between that money printing and the cost of housing. I mean, I was looking to buy a house in Boise, Idaho that was selling, median house was like $250,000. In 1 year, it went up to $460,000. That's a 70% increase in the median home price. And Idaho was not an isolated situation.
Okay, so you're asking essentially the question of, or you're essentially saying that money supply going up, government debt specifically is going to cause inflation. Okay, let's assume that's true. That's the only cause of inflation. Trump, under his administration, there was more money printed, and he signed off on more debt-related spending by over $4 trillion comparative to the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, when inflation
so under your view,
hold up,
pause. Under your view, you believe that Trump contributed more to the inflation than the Biden-Harris administration did by a factor of double almost.
When inflation goes up, and you have to pay now Social Security and Medicare at 30% more than you did before, then the new president who now has to shell that money out is not the person who increased that government spending. I mean, I come from a scientific background, and I'm telling you that I know how bad it's been. The government cuts have been insane. But to say
wait. I'm not talking about like existing debts that were just increased due to inflation. I'm talking about things he signed into law. He signed into law $4 trillion more of debt-related spending compared to the Biden-Harris administration.
And a lot of people in MAGA, like Elon Musk, were very angry about that and thought that he was just digging a deeper hole. So, at the end of the day, not everything that Trump does is perfect. And
wait, but like with explanation you just provided for inflation, then means Trump caused the inflation, not Biden.
We haven't seen inflation at 20% or 10%.
Wait, I'm talking about the inflation that happened under the Biden administration. You would actually attribute that to Trump because he signed off more debt-related spending by a factor of almost double.
There has been no, by the way, inflation is a supply and demand issue. The issue was not just that we printed money. It's that we told everyone to stay at home and not produce anything, and we printed money. You can expand government debt so long as your actual production is increasing at the same time. But you can't tell everyone you're not allowed to go to work for 2 years. And by the way, it wasn't just the economics. It was everything. The fact that we killed 1 million people. Nature published.
Can we pause? It was supply chain effects around the whole world. It wasn't just U.S. policy. It was supply chain effects around the entire world that caused global inflation.
The policies that caused global inflation was that after the first vaccine came out, our country, half of the country, still kept in lockdown because of the Delta variant, because of the Omicron variant.
That would actually reduce inflation.
That when people don't realize.
One second. That would have a downward pressure on inflation. People being in lockdown.
No, because the only way you can keep stocks and home prices from crashing when people are at home and not going to work is by printing $3 or $4 or $5 trillion.
Okay, so then you're not saying that the thing that caused the inflation was them staying at home, but rather the thing that caused the inflation was the additional round of economic stimulus.
It was Fauci, and everyone who was listening to him.
Fauci was a doctor.
Yes, it was Fauci. It was everyone who was listening to him.
Fauci did not cause the inflation.
Who said yes?
So let's just be clear. Are you saying that the thing that caused the inflation was the lockdowns or the second round of stimulus that you believe only occurred because of the extended
Of course,
lockdowns?
they're linked. Of course, they're linked.
So was it the stimulus or the lockdowns?
We would not have needed the stimulus if we didn't.
Okay,
have
so it is the stimulus.
lockdown.
Okay, here's my argument against that. We actually were able to successfully rebound faster from the inflation onset by the pandemic compared to any other country in the G7, even with the second round of stimulus. And even in consideration to that second round of stimulus, the Biden-Harris administration still spent half as much as Trump did in his first 4 years, and Donald Trump has already matched what they spent in 4 years in a year and a half.
The G7 also locked down and printed a ton. By the way, their central banks are
you see how
locked
he's not addressing any of the points you made?
No, I'm first of all, I'm addressing them one at a time. So the first thing is
that the whole world got it wrong.
The whole world has to follow.
Not everyone in the world, not every country in the world did.
Don't interrupt me for like at least a couple sentences. The whole world has to follow the U.S. central bank. Their currencies are tied to ours because we're the reserve currency. So if we start printing, if we lower rates to zero and they don't, their economies collapse. It becomes impossible to do business or it becomes unreasonable.
Listen, bro. The argument is simple. Biden spent less than Trump. That's all.
It's not about spending. It's about locking people at home and spending at the same time. You can increase.
I'm sorry, that's what you brought up earlier. Like, why are you backtracking?
Spending with people at home would cause less inflation than spending with people outside.
No, it
because
wouldn't.
People outside are gonna turn around and spend that money in the economy, creating more demand for goods. When they stay home, they don't spend that money in the economy,
that money
creating
is
less
fake.
demand for goods.
That money is not efficiently used. I'll give you an example.
You're right, Dean, especially because global supply chains determine the prices in the U.S.
It matters how. Listen,
he's not going to respond to the point, nor do I think he even knows the point.
It matters. No, because at the end of the day,
you are saying something. Can you repeat the point that I just made?
Can I restate your point? Can I restate your point just so I show you that I know what you're saying?
Yeah.
Right? Because your points are logical, right? You're saying that if people are staying at home, that's disinflationary. So the stimulus is just fixing that disinflation. Trump printed, way more money.
No, that wasn't my point.
So what is your point at the end of the day?
I said Trump spent more than Biden. You said, oh, but Biden spent less money during a lockdown, so that's what drove more inflation. Well, spending more money during a lockdown would not drive more inflation. That'd actually drive less inflation.
Again, why do you think that's true? Because
the reason why I find that claim to be true is because people are going to spend less money when they're at home compared to when they're outside.
But then when the lockdown ends,
it's spending money that inflates prices because prices are controlled by supply and demand. And in order to demand a good, you have to spend money to buy it.
What happened in 2022? Let me ask you, what happened in 2022? everyone left their home at once and spent all the money that they had saved over COVID. That's why rent went up 30% in 1 year. That didn't happen during Trump.
The lockdowns happened in 2020. Like, I think you just have a wrong timeline here.
They were extended until 2022 in democratic
The lockdowns
states.
weren't extended by the federal government.
They were extended in democratic
we had it open
states by
under Omicron
governors.
and Delta. Wait, hold on.
Listen, I'm trying to explain to you why MAGA has gained support. And if you go and read these papers by Yale,
they've lost support.
This isn't me. Listen,
how about we just ask a very simple question? Is the economy better off today than it was a year and a half ago when Biden was president?
If Biden had simply put everyone back to work.
Can you just answer the question? Is the economy better off today than it was a year and a half ago?
The economy is way worse off because of Biden. Yes, because of Biden, the economy is way worse off. And you can.
Can you name one? Wait, can you name one metric at the end?
What is one thing that Trump did?
Pause. Can you name one metric at the end of the Biden-Harris administration?
That's bad to the economy?
Parker, you should listen closer to what he said. He said that the economy is worse off than it was a year and a half ago when Biden was president.
Oh, but he was saying it was worse off under Biden.
But Biden is to blame for it being worse off.
Dean, let me ask you something.
So I want you to tell us. One moment, I'm about to throw you on mute. I'm about to throw you on mute if you don't if you don't quit speaking. What policy of Biden's influenced the economy to perform better in 2023 in 2024 than it did in 2023, but worse in 2025 than it did in 2024? What policy did he pass that did that?
So first of all, you can't say that the President Biden is the only person influencing policy. The people
but you blamed it on Biden.
I'm blaming it on the Democratic Party, which at the time was being
So what did the Democratic Party do that influenced the economy to be better in 2023 than it was in 2022, then better in 2024 than it was in 2023, but then worse in 2025 than it was in 2024? What did the Democrats do that caused that trend?
Inflation took off in 2022.
Yeah, but then it got better in 2023, then even better in 2024. So that caused the sudden spike.
10% in 2022 was headline. Then it went down to like 8, 7.
I'm just asking you what has caused what specifically has caused the economy to be worse today than it was a year and a half ago.
We stopped spending money. We haven't passed any more $1 trillion spending.
No. The economy is not better today. It's worse today. Do you agree that the economy is worse today than it was a year and a half ago?
The economy is much better today than it was during 2022.
That's not the question that I asked you, jackass. Can you listen to what I'm saying?
Yes.
Is the economy better today than it was a year and a half ago?
Yes, mostly because of tech. Mostly because of the.
I guess I was wrong. Parker, go ahead and ask.
Due to what main metric of the economy? Like, for example, real GDP growth, real median wage growth, unemployment, inflation, etc.
I would say that wages and employment have kept strong enough that prices have not kept going up so high that people have started to dig their way out by wage growth.
So wage growth. So wage growth is worse off today than it was in 2024. So you're wrong.
No, he's saying wage
relative to inflation.
Yeah, real.
If you look at it is higher relative to inflation, but it's growing at a lower rate than what it was at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. So what you're not understanding is that we're saying there's lower job growth now than there was the end of the Biden administration. There's higher inflation right now than the end of the Biden administration. There is a lower real domestic manufacturing investment right now than the Biden administration. There's a lower employment rate for natural-born U.S. citizens within the country.
Right.
There's also lower real median wage growth and lower real GDP growth.
But why are you assuming that that's because of policies that Trump did and not because of high interest rates that we just had to do to
Wait, why do we have high interest rates? Because inflation is still high because of Trump's tariff policy and his war with Iran. That's inflationary, and it absolutely put us in this position where they're going to keep interest rates higher, which, by the way, puts upward pressure on the prices for housing. It makes it less affordable to buy houses because when you go and buy a house right now, it costs more because your interest rate is through the fucking roof. Because Trump is such a fucking lunatic that he doesn't understand his policies are artificially keeping inflation up.
I'm telling you that a lot of people in MAGA, including Elon Musk, wanted to cut back government spending and would agree with you. So you are agreeing with a significant portion of the Republican Party when you're saying that Trump spending too much money is making the economy worse. But that doesn't change the fact that it was absolutely asinine to keep everyone locked at home and away from school. Do you have any idea what's going on with the education scores?
He's so scared of engaging in a debate about why the economy is worse today than it was a year and a half ago.
Listen, let me just tell him,
I'm going to kick you if you can't stay on topic with the debate at hand. But go ahead, Parker.
All right.
We could admit the lockdowns were not as effective as what we would have thought of, right, at the particular time in which were implemented. Now, that could be due to the way in which the lockdowns were implemented, how lackluster they were in the first place, or it could be due to the fact that lockdowns are negative in the first place. They have very, very negative social outcomes when it comes to education for children, development for children, especially socially. That was very much seen. I think everyone who deals with education is obviously going to understand that fact. Now, explain to me how that then means that the Democrats were worse off, because that was something that was supported by both sides. That was bipartisan, the lockdowns that existed.
They were.
And there are even more progressive countries such as Sweden that did no
within
lockdown.
a couple months.
Wait, for example, one addendum to the end of my thing. There are more progressive countries that have progressive liberal systems, more progressive liberal systems than we have here, that actually didn't even do a lockdown, like Sweden.
Right, of course.
I thought
That's a
that we
good
were
point, by
gonna.
the way.
I'm gonna let you make this point that I'm probably gonna in the live.
Oh yeah, no, sure. Thanks for having me. The point you make about Sweden is like a good one, and I'm glad you brought it up, because at the end of the day, it wasn't the countries with more or less stringent lockdowns or political strategies that did better. It was the countries that had better healthcare systems, and I really don't see on either side of the aisle this push to. I mean, I agree with you, by the way. The Republicans are in many ways backwards on healthcare, but if you look at how bad healthcare is in California, which is where I live, okay, you would also have problems against how the Democrats are handling it. So healthcare is a big issue in this country, and it was a big effect on that.
But that's within the confines of the system that exists right now. So, like, let's just be clear. All the countries around the world that have better healthcare models, they have more of a universal type system, which the Democrats are advocating for. They just haven't been able to create because there's not enough Democrats, federally speaking, to be able to vote for such legislation. But a huge predominant aspect of Democrats support that. You will not see that from Republicans.
They also, the problem is that also healthcare needs freedom of expression. And the Democrats were literally forcing Facebook and Meta to censor these doctors online, which brings me to my final.
There was no forcing.
This is my final.
I'm sorry. Wait, hold on.
Sorry.
Dude, there was no forcing.
Yeah, the Facebook and whatever were told by. You can look at it. There was a whole
Supreme Court. Yeah, and what did the Supreme Court case rule?
I think that they were wrong, and so did Alito. Alito wrote the dissent. Read the dissent by Alito. But anyways, Dean, let me finish in this last point, which is more than what I'm trying to say, which is, you guys are bad or Democrats are bad or whatever, is if you read the Yale studies that talk about this huge shift that happened in their demographic, where it used to have, like, I think Democrats had, I don't remember the numbers, but a huge majority of the youth in Yale were Democrats, and then it switched completely to the other side. They were all Republican. And when they polled these kids, it was because they said that the Democratic policies changed their lives in ways that they couldn't handle. They couldn't go to their graduations. They couldn't go to their brother's weddings. And they were all told at the time when they were protesting that you don't care about people's lives. You want people to die. You don't care about COVID. You don't care about old people. And treating people who disagree with you with that kind of animosity will turn a switch that leads to extremism and populism and anti-immigration. Every single economic crisis has led to anti-immigration, so don't blame that on Trump. I predicted this 3 years ago, just based off the fact that we were having a recession and we weren't dealing with it. When you have this group of, when
Dean, you can end your live. He's just yapping.
That's fine, I'll let him finish. He doesn't even know he's muted because he's probably still speaking.
The people that got hurt the most from COVID were the mom and pop restaurants. The people that you and I know, the Thai restaurant down the street that didn't get anything from the stimulus. And their kids will forever be MAGA. No matter what you try and say about this or that, their kids will always be MAGA. Yeah. And it's a human response to being treated with disrespect. That's all I'm saying, Dean. And by the way, I have a lot of respect for you. Your stamina.
You know what it is? I think it's a dumb response. I think it's a dumb response to go from saying that because I didn't get a graduation, now I'm going to support a rapist who's destroying our economy, starting wars overseas, and calling for the execution of his political opponents, while also intentionally and belligerently infringing on the Constitution as president. Oh, yeah, because I didn't get a graduation. Now all of a sudden all the victims in the Epstein files don't get justice. You know what I mean?
Dumb. I agree with you. It's dumb, but at the same time, it was pretty.
Yeah, perfect way to end the debate. He thinks it's dumb for people to be MAGA. On Venmo, thank you, Olivia, for the $10. Who says, I've been watching you and Parker for a while now. It's really helped me in my MAGA household, including changing my mom's mind. Keep up the good work, guys. We love to hear it, Olivia. Melody, thank you so much for the $5. Ah, shit. I'm so sorry, Melody. If you're still here, feel free to comment on the YouTube streamer now. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Who says, I had an abortion 28 years ago, and hearing your position, it hits home. It's all the things I believe and know and have never been able to put into words. Thank you for doing what you do. Keep on fighting the idiots. You're making a difference. I'm so very happy that you're able to take something positive away from what we do here, Sarah. Same thing to you, Lori. Thank you for the $5. Ben, thank you for the $25. Who says, new story breaking. FBI admits it as Epstein Files training videos. I don't know what that is. I'll check that reporting out after we get off stream. What even is that? Yikes. Holy, thank you. Thank you so much for that love and support, though. And Card Fan on YouTube Super Chat says, hey, Dean, can you say happy birthday to my wife, Allison? She's a huge fan. Allison, happy birthday, and shout out to your partner. Show some love to Allison down below in that chat. And seriously, have a very happy birthday. Same thing to you, Harley. Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, who didn't attach a message, just sent the love. Thank you, Harley. You are awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wildlife Empire with the $10 says, appreciate what you do. We run a wildlife sanctuary in Australia and have now named 2 Joeys here, Dean and Parker, in honor of you two. That is incredible, Wildlife. That is incredible. If you're watching on TikTok, you'd be able to see Parker's face right now. That's awesome. Wow, that is so cool. As well as Carrie, thank you for the $5, and Rebel, thank you for the $5. I think with all that being said, we are all caught up. Guys, I'm not going to lie. After all the really crazy debates today, I'm really tired. So it's like I'm going to hop off and run to the gym before I fall asleep. So no time to stick around and play piano. But there are definitely some more debates to be held tonight, just not by me, rather by my friend Parker down here. You need to rate him. You need to go over to his stream, show him some love, double tap, share his live, hang out. He's a great guy to some great debates.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good rest of your night, bro.
Yeah, appreciate you for coming up, Parker. Peace out. He's going to go live literally right now.
Peace out.
The moment he leaves, he's going live over there. He does the same thing I do. Check him out. Show him some love. His handle is Parker Get a Job everywhere. TikTok, YouTube. Go show him some love. For the rest of you, thank you so much for tuning in today. There's been some crazy debates. I don't even know where to start. Today was definitely one for the books. Make sure to hit that follow button on your right on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. Well, and I'll see you tomorrow. If you want to know when I go live, join the updates channel on my Instagram account. That's all from me. Go read Parker. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.